Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I gonna put on walk on a dog book.
And there it is right there. Good to see you again. Good to have you around. And how are you? How are you? How has your day been? What have you been up to? Bring me up to speed with what you have been doing between the last time I saw you and this time now. So what have you been up to? What have you been up to? Catch me up on the gist and all that. So good to see you. Good to have you around. And how are you? So how are you? Another day, another round of going on within the Nigerian space is a gift that just keeps on giving, isn't it? It's an endless churning of just dynamic news. I think that's probably the most polite way to put it. It's an endless churning of just dynamic news. So the dynamism again, it continues today. But before we get to the dynamism of the news of the day, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and join us on the screen, that hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your open invitation, and you know we are canvassing for new voices. So you be that new voice of the day. You be the Valentine of the platform for the day. So be the Valentine of the platform for the day. Be the debutant. So if you've not been on before, we're especially looking to hear from you. So summon up the courage and come join us. So do that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And I'm not even going to mention the coffee anymore because nobody really bothers with that. But I do those three: the like compulsory, the subscribe. You must have done that already. And if you haven't done it, correct it. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard is highly recommended, just so that you can add your voice to the conversations that goes on here. So what conversation will be going on here is the question. This first headline, I didn't even know what to make of it, but there it is. Fashola reacts to allegations of writing presidential election tribunal judgment. So there it is. You couldn't make it up. You could not make it up, but there it is. Nevertheless, that is what we're having to contend with within the Nigerian space. Fashola reacts to allegations of writing presidential election tribunal judgment. So quite who is alleging what, to the point that Fashola feels the need to. Actually, let's just take this immediately. Nigeria's former Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Raje Fashola, has denied writing the judgment for the ongoing presidential election petition tribunal. A Twitter user, Jackson Ude, so that already tells you. So I'm not going to say anything, but I'll just highlight the name. So you already then know the rest of what is to come. Jackson Ude. A Twitter user, Jackson Ude, had called out the former Lagos State governor and some lawyers working for the All Progressive Congress APC for allegedly drafting a judgment for the tribunal judges. Former Lagos State governor and former Minister for Works, Babatunde Fashola, and some APC lawyers are allegedly writing the judgment Bola Tinubu and APC intend to hand over to the Presidential Election Tribunal, Ude said in a recent tweet. However, in a statement on Sunday, August the 6th, Fashola's special advisor on media, Hakeem Bello, insisted that the allegation is baseless and defamatory. So quite why Fashola even because Fashola responding to this, of course, gives it the oxygen that it necessarily does not deserve. Bello further called on security agencies to take action against those spreading such fake news, whilst also claiming it was part of a plot to undermine the judiciary. I'm not sure that the judiciary space in Nigeria has ever been under this level of pressure. So I wonder how independent that judgment actually will be, because it will have to take some superhuman strength for them not to be influenced by just the wedging and gnashing that is coming their way. Bello further called on security agencies to take action against those spreading such fake news, whilst also claiming it was part of a plot to undermine the judiciary. In response to the allegation, Fashola clarified that he has been away from Abuja for an extended period of time, rendering the claims are entirely unfounded. The statement reads, the former minister believes that these allegations may be part of a wider campaign to undermine the judiciary by those who seek to manipulate the institution for their own gain. So Fashola, I'm not sure that Fashola should have dignified this with a response. In fact, I'm pretty certain that he should not have. So, but by him dignifying it with a response, of course, it gives it oxygen and very quickly picked up. It's hard to believe Shehu Sani reacts to report of Fashola writing judgment for our presidential tribunal. This is false on so many levels because, of course, Fashola is a lawyer, not a judge. Also, does he even have the language to write a judgment? That is the wider question. A former Kaduna Central lawmaker, Shehu Sani, has reacted to the report of former Minister for Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, writing the judgment for the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. The tribunal is handling the petitions of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and Labour Party, LP, presidential candidates, Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. I wonder if those are the only two petitions ongoing. Because I'm pretty sure there are more petitions than that. The tribunal is handling the petitions of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and Labour Party, LP, presidential candidates, Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, challenging the victory of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the 25th of February election. Sani said it is hard to believe that the justices of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal will sacrifice their honor for someone to write the tribunal judgment for them. Anyway, he stated this in a post shared on his verified Twitter handle. So they are now wanting us to call Twitter X now. That will take some getting used to. He posted that on his verified Twitter handle at Shehu Sani. Though we live in a country of mysteries, magic, miracles, and myths, it is hard to believe that the respective justices of the Presidential Election Tribunal will stoop to sacrifice their honor for someone to write the tribunal judgment for them to read like newscasters. The story is either speculative or preemptive fiction. So preemptive fiction, it goes beyond the grain, doesn't it? It goes actually beyond the grain. It goes beyond the realms of acceptability. It does go beyond the realms of acceptability. Because often instances we laugh off all of the antics of those people in those spaces. But sometimes lines are being crossed. Okay, if the judges are going to give a fake judgment, who is best capacitated to write that judgment? Experienced justices of the bar. And by the way, the justices sitting at the Presidential Petition Tribunal, they are appellate level justices. So the hierarchy of justices, you have the magistrate court, then you have the high court, then you have the appeal court, then you have the Supreme Court. So these are people that are steeped and satiated in judicial matters, especially administering justices at a judgment level. So why would they then need a lawyer to write them a judgment? Even if they are going to give a fake result, why would they? It doesn't cohere with anything that has brain function, does it? But then often instances, what you hear in some of these narratives never coheres with anything that has brain function. So it doesn't cohere with anything that has brain function, but this should mystify you as well. Breaking: El-Rufai Danladi missing as Senate confirms 45 nominees. So a lot of hijinks at the, yes, I can bring you this one as well. A lot of hijinks at the Red Chambers. The name of the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, was on Monday missing from the list of ministerial nominees confirmed by the Senate. Also missing on the list was the name of Senator Abubakar Danladi from Taraba State and former Nexen Bank MD Stella Okotete from Delta State. The Senate, after the screening exercise, which took place let me take that entirely all over again. The name of the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, was on Monday missing from the list of ministerial nominees confirmed by the Senate. Also missing on the list was the name of Senator Abubakar Danladi from Taraba State and former Nexen Bank MD Stella Okotete from Delta State. The Senate, after the screening exercise, which took place them about a week to approve and confirm a total of 45 names out of 48 sent by President Bola Tinubu. Sorry, but that's how it's been written. Correspondents report that a couple of petitions, including those sent by Senator Sunday Karimi, APC Kogi West, was presented against the former governor during the screening. So if we just pause there for a moment, there is all of the possibility that El Rufai will scale through. But for them to drag his foot through the fire somewhat is something that we necessarily need. So it's for them to embarrass him somewhat is something that we necessarily need. Because elements like El Rufai, they straddle that Nigerian stratosphere as though they were above and over everything. So if the law can bring him to account, necessarily something that we need. The Senate, after the screening exercise, which took them about a week, approved and confirmed a total of 45 out of 48 nominees sent by President Bola Tinubu. Correspondents report that a couple of petitions, including those sent by Senator Sunday Karimi, APC Kogi West, were presented against the former governor during the screening. The lawmaker representing Kogi West during the ministerial screening moved against the former governor of Kaduna State. Karimi, after El Rufai's presentation, stood up and told the chambers that he had a petition written against the former governor over the issue of insecurity in southern Kaduna. He said, your performance in office, your performance in any office you find yourself in the country has been outstanding. In the Bureau of Public Enterprises, your record is there. In FCT, as a minister, your record is there. And as two-time governor, so that should be two-term. So as a two-term governor of Kaduna State, you did well. Raising a brown envelope, Karimi further stated, but I have a very strong petition against you that borders on security, unity, and cohesiveness of the Nigerian state. And I think that the petition has to be considered in this screening exercise. Karimi then proceeded to lay the petition before Jibrin Barao, the Deputy Senate President, who was presiding over the screening exercise at the time. Barao, in response, said, I don't know if you followed the normal process, but this is the opportunity for nominees to explain and showcase themselves. Later, we will come to confirmation and approval. Other senators commended El Rufai, noting that the former governor is competent enough to be a minister. Also, the lawmaker representing Kaduna North, Ibrahim Khalib, said he and his two colleagues from the state, as well as all the residents, are in support of El Rufai's nomination as minister. Meanwhile, after making his presentation, the Senate president at the plenary refused to take the petition leveled against the former governor and said a number of petitions were submitted against a number of ministerial nominees. Akpabio said, this is not the place to consider petitions. We will sit with the petitions later and refer them to the relevant authorities. Please take a bow, my brother. Also, correspondents reported that there was a petition against Dan Ladi about a court judgment restricting him from holding public office for 10 years. So of all of the petitions, that probably is the most damning. So if there has not been a judgment that sets this aside, then I want to see then how the parliament sets it aside. If there is a judgment, a court judgment restricting Dan Ladi, whoever he is, from holding public office for 10 years, I want to see then how that is set aside. Copies of some petitions against Oketete in the public space also confirmed that there were a number of petitions against the former Nexim Bank MD Oketete, including MD Oketete, including non-disclosure of assets to the Code of Conduct Bureau. So there it is, hijinks in the parliament, hijinks in the parliament. Senate fails to confirm El Rufai, Abubakar Danladi, Senator Oketete, waiting security reports. So that's that headline in a different guise. So now we're back to the goings on in Niger Republic again, and how our seniors were embarrassed by these rascally Tuaregs. ECOWAS delegation, how Abdusalami Sultan were humiliated by Niger junta. Okay, this is not a long and winding read, so let me bring it to you. The ECOWAS delegation to Niger, sip of water first. The ECOWAS delegation to Niger, led by former Nigerian military leader Abdusalami Abubakar, was humiliated Thursday by the Nigerian junta as the members were prevented from leaving the airport, correspondents report. A Nigerian government source briefed about the visit told correspondents that the three-man team sent to negotiate with the junta leaders was not allowed into the country. Before departing Abuja, the delegation had informed Niamey of its mission, and the latter showed readiness to receive them, the source said. However, this turned out to be a plot to humiliate the sub-regional bloc. ECOWAS on Wednesday named Abubakar, ECOWAS Commission President Omar Toure, and the Sultan of Sokoto, Muhammad Abubakar III, as envoys to Niger. They were expected to engage all stakeholders robustly with a view to doing whatever it takes to ensure a conclusive and amicable resolution to the situation in Niger for the purposes of African peace and development. According to the source, the delegation was received from the airport at 6 p.m. Thursday. When they arrived at Niamey Airport, a five-man team led by General Musa Bamao, head of General Staff, the general, however, told them that they could not be allowed into the city, citing security reasons. The delegation was taken to a room in the airport. Pictures of the delegation and Niger soldiers sitting at a table emerged online last Thursday, with many thinking it was part of the official meeting the ECOWAS delegation was sent to hold. However, contrary to public perception, so that's the picture in question there. However, contrary to public perception, the picture was that of the ECOWAS leaders being kept in a room at the airport by soldiers who had received them. After about 5 hours of pleading to be allowed into the city to see the leader of the junta, General Abdurrahman Chane, the team left Niger without any headway. The ECOWAS delegation was told to return to Nigeria whilst the junta reviews their request and revert. They arrived Nigeria at 1 a.m. On Friday. The Abdusalami-led delegation is, however, not the first delegation to be sent to Niger by ECOWAS. It is, in fact, the third. In the early hours of Wednesday, 26th of July, when President Mohamed Bazoum was still detained and the coup had not been officially announced, a three-member team led by Director General of Nigeria's National Intelligence Agency, Ahmed Abubakar, was sent to negotiate with the coup plotters. Former Governor of Katsina State, Aminu Masari, and Chief of Air Staff, Hassan Abubakar, were part of the team. They were quickly dispatched to Niger when the news of President Bazoum's detention came in. However, as soon as the delegation left Niamey, the coup was declared, a clear indication that the mission had failed. Another delegation was sent after the coup was officially announced. The delegation was sent on the day ECOWAS heads of state met in Abuja in an emergency meeting convened by the chair, Bola Tinubu, the Nigerian president. The president of Chad, Mahamat Derby, was sent to Niger, where he met with the junta leader, Mr. Bazoum, and former President Mahamadou Isafor. He offered the junta a soft landing, which was also rejected. The Chad leader shared picture he took with Bazoum and the coup plotters on social networking platform formerly known as Twitter. So on and on it goes. Okay, let me just give you the last couple of paragraphs. But the president, Patrice Talon, was also sent to Niger. However, it remains unclear if he made the trip. When asked about the outcome of the visit of the Abdul Salami-led delegation, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Adamu Lamuwa, last Friday, said negotiations are ongoing. It is too early to preempt the outcome of the discussion. So there it is. So they just embarrassed really. Yes, correspondents also reached out to Tinubu spokesman Ajuri Ngalale for comments. In response, he shared a post he shared on X which read, HE President at official ABAT on Sunday evening met with governors. So no joy there really is the essence of that. And they detained. So this image that you are seeing now, this is at the airport. They detained the Sultan of Sokoto at the airport in Niamey. This is what we're having to contend with. So that's the latest development in that space. So this one, I'm looking really keenly to see if anybody wants to have a conversation around this. Tinubu versus Buhari war started earlier than expected. So yes, we'll get into this in the latter halves of the session. So we'll get into that in the latter halves of the session. And then we'll probably get to this in the latter half of the session as well. Seaport new cities to emerge in the southeast soon. So this is Nwaya coming off a meeting, I think, with the Senate. Let's just take this out of the way. President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide, Chief Emmanuel Nwaya, has disclosed that efforts were on by the Apex Igbo Social-Cultural Organization and the necessary stakeholders to build seaport in the southeast. Chief Nwaya, who made the disclosure in a chat with correspondents on Monday evening, said that Southeast deserved to have a functional seaport, considering the heavy investment and engagement of the people in trade and commerce. He expressed optimism that efforts to engage the necessary stakeholders concerning the proposal will be successful. Very soon, we will see new cities in Igbo land. We also expect a seaport. We want Igbo land to be attractive and our children to be proud of Igbo land before I die. Chief Nwaya, who expressed concerns over the frustration amongst Igbo youths, said Ohanaeze was committed to providing the needed environment to rekindle their hope. So I'm wondering what's led to all this. I thought I saw him in a meeting with Godswill Akpabio. He strongly appeals to Igbo youth to remain peaceful and sustain their enterprising spirit and ingenuity, which had made them survive over the years, even under harsh conditions. We want to give hope and future to our youth so that even after our death, they'll be proud of us and Igbo land. Time has come for us to change the narrative and leave an enduring legacy for the youth. We want to industrialize our land and stop waiting for anybody. Now is the time, Nwaya said. Chief Nwaya further hinted that the moribund Nkalagu cement industry might be coming back on stream before the end of the year. So I'm not sure. That sounds more like a wish list than anything else. So that sounds more like a wish list than anything else. Plenty of space in the studio, by the way. So anybody that wants to hop on, please do. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol: click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Let's take a micro break with the care guides, and then we come straight into the throes of it.
Only water, where they see my water. Water. náìdó.
ẹ kú ní náìdó ẹ jẹ́ padà sílé kájọjọ.
Oró kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oró kẹ̀kẹ́.
Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oró kẹ̀kẹ́.
Bọ́bí Màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oró kẹ̀kẹ́.
Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oró kẹ̀kẹ́.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ó jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o.
gbé bọ́dì gbé.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ìgbàlà tí
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agweshe may death have nothing to do with us. So I've got Darati and Solomon with me. So we see how that goes. Let me play you a couple of clips, gentlemen, and then invite your commentaries on it. So this was Festus Kiyamo at plenary.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to second the motion very ably moved by Senator Darlington Wokocha that in view of Section 88B of the 1B of the Constitution, which mandates the National Assembly to go ahead and look into the conduct of affairs of any person, authority, or ministry. And where such a person refuses and deliberately stays away from letting the National Assembly do its work, and in view of the fact that this nominee rejected the summons of both the House of Representatives and the Senate, that I do support that this nominee should be stepped down pending when he decides that the National Assembly has that right to inquire into the workings of a minister and his ministry. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those who are in support of the motion that the screening of the nominee be stepped down until further inquiries, say aye. Aye. Those who are against, say nay. Distinguished colleagues, don't worry. Distinguished colleagues, distinguished colleagues, distinguished colleagues, speak from there, please. Distinguished colleagues, I will put the question again.
Give him the chance to talk. We're supposed to be fair. Give him the chance to talk.
Distinguished colleagues, distinguished colleagues, point of order. Mr. President, point of order. Mr. President, point of order. Somebody is calling us here in the room. We have not done anything. We have not done anything.
So who's that? Mute yourself, Moses. So that was Festus Keyamo being embarrassed at the parliament. I think it was made to apologize. Solomon will tell us in a moment if it was approved or not. But now the goings on in the Niger Republic has suddenly taken a different coloration. Watch this.
Good morning, fellow Biafrans. Good morning, Africa. Good morning, West Africa. This is the 7th day of August 2023, and I have come this morning on the request of the Biafra people. I want to start by encouraging the new Mali president, Colonel Assemini Goïta. I want to also encourage the new Burkina Faso president, Ibrahim Traoré. And finally, I want to encourage the new Niger Republic President, General Omar Chiani. I want them to understand that the wave of freedom that is now in Africa, especially in West Africa, must continue. We want to let them know this morning that Biafrans are standing very strong behind them. We are fighting the same freedom, both economic freedom and the complete freedom of our people. And I want them to understand, should in case Nigeria lead a military invasion of Niger Republic, they should understand that they have brothers and sisters and alliance in Biafra land. I want them to understand that we are going to stand shoulder to shoulder to fight against Nigeria for our own freedom. So if they are worrying about Nigeria invading and attacking Niger Republic and how they are going to do it, engage them from the north, it is going to be more easier. While they engage Nigeria in the north, we the Biafra people are going to engage Nigeria from the eastern region. I just want this particular message to get to this powerful and the very rugged revolutionary leaders of the Pan-Africa present days. I want them to understand that Biafra people, over 17 million Biafrans, are standing shoulder to shoulder to any nation, to any ethnic group, to any ethnic nationality within Africa who want to free themselves from oppression and modern slavery. The new colonialism that we are fighting today must end. So I want them to understand that we are standing very strongly behind them. Countries like Finland have not colonized anybody. They are doing quite fine. We have seen many atrocities being committed in our land, in Biafra land, for example, where the Nigeria oil is being exploited from. People die every day. They don't care about us. It is time we put it an end. And that's what Biafra is fighting for. So, my fellow brothers and sisters from the other part of the West Africa who have risen up to fight for their own freedom and to liberate themselves from these demonic sucking and blood-sucking demons, I want you to understand that Biafra, for the Biafra's sake, for the freedom of Biafra's sake, we will stand shoulder to shoulder with you if Nigeria attack your nation. Niger Republic, if Nigeria attack you, Biafra people will stand shoulder to shoulder with you to fight against Nigeria. That declaration is being made as demanded by the Biafra people today. Thank you. May God bless you.
All right. So that's ever the meathead known as Simon Ekpa, who is now aligning himself with the Biafran movement. Not with the Biafra movement, though. He's already stepped in that. So he's now making the promise to the coup plotters that he's going to flank off the Nigeria from the east. So he's promising a pincer movement in that ridiculous toy soldier outfit that he's wearing. So let's still stay within our goings on in Niger, and let's take now this more darker, more foreboding commentary. So we take this commentary and then we go to our panelists.
So he's sounding like he's answerable more to ECOWAS than to Nigerians. We in Nigeria, 78% of the landmass of Nigeria, 7 states and 19 states in this country are saying no to an unprovoked war with Niger. It's not ECOWAS. His primary responsibility is to Nigerians, not to ECOWAS. He's not convinced us why he should send boots to the ground in Niger Republic. And for goodness sake, where are you going to get the troops from? The Nigerian military is stretched all across, deployed all across the 36 states of this country. Where is he going to get the troops from? Is he going to pull troops from the northwest, or the northeast, or the southeast? The only place there is some leeway is the southwest. And that will be a small number of troops. And he should be very, very careful. That is what I wrote there. He's going to do the bidding of the Western world. The fight in Niger is not our fight. It is going to be a proxy war between Russia and NATO. And this is what concerns me the most. We have been surrounded by countries now where you're having this proxy war between these two countries. And we're going to do their bidding. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has not even settled down. He doesn't even have his team and he's declaring war without consulting the people, without the consent of the people.
Okay.
No, we say no to war and we're not going to support any war.
Okay, I get your point. You had a number of recommendations, one of which is that diplomacy should be the best option. Where that diplomacy, as ECOWAS chair, President Tinubu had liaised with President Patrice Talon of Republic of Benin. He was the first person to go there. President Idris Deby of Chad was also sent there. The chief of air staff of Nigeria and the former governor of Katsina State, Aminu Masari, and one other were also sent there. They didn't make progress. Only this week, General Abdul Salami Abubakar and the Sultan were also sent, as a delegation, as part of a delegation, to talk to the coup leaders. In fact, they were not even granted the audience. So that diplomatic option has been pursued. It has failed. Are you suggesting that if the other ECOWAS chiefs, ECOWAS presidents, now that their army chiefs have met, if they decide to go ahead, Nigeria should just pull out? How would that make us look?
No, I'm saying if they decide to go, that will be wrong decision. And if President Bola Ahmed Tinubu takes the decision as the chairman of ECOWAS to go to war, he's doing that on his own.
No, but I'm saying that it's not unilateral. not a unilateral decision.
No.
It's a group decision.
No. Nigeria, no. Nigeria is Nigeria. And he is governing 200 million people. We have to give him approval to do that, even if he's the chairman of ECOWAS. The president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is more relevant to us than being the chairman of ECOWAS. We that know are telling him things that his advisors will not tell him, that going to war, sending troops into Niger Republic will be a disaster. Unprovoked. We have had our own share of military takeovers in Nigeria. Nobody sent troops to us. What of Mali? What of Guinea? What of Burkina Faso? What of that Chad? That was the place where the French president was there babysitting the current president. Nobody sent troops there. We need to be very, very careful. Is there an internal problem? And we should be able to help them. And the reason why we are saying negotiations do not help, at the very beginning, you are putting on the table the threat of violence, the threat of force, and you're asking the other party to listen to you. You have brought your last trump card at the very beginning. That's no way to do it. And it's showing the inexperience of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the international scene. He's not been properly advised. He does not have his team to advise him properly. You do not do that. Okay, let's say you roll in your tanks. If you have them into Niger Republic, what do you do? What do you do? You install Bazoum by force and you stay there and keep him by force? We have seen the United States going to Iraq, going to Afghanistan, saying they are going to bring democracy. Where are they now? We need to be very, very, very careful. Military option is not the option. We have to. My recommendations are, first of all, take that threat of violence off the table, because that is what is making them more entrenched into their positions. That's why they refuse to see our elders. You are saying you're going to hit them and you're going to talk to them. Why are you here then? Take the threat of violence off the table. Start serious and sincere negotiation. And most importantly is, how are you going to help them solve this problem, which is an internal problem? By solving this problem is that, how are we going to do it? What is going to happen to Bazoum? The safety of Bazoum and his family must be paramount. What is going to happen after that? What do Nigerians want? Do we want this military for how long? How can we pressure, the ECOWAS and the international community, pressure the junta to have a timetable to transition to a democratic rule as soon as possible, without the threat of violence? And essentially, ECOWAS has declared war. They have closed borders. They have closed airspace. They have President Bola Ahmed Tinubu unilaterally broke the treaty between Nigeria and Niger that was signed in 1960, that Nigeria would be supplying Niger Republic with electricity. Nigeria currently supplied 70% of electricity to Niger Republic. In exchange, Niger Republic will not dam River Niger upstream. If they dam River Niger upstream, we'll all be dry. We won't have Kainji Dam. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu unilaterally, without reverting to the Congress, broke that treaty. Now the capital, Niamey, is in darkness. And you are saying we are going to... This is a country that has 40% of its budget is foreign aid. Biden sanctions. You close their borders, no-fly zone. You close, you cut electricity.
Well,
what is at stake is more than just what we see. We don't understand. The president needs to be properly briefed, and he isn't. He doesn't look like he is.
Prof.
All right. So the criticism against that war all over the place. Everybody coming at Tinubu, all his traditional enemies, they are seeing this as a moment of opportunity. But let's kick the conversation on with Solomon. Let's sweep up first to the people in Nigeria because of reasons of network. So Solomon, you're up first. Unmute yourself. Let's kick it off with what you have been looking at in the news today. So what's caught your attention in the news today, Solomon?
Yeah, Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man. I was just this Festus Keyamo's news. Was his screening was what caught my attention today. How even the Senate president had to rush down to Aso Rock because of this guy's issue. Is very very serious. It was very serious today, and that was the major.
Have they confirmed him now, or are they still holding him in abeyance?
They've confirmed him. They've confirmed him. Yeah, I saw the headline that he has been confirmed, that they just told him to take a bow and go, something like that. Yeah. So,
well, what an embarrassment, though.
It's good for him. I think this Senate, and you see those guys that pointed out this thing, they did well. The likes of Abaribe and the other guy Darlington, they really did well, because it's somehow that this guy people will just insult our Senate, the Congress, and just go free, scot free. So them calling him out now is an example to others. People will learn from this. I will know that you don't need to treat or talk to these people anyhow. You need to respect them, and not just because you have the backing of the president. You know, this Festus Keyamo.
What's happening? Is anybody there?
Oh,
yeah,
no, carry on. I think.
Hello.
Sorry, are you talking to us, Bishop?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, sorry, carry on, Solomon. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is like is an example now. He's a scapegoat, and I think what they are still going to do they've not confirmed Erufai, Analade, and Stella. So these people now, they are still yet to confirm them. So it's another headline that caught my attention. So I like the way they are, even though I'm not 100% with all the senators in that place, but the few ones that are outspoken and standing by the truth for justice and all that, they are doing well so far. It's not just they're not just criticizing for
so the narrative that this is going to be a rubber stamp Senate, that narrative is proving somewhat misplaced.
Yeah,
they're not looking like a rubber stamp Senate, are they?
Even though they still have element of that kind of characteristic, but we will not say that it's going to be 100% rubber stamp Senate. Yeah, so they will I say the opposition, because the people doing this thing are the opposition party that are calling out all these errors and all these people that are misbehaving. It's not really APC members. So,
and this headline on the screen, Solomon. So this headline has been hanging around somewhat since yesterday. Fashola reacts to allegations of writing presidential election tribunal judgment. I mean, you don't even know what to think or say sometimes when you come across it. What did you come across this, and what did you make of it? Because I cannot even find the words to express on this.
I just feel this headline, I don't know if this was what led to the Saturday this news that broke out on Friday, that the military were in his estate or his compound in Lagos, that they've surrounded his they are in his estate. I think something like that came up on Saturday. I don't know if it's because I don't know what led to it, but this is me. I don't know what to say about this headline, because I don't see it how possible it is. It might just be propaganda that people are just
but Fashola having to respond to it. Did you think it's something he should have done, or there's certain things that you don't just give the dignity of of a response? Do you think he should have responded to that?
Everybody, the class is very important. This kind of thing, I think he need, because even though I agree that social media gives first-hand info, but sometimes not sometimes as they bring first-hand infos, that's how they still carry propaganda. So him not coming out to talk about to say anything concerning it, I think is a good one. It shows that the news is not really relevant. So there's no need of him talking about it.
And El Rufai and Danlade being dragged through the coal as well. I mean, people will be delighted in this because these are the sort of things that we want to see. Those days of take a bow and go, I mean, they should be in the past.
Yeah. It should be in the past, like this Erufai, and because of the kind of statement this guy made, all those his bigotry acts and where it's speech, those things would be part of the reasons why his own screening has not been confirmed, has not been completed. So I think they are really doing well. The Senate, they are doing well in the and like the other guy, that Bosu guy, they have every right to hold that guy down that they did. It's not because he's not. Let's just leave this thing of because he's this, he's that, he's educated and he has something to offer. Well, because his bad behavior, you have to caution him. You have to query him for that kind of behavior, tweeting those rubbish he did. He did not show like somebody who is patriotic, but now he's changing his mouth and trying to. Well, they should just pardon him but I like the way they are setting examples now, trying to make people understand that this is not going to be as usual. So it's a good one, and yeah, this Erufai, they should I would say they should give Erufai, because one man in Abuja, yeah, this guy, when you see what he has done in Abuja, what he did in Abuja, you'll be very happy, you'll be proud to say, yeah, this is my federal capital territory. Yeah, so they should give him the chance to get this slot of this is the ministerial slot.
And Simon Ekpa, have you spoken on Simon Ekpa?
Simon Ekpa, this guy, that video, seeing that video, he just reminds me of.
He likes to do dress up, doesn't he? He likes to dress up.
It
I wonder
reminds
what
me
that's all
of
about.
this English movie, The Last Kingdom. The way you talk about flank and eastern flank, and they want to ambush Nigeria, the Nigerian government. I know that if Tinubu was eventually going to that war, things like this will come up. This kind of they will try to take advantage of it and just destabilize this country. But thank God that there's nothing like war that will be happening. So
Is that the sentiment in Nigeria now that the war is not going to take place? Is that what people feel? What's the temperature? What's it? Yeah.
Yeah, is like that Senate this stand really calmed things down. Like it really changed the conversation about the war and all that. So people are not really like people that I have spoken with. They've no, as in even on social media, the comments I've seen, this war, they know the people already know that the war is not going to take place. Yeah, it's not going to happen. So, but this Simon Ekpa is a really funny guy. I think this video made me just know that he's just looking for relevance. Yeah, he's just looking for relevance. He wants to just be heard at any slight opportunity. So,
well, what about the headline from yesterday when Nnamdi Kanu said that Monday is now going to be Economic Empowerment Day, which runs contrary to the sit at home. So, as Simon Ekpa responded to that?
I did not follow that space, the response, like his reply to his response to that this thing. No, okay, wait. I think I saw a tweet. He tweeted yesterday concerning it. He still believes all those things are just false narrative that some persons are just putting up, like the other faction of IPOB and those other and the lawyers are just putting up to just deceive the people and all that. So, well, I'm not really interested in those people's whatever they are saying. Yeah, but this guy, the video you played, the last clip you played, was it Yusuf Usman's this? Because I did not see it.
No, that was on Rice TV. That was Dati Ali Baba's older brother.
Okay,
He was
Ahmed. Ahmed.
Ahmed Baba Ali. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
saying that it was essentially that language of a war against Niger Republic is going to be translated to mean a war against the northern parts of Nigeria. So that's the tonality. He was telling us that 53% of the people there are Hausa, and there's a good complement of Kanuris and Fulanese. And then he went on to paint a gloomy picture of how poor and run down that country is. And then he landed that Tinubu is ill-advised, and ill-prepared. And he went on to suggest that it's the element of naivety and lack of experience on Tinubu's part to be rattling the sabers of war. So that tone was what he adopted.
Yeah, I would agree with him, even with Professor Yusuf Usman. I would agree with them, even though they are Tinubu's critics they don't believe in him. They don't share the same ideology, and they are in different parties. That these people, they criticize Tinubu even before they criticized him even before the election, even during the election. But these people, they are reasonable people. They still address him, unlike some other people that don't know politics, that are very naive. They still address him as President Tinubu, and even though they don't agree to the.
It went on. It's a long interaction with the Rice TV, but that was just a snippet from it. It went on to say that Tinubu was still suffering legitimacy problems both internationally and locally. And I don't understand what that means, because Tinubu is the legitimate president of the country. He's the one recognized globally and within the country as the president. Until the court tells us that he's not, then he's the legitimate president. So I'm not quite sure what that language he was using was all about.
Yeah. So these guys, they really, like, even the professor yesterday in the interview, he spoke well. He one thing about Tinubu, one man. See, I know this guy has done a lot in the past, but in life, you always need people. You need people that, because Tinubu's in his cabal, or in his group, or with his supporters, he's just like the father there. Nobody is checking and balancing him. That, like, in the sense that nobody advises him, and the people advising him, or the people he have around him, he's bigger than them.
They look up to him too much. You mean?
They look up to him too much, and he's not what we need in this country. That is why I like
Is it a matter of age? Is it a matter of age, do you think?
Maybe age and experience. He's more experienced than people around him. At times you need to be around people that are more experienced than you, so that they'll always help you be in line with their advice. That's why I like of Atiku. Even with his age, you still have people that are experienced too, that can still put him in line. And Obi, yeah, this is where Obi comes in. He has people, the likes of Obasanjo, even though I don't totally agree with them, but he has people that will always put him through in the game and let him know what's up and the kind of decisions to take. So I think Tinubu needs to, everybody around him are too under him, and is really, really bad for him at this point. Like,
do you think Tinubu will suffer? Do you think Tinubu will lose political capital if this war does not take place? Do you think he would lose political capital
if this war doesn't take place?
Yes. Do you think he will lose face?
No, one man. There is nothing like if he goes to war, he will be a coward. Him not going to war makes him a wise man, and the strong man doesn't mean it's who lives tomorrow.
But he has promised a war now, and some of us are excited. Some people are excited.
No, one man. I don't see his action of not. I don't see his action as of not going to war as a cowardice one, or I don't see him as a coward. No, everybody.
No, it's not coward though. When he said he gave that country a 7-day ultimatum, us being the superpower of that sub-region. So those 7 days have elapsed and nothing has happened. So if that war does not take place, he's going to lose. He's going to lose face, isn't he? Like some
He's
sort of
not.
like a two-play, and that is making rash comments and whatnot.
No, one man. He's not going to lose anything. What is going to happen? He will just need to re-strategize his step and start thinking before he comes out to open his mouth to make certain utterances, to just say certain things. He's not going to lose he's not losing any force. He's going to still be powerful president. Trust me. He's going to still be a powerful president. In this, I'm not saying he doesn't listen to people. There's somebody saying that he doesn't listen, but he doesn't have people who are experienced, especially. Yeah, he doesn't have people who are experienced. People around him are people he has more experience than. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's not that he doesn't listen to people. People around him, he has more experience. They are all calling him Baba. Yeah, even if he needs people that are more experienced than him, he needs to, like, all these. Even at a time, he should make sure that people like Obasanjo to come together, and they need to still be talking. People like IBB, they need to still be reasoning to provide solutions to certain things. You should consult them. He's not even though he's the president, he's not bigger than advice. He doesn't know more than these people. And he has never been in this kind of this federal level, this kind of national federal level stuff. So this is just his first time, even though he has been a senator before, but he has not really. That was a long time ago. So now he needs to bring in these old men close to him. He should listen to them, even though he will not take 100% of what they say, but he should bring them close.
All right, brilliant. Thanks for kicking it off, Solomon. Solomon, I want to try and get the conversation round as quickly as I can, especially to the guys in Nigeria. So let me go on from you to Jide, who's also with us. So Jide, are you ready? On mute, Jide.
Yeah. Good morning, woman.
Good to see you, Jide. Always a delight. So as I started off with Solomon, let me kick it off with you. What caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Well, what caught my attention today was one, Mr. Dr. Tunji Bosun scaling the ministerial screening. I was really delighted with the way the Senate handled it, and it has shown that this Senate, it's a balance. People might call them rubber stamped, but I feel it's a balance, because a Senate that is totally alien to the executive will give the executive problem, and a Senate that is in sync with the executive all the time will also be a problem for the states. So it has to be a balanced situation.
It looks as though we are for the first time having actually a working Senate. They are there, not really necessary, maybe even for the people. We'll see in the course of time, but they seem to be there for the people.
Yeah, exactly, woman. Because if you see what they put Keyamo through today, what they put El-Rufai through, what they also put this Mr. Tunji Bosun through while they were asking him, and those ministerial nominee, that there was one that did not even remember when he was born. It was the darling between 1980 and 1982, a professor from Benue State. And there was one that gave to credit WAEC results and claimed that he had for the Senate to be able to call those things out. I feel the only thing that I don't like about the whole ministerial screening was asking ex-senators or senators to take a bow and leave, all in the name of them being a senator. And I think they said it's their
It's
house.
a spirit they call, isn't it? I think that's the
Yes,
compliment.
yes.
Yeah.
They said it's their house rules, and I really don't. It really didn't go down well with me. But if that is the way they've been doing it all the while, no problem. It just means that probably the next time the presidency is choosing his ministers, he needs to start dodging, picking from the Senate if he wants his ministers to be properly drilled, and if he wants to see the loopholes in their resume. But at the same time, it can also be a loophole for the system, because you can just have a president that wants to do a wishy-washy sort of job and picks every one of his ministerial appointee. They are all ministers. They are all senators. So then we just have a situation whereby they get to the house and they all take a bow and leave. So, and that's why I don't like that aspect of it. I really I frown at it. I feel for the sake of people watching, because I tried following the whole situation. We should at least have 2-3 questions thrown at these people and they respond. Then we know that at least this person has something upstairs. Even if it's rehearsed questions for the visuals, I think it's still okay than just saying, because you're a senator, take a bow and leave. Other than that, I feel for every other nominee that has entered into that House of Assembly that is not a former senator, a serving senator, was really drilled. Like Tunde Edun spent like almost 1 hour plus on his own screening. They kept on throwing questions at him, and it made it very, very interesting. So that's the first thing that caught my attention.
What about girls being knocked out by the pesky English? Did nobody care about that? Girls being knocked out?
No. Well, you see, woman, we also cared about that. It was late this evening, but the sentiment here in Nigeria is that the ladies have done their best. They've tried. At
They should
least,
have won that game
yes,
before.
at least in the match, they actually hit the crossbar 4 times, and it went down to
Imagine if we had beaten them. Imagine how we would have been in this. I would
in
have
fact,
I would have been going to a pub every day wearing the Nigerian shirts just to wind people up.
I'm telling you. But it's a good one. It's a good experience for the ladies, and they've proven themselves. At least England is number 4 in the whole of in the world, and I think they are the European champion. For Nigeria to hold them to that point, in fact, outplayed them, is something to be proud of. They played Australia, the host nation. They defeated Australia. They drew the Olympic champions, Canada, and I think they've done themselves proud. And if I was the president, I would send my presidential jet to still go and pick them down to Nigeria and give them a befitting welcome.
All right, but back to the war. What's the sentiment on the ground now? Are people sort of in that mindset that Solomon described, that nobody is anticipating that any war will take place anymore? And if the war does not take place, Solomon disagreed, but I feel Tinubu would lose currency politically. Do you?
Woman, Solomon said something like Tinubu is not well informed. He doesn't have people that advises him. He doesn't listen to them, or probably they are too young for him. I don't see that as a situation here. We are seeing we are seeing a situation pan out or play out in the most unfortunate way it can. Now, it is ECOWAS decision. And when people said Tinubu gave them 4 days and 7 days ultimatum, it was ECOWAS pronouncement. Tinubu never gave them, never pronounced it with his own mouth that they are giving them 70. It was the ECOWAS spokesperson that announced this after the leaders, the remaining leaders in ECOWAS went for what's it called? Closed door meetings on this matter, and they came out with their own submission. And while Tinubu was still writing to the House of Assembly requesting for military men, I say this and I repeat it again. Senegal had already said they have their men on ground and ready to move in when ECOWAS is ready. But everybody is playing this thing. In fact, Nigerians, we are playing this thing as if it is Nigeria that is taking all the decision, leading all the decision. I want you to understand this, that if Tinubu wants to go to war with Niger and the rest of ECOWAS says we are not going, what would Tinubu have done as a new president, new chair of the ECOWAS, and that needs the buy-in of all these other ECOWAS countries for him to gain his power? He wouldn't have gone to war. But the other francophone countries that are in this ECOWAS are remaining in ECOWAS. Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, they are already, even Senegal, they are already seeing this thing as a threat to their existence. Because the sentiment of all the coup juntas is that they are fighting against France. And this is a sentiment that is shared across all francophone countries, that France is the cause of their problem. Even we Nigerians know to a very large extent that the influence of France on these people's economy. You understand? We all know. So if these people see like this is a threat, only ikuton pojubeni. Òwe ńlá ló ń pa fún yàn. Ikú tó bá dẹ̀ ṣí fìlà lórí àgbàlagbà, kàgbàlagbà yẹn gan ṣọ́ra. The next time it will come, it will take his head. Anything that looks like danger to them, they would also want to defend their territory. So they know they don't have the power to stop this. They might not even have the power to curb it from happening in their own country. They might not have the power to stop it from happening in their own country. So if they have a body they can hide under and say, yes, fight for us, they would always support it. They will push for it. They will canvass for it. And Tinubu is coming into this mist as a newcomer. I think he is the latest inducted member into ECOWAS. So they will have their own sort of influence, background influence, that they would have played the politics, and even if it was put to a vote, they will still have won. Because we need to understand, Bazoum is a member of ECOWAS and he has just been dethroned. Even that alone, some ECOWAS members that are close to him will feel like, let's go to this place, and no, this must not happen to Bazoum. That's one sentiment. The other sentiment is some people, some ECOWAS nations, some francophone country will know that this can happen in their country. Because if you look at the trend, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Chad, Sudan, all taking over. The whole Sahel belt is taking over. So these people too will share that sentiment and would push for it. So when ECOWAS was making that statement, it wasn't necessarily Tinubu's statement. And I am tired of hearing Nigerians continue to paint our country in the bad light. And
Tinubu has to take the front lead on that. Whether it's an ECOWAS project or not, Tinubu is the chairperson one. Nigeria is the leading country in that sub-region too. And if that what takes place is essentially going to be the abundance of Nigerian troops rather than any other, 80% of the deployment will be Nigerian. So essentially, it's a Nigerian war.
Okay, yes, one man. essentially is a Nigerian war. This is what I'm trying to say. In the House of Assembly, the Senate president has the influence to influence things, and we saw the way he influenced Tunji Bosun's and intervened in Tunji Bosun's case when he was saying we are all fathers and we have children, and when they err, we correct them. I know he must have learned his lessons. Now, but he does not have the final say, and that is why he would always put it to the floor members. Those that are in support say hi, and those that are against say nay. See, if ECOWAS is to sanction Niger, the biggest sanctions that Niger will feel would come from Nigeria. That is number one. Nigeria supplies the electricity. They use Nigerian border so much. Nigeria shares 1,000-mile border with them. You understand what I'm trying to say? Now, if they are to take any decision on Niger, it is Nigeria's voice that everybody will be waiting to hear. Even Nigerians too will be looking at what is the body language of Nigeria. But this is ECOWAS' decision, and Nigeria is still part of ECOWAS, and Nigeria has to follow what ECOWAS has decided. I want us to understand one thing here. I like the way they have gone about it. The House of Assembly has said no to it. But what I don't like is the narrative that it is Tinubu that is doing this, it is Tinubu that is doing that, just because we do not like this man or we have something against this man, then we wrap it around it. The same thing is what Samuel Ekpa is doing. And one man, please, I'm sorry. You see something happened yesterday and into the early hours of today on this platform.
What happened?
Yes, I want to, for people that were here, only béèyàn bá ṣe gbé nǹkan ẹ̀ ni ará àta ṣe máa gbé. Tí a bá pọ́nra wa lé, kò séèyàn tó máa pọ́n wa lé. A Sierra Leonean joined the chat.
Oh yeah, I heard him. Yeah, I heard him.
Yes, and he spoke. You understand? Now
they are monitoring us, so they are all the Africans are monitoring us.
Yes. Now we have a Cameroonian come to the platform as well, and everything is said about our country with propagandas that this Samuel Ekpa and the likes are pushing. And that is the reason why when we say social media should be controlled, social media should not be regulated. I'm telling you, even our newspapers.
No. Hold on. Because I heard the Sierra Leonean guy that came on, sure. So, it was quite a Nigerianist telling us how wonderful they view Nigerians and how they looked up to us as people that were. It was quite gushing in his love of the country. It wasn't part of.
No. There was a guy that now came in again, Judah from Cameroon.
No, Judah is a known quantity. It's just a rascal.
He gave us.
Is it the one that was calling himself Ambazonian and
yes.
And Ajale Koko was calling him Abokiliki?
He gave us a lot of lies about Nigeria. A lot of propagandas that were pushed around, and these are the kind of propaganda saying that it is Tinubu that wants to go and fight the war. It is Tinubu that is this. It is Tinubu that is that. Nigeria is not even ready.
Hold on. That guy said is an Ambazonian. So that Ambazonian narrative is a satellite. Hold on. It's a satellite Cameroonian narrative of the Biafran narrative. So essentially, it's an IPOB, that guy.
I understand you, woman.
All right. Yeah, wrap it up.
And somebody said, I think it was Remy that was saying it stylishly, that when we don't appreciate our country, and we speak so bad of our country. Now we are talking about our Senate, the way they have conducted themselves today, that it is at least commendable. And somebody came here to tell us that a 40-year ruler is democracy, is democratic. So, but that's not the point. My own point is we should try as much as possible to understand that this is not a Tinubu's fight. It is an ECOWAS fight.
Yes,
Some
I
ECOWAS
think
nation,
so. Yeah, all right.
some ECOWAS nation
yeah.
already have their military on standby. Why Nigeria is still dilly-dallying how to get the military to mobilize. So if it was a Tinubu's war, Tinubu can use veto power and say this is a security issue and move in. But I want to say this final statement. If we fold our arms, do nothing on both ends, both diplomatically and military-wise, and it degenerates in future, I hope everybody that is saying, okay, it's the wrong move, it's not what to do, it's not this, it's not that, will not come back and blame this man again for the level of insecurity.
Can we interject?
Yeah, you can, since Jide is go on now, rational mind.
You said if we do nothing, we fold our arms. Well, what is the threat that that Niger posed to Nigeria? Did you hear what I said? Hello? Jide?
Yes, I heard what you said.
I said, what is the threat? You say if you just sit down, fold our arms, do nothing about it, what is going on in Niger? What is the threat that Niger posed to Nigeria?
Very good. Okay, now first thing is this: the economic threat. One, I don't even want to toe that line for now. I'm looking at it from the another angle. I don't want to toe the line of the pipeline stuff. I don't want to toe the line of the gas line. I want to toe the line of before Niger was in tumor. We know the extent to which they were contributing to the growth of Boko Haram. We know how we blamed the past president for banditry, which some of these people are also from. We saw videos of those guys, and we saw some of them that they were not really Nigerians. We know now there is war in Sudan. There are influx of refugees down to Chad, even down to Niger. Now there is military coup in Niger. Now they are finding their way, and they will find it south. And when they come into our country again, and we now start having insecurity here and there, because those guys will find a way of eating. They will find a way of feeding themselves. And if crime is the fastest way to get money to feed themselves, and they choose to go by crime, and it is now overwhelming.
You know, Jide, they said that the biggest arms market in the Sahel is in that country, in Niger Republic.
Exactly. One man. Exactly.
Hold on. Jide, just listen. I mean, I don't even know all the things you just said now. I don't even understand. The question I ask you is that what is the threat that Niger posed to us? You say economically, you don't want to talk about that. Now you're talking about military. Terrorism or whatever going on in the Sahel. So when Bazoum was there, what is the difference of Bazoum being there and these military guys being there? Now, let me give you a case in point. In Mali, the same issue they're facing in Niger is what they face. When a civilian was there, it was a mess. Now with the military there now, they've been able to stem the tide. They've been able to put that Tuareg and the rest of them in those northern part of Mali. Same thing in Burkina. The same problem when they had a civilian there. He was just treating the whole thing with kid glove. And now look at how they're doing very well. We're able to put those people down, put them in there. Clamp them down. Now look at what is going on in Niger. I'm not saying totally it's all has to do with terrorism or whatever, the insurgency there, but it's more of an economic for them. So now, but they use that as an excuse too. The issue of insurrection and all of that playing out around their countries too. Now, They are there now. Look at this country I'm just giving you now, how they are doing very well when it comes to security-wise in their country. Now, if they are doing the same thing, so what is the difference between Bazoum being there and there was this problem they had economically and all of that, and they being there? What's the difference? And what's the threat to Nigeria? That's the question.
All right, hold on, Jide.
Okay.
Respond to that, but succinctly. I want to try and get around to people very, very quickly so that they're not held for too long. But before you respond, can I ask that whoever has not thumbed up, please thumb up. We've had 150, 160, 170, etc. But all we have is 50 likes. So if you've not clicked on the like button yet, then please do that, sir. So Jide, just condense it so I can go to the next person.
All right. Rational mind. I like your question, but I want to say something. One of the accusations of the Cameroonian guy that came yesterday was that we have 6 million refugees from Nigeria living in Cameroon. Now, as a result of
those are dubious statistics, by the way. I'm not quite sure.
Woman, I want to just I want to say something to that. That's one. Now that we have 6 million Nigerians living in Nigeria, in Cameroon now as a result of Boko Haram insurgency. Now, he equally accused Nigeria of dispersing Boko Haram into their country. Okay? Now, what I'm trying to say is this. Already, as it stands now, some Nigerians, from some documentaries I watched recently, Chadians, Sudanese are moving down into Nigeria. That's as it stands today, trying to find a place to hide themselves. Now, if you look in terms of the numbers of people moving out because of this military incursion, which these people were in their states before, they did not move out when they had civilian rule. Okay, now they are moving out, and by the time they move out in their number, let's say because the whole bet is now under military rule, let's say we are looking around 6 million, 12 million or thereabout moving into Nigeria. One, we already have our own deficit in terms of whatever economic issues. Now these people will come with their own issues. Some will carry weapons. Some will start crimes again. And that's why I'm saying that at least if we are not doing anything, we should at least march our military down to our borders to stop any form of incursion, any form of refugee issue again that will lead to insurgency and banditry and all these things along the line. And when it happens, we will not blame anybody but the presidency. That is what we know how to do best in this country. Thank you, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant, Jide. So I'm going to open up the space for a more expansive conversation. But as I said, I want to get through the voices quickly because I'm conscious that people hang around sometimes. Let's hear from Darati and open up as we did. So Darati, what caught your attention in the news today?
Yes, thank you, Mama. Like and share. I got a lot.
Oh no, we can't hear you, Darati.
I saw the what is this called? This guy called San. This what's the name?
Festus Keyamo.
Festus Keyamo. I watched the issue that happened in the Senate because the Senate has a Facebook account. So I think when there was a particular time like that, I was following it. I normally follow many of the Nigerian institutions. I just follow them sometimes when I see them. So just to get some feedback sometimes. So I saw how they stepped him down. And I think the Senate President.
Darati. Oh, I think it dropped. Let's hear from Enigmatic. Enigmatic. So Darati, come back and then take the floor back. Enigmatic, unmute. Same question that I just asked Darati before it dropped. What caught your attention in the news cycle today? Good to see you, Enigmatic. Thank you, Oman. I mean, a couple of things. Yeah, a couple of them. First, I think some people, if they are real Nigerians, they should just stop talking about Nigeria going to war. I've said it, Nigeria is not going to war. Tinubu is not ECOWAS. ECOWAS is not Tinubu. So ECOWAS is a regional organization that is being headed by, fortunately, a Nigerian president. So for the mere fact that is the ECOWAS boss, so to say, doesn't actually give him the unilateral decision to just pick and choose on what he does. And then, of course, I do understand the sentiment of the people from the north. You know, they have families there. They are interwoven. They have a lot of things going down in Niger, and there's always this conversation about, and this is why one thing that I'm actually happy about, that the next Minister of Defense is not going to be a military man, somebody who is less in that category, so they can think less of.
Who are you anticipating?
Well, it's quite dicey, because when you look at the list, he made conscious effort not to include any military man, ex-military man, or ex.
Oh, right. So there's no military men on the list, is there? Okay,
no,
yeah.
None. So he's trying to demilitarize Nigeria politics, if you notice what is happening. And that was the reason he insisted on Ribadu. So anybody can handle that. Erufai, Wike, I know he's going to be somebody who is dogged, resilient.
A real bruiser. A real bruiser.
So not just a small boy role. So Nigeria is not going to war. I know we have some skepticism on one side, and then we have some completely, the losers. Of course, they want war. They do not want war. They want coup. Now they are resorting to blackmail and every other thing. So there are so many things that I have time to talk about today. You want to talk about Fashola's filing a libel, or
has he filed a libel?
Yeah,
do you think he should have responded even?
Absolutely. They need to make an example of those lunatics. Those people are becoming they are becoming national risk, national security risk to the country as a whole. So somebody is basically sponsoring.
They picked on the wrong guy. Fashola is not one to do.
And Fashola is not going to back down. Once he makes a decision like that, he has already. They filed to Twitter, now X. They've covered the ground. They've covered the ground. They will unveil whoever is behind the scene doing that, because it went beyond. They were actually, don't you know, they even actually had they created Twitter Space because of this matter. There are so many. They have YouTube stuff, and some other people that they have their field day on that. So they just need to do this and they need to make an example of some people, because when you are looking at this one man, this is defamation of character, right? In all definition of it, in anything you can say, because it is though defamation, law vary from one jurisdiction to another, right? But generally, globally, the aim of defamation basically is to strike a balance, between protecting freedom of speech and safeguarding individuals' reputations, from false and harmful statements like this.
Fashola will see that guy in prison. Is that sort of guy? He will see that guy in prison.
Yeah, like they always say, they chose the wrong guy. That's what, because he went. Their game now is that people who can reason,
and he used his name as well, Jackson Uday. Jackson.
It's a lot of them. So you should go and see. He already filed it, and then when you look at what is happening, right? They started from
election mandate or whatever, they are in court. From the whole period of the time they were in court, they never kept quiet for once. They are trying to delegitimize the process of election, the government, the institution, and then the judiciary as it is now, because they are aware of the fact that the ruling will be coming anytime from now. So it's like they are snatching a playbook, right, from Donald Trump, the same way Donald Trump is doing what they are doing. And this is the problem of their leader. They have a leader who can tell them to keep quiet and to nip it in the bud. But he feels, he feels the legitimacy of these people running crazy. But once again, they've chosen the wrong person, because, defamation as it is, it's an all-encompassing.
Is it a jailable offense? Defamation, is it a jailable offense?
Oh man, we know there is a cyber crime and something stalking law in act in Nigeria. They have all the laws.
I thought the penalty was just a fine. I'm not sure if it's a jailable offense.
Well, I can't really speak extensively against that, but when it goes to the route of defamation, right, and then which includes libel, right, and slander, there's a capital punishment for that, and I think that's what he's gunning for, because basically they've soiled his name, his reputation, right? Because the few factors that you consider in libel is, libelous statement that includes defamatory articles, like you just seen now, in newspapers, social media posts, blogs, entries, and stuff like that. They were all over the place. And then the statement typically, more permanent or can reach broader audience, which actually it ticks all the boxes. It checks all the boxes of what, aggregates to be a defamation of character. So which if it goes under that, then there's a capital punishment for that, But beyond that, that is number one. Number two, I want to speak. I've spoken about the war. The people who want war, they know where they've been calling their war. So they should restrict it to their region and their obedience base, because they don't even know what they want now. They wanted a coup. They wanted their mandate restored. They want a Niger, the same Niger Republic that they viciously attacked because because of Buhari the last time. Buhari extending some overtures to them. All of a sudden, they are the lovers of that Niger Republic now. So they're always here or there. And then when we call them certain stuff, people will be saying we don't, because you cannot be patriotic and always want everything evil and bad for your country. These are the same set of people that started, maligning reputation of Nigeria to United Nations, to almost every international organization. One of them wrote to Biden. Some of them wrote to a lot of nonsense just because of election. So that is by the way. And then going to the happenings in the Senate. So the Senate, as we speak, are they actually morons, as the Boston called them? I think they've come out to.
I did not. They did not.
They've come out to show Nigerians they are actually moronic in their tendencies at the way they conduct their businesses. This is not like trying to carry kettle for anyone, but when you look at the Keyamo drama today now. People, except people who just want to be political, because we know Keyamo has been the prime target of the opposition from the election. So they've been looking for him. They've been looking for ways to of course, malign his reputation. One of those people that they just been looking for a way to get back at him. But beyond that, this situation that happened today at the Senate, there was a let me say milieu, if you call it, or probably some imbroglio that actually ensued between Keyamo and the ministers and the senators, both chambers, last year. So there was a program that was supposed to be handled by the executive, but by the nature of the Senate.
All right. I think. Oh yeah, you're back. Okay, carry on.
Yes. So by the tendencies of the Senate, right? They seamlessly, they were supposed to have a seamless negotiation with Keyamo for 50%, right? And then each of the each local government was supposed to be having 1,000 on a certain list. So Keyamo took the list out of Keyamo basically did everything they were supposed to do by virtue of the executive power that they had. But that was not okay with them. You know, in situations like that, the National Assembly, the senators and the House of Rep members, they always want to have their input. That in my local government, if you are submitting 1,000 names, they want to have their own people on the list and stuff like that. Keyamo never allowed them to do that. They basically did that on merit because they were suspecting that if they handed the list to the honorables, they will, of course, you know, do their own magic and then inflate the numbers or probably put some party people there. So they basically try to. They basically.
All right. Can I ask people to push up the like button? Get us to 100, and then I'll leave you alone. Carry on, enigmatic. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the crux of the matter. That was how they started. Then later, when they saw that he wasn't backing down, right? They started to issue threats. They invited him to House of Rep. He went to House of Rep. The videos are there. You can check the video. You will see the conversation. You will see the confusion. So they wanted him to go into an executive session with them, right? And he told them you cannot go to an executive session where you are alleging corruption. A corruption matter should be handled, right, in the glare of the camera. You never gave them the option of going behind the scene, and that was the problem. And at the end of the day, they told him to go, so he left because he was supposed to move to the Senate. So now it was the result you are seeing today, beyond the politics behind it, because from Delta State already, there are politics that is happening in Delta, which I told you earlier, that Keyamo was not on the list. First of all, he was supposed to be the NDDC chairman, right? Or one of the flagship board chairman. That was the arrangement because it was getting too messy in Delta State, and then that was the arrangement for him. Because Okotete is supposedly is going to be dropped or almost going to be dropped. If she is able to go through the approval process, then I know I told you it's going to be probably when the reshuffle cabinet, she's probably going to be one of those. She has a plethora of petition and baggage against her. So that's why you see that Okotete, that's Abdullahi and El-Rufai, they've not been cleared yet. So now,
is that has to be a good thing because there's such because sometimes you have the sense that people like El-Rufai feel that they're above the country or above the law. So for him to be embarrassed somewhat, I think a lot of people delight in it.
Okay, the people who want El-Rufai to be embarrassed, what can you compare those people? Can you compare those people's their state of origin, their governors, the performances of their governors?
I'm one of them, by the way. Yeah, I want to be embarrassed a bit. Yeah.
Okay, I would push you. You'll be their leader now. You want him embarrassed, but compare Rufai's performances so far in public offices, past and present. Compare any of your governors, past and present, to El-Rufai in terms of performance.
He has not done half of Seyi Makinde in terms of the resources available to both of them.
Are you one of those listening to some echo chamber propaganda or what?
No, I'm on the floor in Ibadan. That's why I am.
From where you are in the UK,
right? Don't worry. Felele layout. I mean, I'm not in the UK. I mean, Felele layout.
At least I'm not speaking, but I can tell you for a fact, if you understand, if you know how Kaduna was before he became governor, you know how he left Kaduna State. When he was
No, nobody's querying that, but the killings in southern Kaduna and how he mismanaged, we know that situation precedes his administration, but a lot of people, and myself somewhat as well, felt that he mismanaged that space. In fact, some people even felt that he encouraged it.
Well, that is quite debatable, right? If you are putting that on the table for people who think differently, as a state governor, what can you really do? The only thing you can do is probably facilitate your closeness or probably whatever contact you have, from the federal level to the subnational. It has no power of to control the security or whatever. Of course, from utterances or from whatever he says, or from body language or from actions, people can say actions or inaction, so to say. People may actually read meanings to that to say, okay, this is, or probably the major problem that I've seen that Rufai has had is because of his utterances against a certain section of the country, especially the obedient. You know their politics with El Rufai. He has come out to chastise and embarrass their little god, and he has done everything openly to let them understand that, he's a very stubborn guy, that he will say what he has to say, and you can go to hell if you like it or not. And then that was the reason. It's not, at least we cannot consider him to be desperate for a ministerial appointment, unlike the other guy who said Nigeria is a stain on his name and Nigeria passport is a stain, and he called everybody out. But now he's begging desperately to be minister. So you cannot really say Rufai is desperate. They give him good, they don't give him good. It's okay, right? But like I said again, those people who want to always criticize El Rufai for everything, what has been the achievement of their governors in their own state? Have we not seen governors in this state, right? Because when we say NSAS, you always want to point fingers to Lagos State. But are you aware of the fact that NSAS in Anambra State, up until now, their God, right, filed an injunction to even skip going to the judicial inquiry to face questions, to answer questions, because of the activities of SARS. In Okuzu SARS, 140 people died. They are not 140 Hausa people. They are not 140 Yoruba people. 140 people from Anambra State, they died while he was governor, on record. Videos are there, right? But we can actually say this back and forth. But we know the politics of El Rufai, and we know how bombastic and how it can be when he actually wants to be. Even the guy that actually submitted the petition against him that very day, he was going to speak, to that petition. Why did the Senate not allow him to? They were supposed to be screening him. And this is what I'm talking about, the nascent stages of our democracy. In America, the purpose of screening is ask tough questions, where there are gray areas, clear those gray areas. They had the opportunity of allowing that man to answer to the petition that was introduced, or the order of that petition that was introduced by Senator Sunday Karimi, right?
What indication did he give that? Because you seem to be leaping to the assumption. I saw no indication that he wanted to answer.
He was ready to answer it. If probably you did go back and watch his screening. El Rufai, first of all, when you are dealing with people like El Rufai, he will tell you in his mind, what do I stand to lose again? Do you understand that kind of mindset, one man? What else do I stand to lose again in my life, that I will not come out and clear my name by whatever petition they've submitted against me? Because I did not see the petition, and you do not see the petition either. It's classified. But I can guess that what is in that petition is not going to be beyond all these rhetorics of being a divisive person, him being somebody who is trying to ethnic chauvinist or something like that, right? Is Peter Obi not on the phone crying about our daddy or whatever? Was he not playing to the gallery with Christians and stuff like that? How many of them have done that? But when some people have a tunnel vision, loathsomeness about some people, they will go extra mile without actually looking at the advantage of that person. And I challenge anybody again on this platform. If you are from Edo State, are you proud of the lunatic that you have in Edo State, in Obaseki, that in 8 years you cannot significantly point to anything that Obaseki has done? If you are from Delta State, irrespective of regardless of the humongous allowances, FAC and everything that even the royalty from the IOCs, can you point significantly to anything of achievement laid on ground by your governor, or any governor in the Southeast, or any governor in Southwest, or any governor at all? But when you are saying El-Rufai, try to travel to Kaduna State and flashback how Kaduna was and how he left Kaduna, flashback how FCT was when he was in office and then when he left. And since he left FCT, tell me one FCT minister, right, that has worked even close to lacing the shoe of this man. These are his performance.
Enigmatic, can I interject, please? I want to
give me a second, please. But that is the part of it. I'm not saying is a perfect human. Everybody is infallible, including myself. We human beings, we are all subject.
No, everybody is fallible.
Yeah. Sorry, everybody is fallible, right? So we are all subject of imperfection. But when you want to speak about Wike now, go and look at those people who will be speaking at the top of their voices against Wike. And this is the Wike at a point, one man, bear me witness, and anybody on this platform. This is Wike at a point that was the doyen, right, and the cynosure and the lovebird of the obedient when he graciously, almost laid the red carpet for Obi when he came to River State.
You know, Wike actually gave him his campaign bosses.
But when you have like I said, when you are so shallow-minded and you can't reason beyond some primordial political sentiment, then it clouds your judgment, your sense of judgment. So look at the good in the. I'm not, like I said, right? I'm talking about his performance now. I'm talking about if El-Rufai holds any portfolio in the federal cabinet, is he going to perform? Yes or no? If you think he's not going to perform, go to your own state, put your governor, your incumbent governor side by side, El-Rufai now, okay? Or your ex-governors side by side, El-Rufai, and compare and contrast. That is where we should start. That is how we should be discussing our politics going forward. Not just saying El-Rufai is this, Wike is this. Your governor in your own state, what have they done? What are they doing?
All right, Enigmatic, take a question from Jide and then give it a short. There's still a couple of headlines that have come through that I want to speak to you about, but I want to move it around, like I said, to document everybody's voice. But take a question from Jide, give it a snapshot answer, and then we go to Prince Daddy.
Okay, Enigmatic, thank you for your submission. I want to throw this out as a general question, but I know you will take a cue from it. Don't you think it is complete hypocrisy from most of the Nigerians criticizing this man? Because this man, in terms of performance, has almost outperformed any of our governors that we know. And down to the point of his statement or whatever he said, I want to say something like, we have, during this old Buhari scenario, Buhari regime, we had pastors on the pulpit that said things that were worse than what El-Rufai said. But because they are saying it to people, to a person that almost every one of them does not like, it is okay. I also remember that Fashola advertised Buhari's obituary.
Sorry, did you have a question? Just to manage the time. Yeah.
Yes, advertised Buhari's obituary on the newspaper, and then it was okay with everybody. Don't you think that it is just hypocrisy that whenever things don't go our way in Nigeria or does not go in our line of thought, we always try to condemn and try to look for a way to discredit that person or that thing?
Okay, let me just go by this way. The hypocrisy of Nigerians, right, especially within the political space, is quite appalling and can be nauseating sometimes, because at a point we all agree that all our politicians are criminals, right? We all agreed. But when you want to define your own criminal being a better criminal, then what is your level of integrity in that? So, like I was saying, right, do not forget, at a point in this country, we have some people, and up to now, I think they've reverted back until, I mean, just for the period of the election, they had a change of mind, but temporarily, they call them temporary lovers of Nigeria now, emergency lovers of Nigeria. They still believe Nigeria is a zoo, one, right? There are some people in this country that at a point, they can exchange anything good in their life to believe that Buhari, you know, that Buhari, the same Buhari, you know, when he was in office, was a cloned Buhari. They took everything hook, line, and sinker. And then you come to question the level of some people that I would consider they are theatric, you know, vagabonds, that you cannot call them Nigerians. When you want, you know, regardless of your politics in America, right? I want to put this thing to test to anyone, regardless of Republican or Democrat. If you see them outside America, ask them certain questions. They will put you to your place and let you understand. Forget our politics back home. You cannot, right, speak evil of America. But when you have Nigerians on a daily basis looking for ways, right, to inflame Nigeria, looking for ways to put Nigeria down, and then it brings you to this question: do you know the level of some people's apostate set of mindset, their level of the intellectual perfidy and the mendacious ways they want to define citizenship is quite silly, because you cannot say you are a citizen of a country and you are just ceding that your allegiance to an individual. That becomes courtism. That becomes hero worshipping, to the point that you want Nigeria to be born alive. It's not fair. So talking to the hypocrisy of this, tell me any Nigeria politician now that you can beat your chest and say, this is a messiah, this is clean, because the only thing we say is they all go through, if they have FBI search all of them, they will probably be in prison, right? And you are not, you are on a normal basis, legally, you are not a criminal until convicted of that. But when you want to defend your own as a gay order, like this El-Rufai now, check the region or check the people that are always criticizing El-Rufai. You ask the question, what has been the sins or the sin of El-Rufai? They will tell you some unnecessary, irrelevant, stories up and down. And I put it to everybody again: go back to your state and check your state governors. What has been their performances? Can they even make the cabinet of even El-Rufai in a state by level of their performances?
All right, brilliant. So that brilliant. So let's go on then from enigmatic to Prince Daddy. So we want to try and get it quickly around everybody. So Prince Daddy, you're up next. The opening question still the same. What caught your attention in the news cycle today, Prince? Prince Daddy. Can anyone hear me? Prince, you're muted. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, what happened to Prince Daddy? Is it not there?
Yeah, it's unmuted, but we can't hear him. Prince.
Maybe it's not there.
Obalola.
Maybe it's not there at the moment.
Oriade, no. All right then. You pick it up from there. Prince, are you there? Yes, it's saying in the private chat that he's there, but your voice is not coming through, Prince. We can't hear a word.
Tell him to go out and come back in.
Yes, if you heard Ajale Koko, then do that. Sorry. Yes, do that. Thank you, Prince. But make sure you come back. Let's hear from Darati, who dropped and then came back. So we hear from Darati, and then we hear from Ajanle Koko, Rational Mind Bishop. So Darati, you're back.
Okay, one more, thank you. Sorry, I was cut off the other time. My network fluctuated that time. Well, let me just speak one thing about the issue of the Niger Republic thing. I think presently the whole country is like, we don't want you to go for this war, so on and so forth. And there was a speaker that spoke earlier on, that's Mr. Jide. He made us to know, he made it clear to Nigerians to know that it is not about Tinubu. Even though Nigeria has a lion's share in terms of responsibilities within the ECOWAS. Yesterday, I saw the Gambian president came into the Gambia at the airport. He was engaged by the journalists, and it was being asked what will be their next line of action. And it was saying that we have agreed together.
Have we lost you again? Darati? Darati? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, the Gambian guy is gone.
The Gambian guy. All right. Ajanle Koko, we'll come to you. Sorry, Darati. We'll come back to you again. Yes, Ajanle Koko. So the same question, your response.
Yes, greetings to our listener around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think the closure of the airspace by the Niger, according to aviation and airliner, I mean, what do you call it? This, yes, I think airline operators, what they are saying now is that, flight ticket might cost more because they have to do the reroutes of their flight due to the closure of the Nigerian airspace. Will take a longer time than what it used to be. So because now we have Sudan airspace closed and what do you call it? Nigerian airspace closed. So coming to West Africa, to Nigeria and some other part of West Africa that normally take the routes of Nigerian airspace, they have to reroute, and that will take a longer time. So the flight ticket might go up.
Those are some of the unforeseen. Those are some of the unforeseen effects of some of these things, isn't it?
Yeah. So the war have not started, but the economic effect has already begun. So that is
that because of the no-fly zone that everybody has declared? Because the Nigerians have also declared a no-fly zone, and Nigerians have also declared a no-fly zone.
Yes. So it's yeah, that is why, because now they close their airspace now officially, that they don't want any airline to pass through their airplane, and they have done this because of Nigerian
aggression.
Yes. So if Nigerian Air Force or any airline whatsoever that try to fly through their airspace, they might shoot it down. It's going to constitute a security threat to them because they already make official announcement their airspace is closed. They don't want any airline or anything whatsoever to fly through their airspace. So I think they are getting their defense. They are fortifying their defense.
But do they even have the capability? I did show that clip of the Wagner group taking formations there, and you were describing it as fake news.
Yeah, to me, some few seconds clip is not convincing enough to tell me that Wagner Group are there already. So, so now they are fortifying their defense. On the air, on the ground, and they have said they said they are ready for any military attack coming toward them. They are ready to fight back. So that is what they said today. So it tells me that those guys, they are ready. They are not backing down, and they are ready to defend their country. And but in a nutshell, we might be buying air ticket. Those of you coming from Britain, you might have to pay more now, because Nigeria closed their distance, and the other countries too, the Mali and Burkina Faso, they might join them in the same, to close their own airspace as well. So
let me show you this headline. Actually, I was saving this for enigmatic, but let me show you this headline. There is no way that administration can hold. That's what it's seeming like. U.S. envoy meet Niger coup leaders but see no headway. The second highest United States diplomat said on Monday she had met with Niger's military leaders but made no immediate headway in reversing a coup. Victoria Nuland, the acting deputy secretary of state, said she met for more than 2 hours with Niger's senior military leaders in the capital, Niamey. These conversations were extremely frank and at times quite difficult, Nuland told reporters by telephone as she prepares to fly out of Niger. This was a first conversation in which the United States was offering its good offices if there is a desire on the part of the people who are responsible for this to return to the constitutional order, she said. I would not say that we are in any way taking up, I would not say that we were in any way taking up on that offer, she said. So the Americans sending a high delegation, she said she met with Brigadier General Musa Salau Abamau, who has been named as the new military chief of staff, and other leaders. She said the junta did not respond to her request to meet Niger's self-proclaimed new leader, General Tiani, or the detained elected president Mohamed Bazoum, although U.S. officials have been in touch with Bazoum via telephone. Nuland said she gave a number of options on the way to reverse the coup. She said she also made clear the consequences are for relations with the United States if Niger does not restore Bazoum or follow the path of neighboring Mali in calling in Russia, or follow the path of neighboring Mali in calling in Russia's Wagner mercenaries. I hope they will keep the door open to diplomacy. We made that proposal. We will see, she said. She said Bamau was well acquainted with cooperation with the United States through his past involvement in special missions. So yes, the Americans are in. The people who have taken this action here understand very well the risks to their sovereignty when Wagner is invited in, Nuland said. So I'm not quite seeing how that coup can hold, Ajale Koko.
Look, one man, from that report, she was not able to meet the new head of state. So this guy have adopted since I think a day before the what do you call it? Maybe 2 days before the ultimatum. 2 days before the end of the ultimatum given them by the ECOWAS. They stopped. They stopped to meet with any foreign delegation. The Nigerian high-level delegation sent by Buhari, by Tinubu, in the name of Sadwana and Sokoto and
Abdusalami.
Abdusalam. The guy did not meet with them. So
he kept them holding at the airport, the audacity of it. Yeah.
So he didn't meet with them. He didn't allow them to see Bazoum. So the same with this government official from US. They didn't let him meet him. So he is showing to them that if you are my enemy, we will let you meet the lower cadre of government official in place now. You will not meet the president. So he's positioning himself as a man in control.
A man in control or a man on the run?
No, a man in control that you have to work hard before you can meet him. It is either you are a friend. If you are a friend, he will meet you. If you are not a friend, then you will talk to somebody. He doesn't want to meet you because you are an enemy. What even the French official tried to meet him the day before yesterday. He didn't meet with them as well. So he is trying to create a barrier between him and those that are enemy. And that is where he should go. So meet the head of the chief of staff. That is it. But with me, I am the head of state, and I want you to you must you must be our friend before you can meet our president. So that is what they're really showing now.
There is a paragraph. There's a paragraph in what's the is that name familiar, by the way? This Nolan. There's a paragraph in what she said that is quite instructive. She said that Bamao was well acquainted with cooperation with the United States through his past involvement in special forces. So this Bamao now is the chief of staff to the new president. And what you can read into that is that this guy is corruptible. This guy can be influenced because he's somewhat Americanized. So is that a portal of window that she's identified?
Well, I don't know. But what is clear to us is that the military the military of that nation have declared their support to this current military head of state. So military is fully backing him. And anything can change tomorrow. But as of today, all the military structure in that country are backing this guy. And they are really picturing to enemies that, look, if you don't want us, we don't want you too. And that's why they don't let them meet the president. His defense, the defense around him has to be well fortified. And I think they are building a very strong defense around him, and to picture to enemy of their country now that have action on them. Yes.
maybe he's afraid of the treatment of anything in the U.S. You have to be very careful. The treatment of Abiola now.
Abiola treatment. You know, I was thinking that.
Oh yeah. So this is the guy in charge of
That
the
guy is a dead
presidential.
man walking. Anyway, he's a dead man walking.
Is the man in charge of the presidential. He has fought.
Even if that coup holds, that guy is gone because they'll take him down. Hello?
I can hear you.
A high level of military structure, so it's not trying to take any. It's not trying to take any chance at all. So, but I think I like what he's doing by not letting them to see him. So he's picturing to them that look, it's showing that he is more relevant now. Because if they all came there to meet him, but it's not been them. So what is the talk? You already impose sanction on us. You already, carry out whatever you want to carry out against my nation. What am I meeting you for? So go and meet my junior officers, and they can tell you what we stand for. So I think I like that strategy. That look, we don't give a damn about you guys. It's not necessary to meet with you. Our nation is our nation. We stand by what we believe in, and we will stand to defend our nation at any time. So the U.S. delegation, I think, they got that message, and I believe they are disappointed that they couldn't meet him. So that's the way I see it. One man.
Right.
Before you drop, Babaja, listen to take this. Maybe you can talk about. Do you know what is called military strategic pyramid?
What do you say?
Military strategic tyranny.
No, pyramid.
I'm not a
military
person. I'm not a military person. I don't know. Enigmatic.
Okay, it works in international relations too. It's called like military strategic pyramid. It's a process, right? It's a process of negotiation, process of trying to open up and see, where interest aligns or stuff like that. All these things that you see, America is
command by intent, command by plan, command by directive. Backing you up.
God bless you, Baba. Immediately when he showed his hand by refusing to see this lady, I think within 2 hours, right? They withdrew $100 million, $100 million aid. At a point, they will leave him within the cocoon of that Niger, and it will be irrelevant, useless. And Niger people themselves on the street, they will be the one calling for the outside of those people. So they will stifle him because nobody is going to throw. I've said it here, one man, and I'm going to repeat it. Nobody is going to throw, right? Nobody is going to throw one pellet of a bomb in Niger Republic. Niger is too small for that. They will find a way out of this, and they will rescue Bazoum, and they will get the democratic government back in power. But these people, like you said, one man, skin it alive or dead. They know they have no chance of surviving this except if they have to come to terms. At a point,
that government is not going to hold. It's impossible. The pressure is too much.
I am just laughing the way you guys are talking. Why do we still have the Burkina Faso?
They were not under this level of pressure.
What do you mean they are not? They have already imposed sanction on them too. So let me tell you this. Look, America was going to do. We are going to impose sanction anyway. So what they are trying to do is just see how maybe if that lady at that high level meet with him, they can, try to
pay him off. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look at the money. We can give you this money. You think they don't understand the way diplomatic all these diplomatic moves. You think they don't know how it operates?
Uh,
They know.
I can't let me just quickly
And they
correct you on
have a
something.
right. You want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to correct you. There were no sanctions. They lifted the sanction on Burkina Faso and Mali way back in the year 2022. So there are no official ECOWAS sanction on Burkina Faso and Mali. Just to correct that.
All right. Bring it to Majale Koko and then we get to Prince Daddy.
Okay, so they were going to impose, or they were going to, stop all this aid to them anyway, and they understood that. So, it's a strategy that I believe will work good for them because they don't want to meet with them. They already told them to leave their land. They already told the United States forces, leave our land. They already told the France, leave our land, just as Burkina Faso did and Mali. So all sanction, impose all sanction on them. They're not going to die. They will go through the hardship. They will survive it. It's a matter of time. I don't know why we want to have headache for them that, they will be strangulated and things will happen to them. This is going to happen to them. North Korea today, the whole world imposed sanction on North Korea. Still, North Korea is developing technologically to such an extent that they've been able to develop.
Niger is the poorest country in the world.
Yeah, they will go through the hardship and they will find their way to get out of it. And look, I don't know why we are basking for this war, or some of us are saying, Nigeria have interest, Nigeria need to go and do this, Nigeria go and do that. When Ghana president was the chairman of ECOWAS, during that time, this Mali situation or Burkina Faso happened. The Mali, the Ghana head of state or the chairman did not call for
Mali is not on Ghana's border.
Burkina Faso, rather, it's Burkina Faso. I'm trying to say Burkina Faso. So when the Burkina Faso
is it on Ghana's border?
Oh, they share border. They share border. So Ghana president did not call for a troop to come and it did not call for troops it didn't amass troop at its borderline against Burkina Faso. Why are we doing that? Why are we threatening our neighboring state? Why are we doing it? For what? What are we trying to achieve? It's nonsensical. Why are we trying to bully our neighbor? We cannot be a police country in Africa trying to bully fellow African country. It is insane, and it can't yield any meaningful result. And I'm happy that majority of the police are kicking against it, and that is what is going to happen. There's not going to be war. It's going to be resolved diplomatically, and that's the way to go. Whether we like it or not, French can impose sanctions. America can impose sanctions on them. I believe at a point, Nigeria, we have to relax their sanction with these people, negotiate with them, give them breathing space, and allow them, assist them, cooperate with them to return that country to civilian rule. That's my take, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So what's our interest? Is Janle Koko's question. Give them breathing space. Prince Daddy, should they get a breathing space? What have you been looking at in the news today? Prince Daddy, Obalola.
Hello, woman. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfectly. Good to have you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Breathing space for the Nigerians. I rather should choke them. They need to be choked.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I look at this. The guys I saw wearing the uniforms, they look like men that like to sleep on water beds and eat hors d'oeuvres. They don't look like people that want to go through hardship. I don't think that they cut up for this. Not at all. They are opportunists. It's quite clear with their rhetorics. I don't think they have much to offer the Nigerian people. But of course, I was just watching earlier. I think the Wagner group may be making its way to Niger. But all that is going to do for them is just suffering and pain. I mean, because they're not to fight war. So if they want people to die, they're going to get that for sure. Niger is it's not strategic to Russia. I mean, unlike Ukraine, and I'm not sure. I mean, its population. Well, I mean, they have nothing really to offer Russia. But of course, the U.S. has its military base there for strategic purpose. But the lady you showed, there she goes right there on the screen, Victoria Nuland. I like to refer to her as the messenger of death, really, because everywhere she goes, destruction follows. Really, she was there in Ukraine before Victor, what is it called? Is it Poroshenko was
God bless you.
Yanukovych, rather. Victor Yanukovych was
Big Daddy, you know her resume. God bless you. You see, she wasn't there by accident. She wasn't there randomly. Strategic.
correct.
2 hours
Yes.
later, with $100 million aid.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Actually, there you go. So she's destruction follows her. She's been around for a very long time. This lady, you don't know her. She kind of works. She's an undersecretary right now, but she's working in the State Department. I mean, everywhere she's been. Okay, so she understands Africa. About last year or so, she was in Nigeria also, and this lady, Mokpe, interviewed her. She gave her a low ball question, but she's very dangerous, smart, dangerous. She knows what she does. She understands Africa and Europe, of course, the South, the Eastern European bloc. So that's Victoria Nuland for you. What are these people? What do they really want? The Nigerians I'm talking about. I don't know.
President, let me interrupt you. You just said something about this lady. It's anywhere she goes, and after the aftermath is usually destruction, right?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that what you said?
Yes,
So
yeah.
give me an example of such a destruction after she left rather.
Well, she was the mastermind, if you ask me, when it came to the overthrow of Viktor Yanukovych. Absolutely, because the guy that was before Vladimir Zelensky came about. We were talking about it yesterday. It was pretty much a coup, of course, civilian coup, I would say, but nonetheless, Yanukovych was more aligned with the Russians, with Vladimir Putin, right? And they didn't like it. And I was saying yesterday also, Ukraine is strategic to Russia, of course, and the U.S. A lot of shady deals goes on in Ukraine. It's quite corrupt, and the American politicians, they found a foothold in there to operate. They do so much stuff about Ukraine, and this is coming from mostly American intellectuals. They have documented a lot of things, like Noam Chomsky and some other ones. So that's one example. In Benghazi, by the way, in Libya, she was there. If you know, you guys never heard her name. Victoria Nuland was there.
How was she there? How? What role? In what capacity?
Well, she's now she's the undersecretary. Back then, I mean, she's the coordinator. Whatever happens, is it with the American embassy? Just like is it Colata Benny just said right now? $100 million withdrawn from Niger, just like that. She's the one that pulls the plug. She approves everything. So you may not see a handiwork on the ground, but such transactions, she makes the calls. I mean, imagine $100 million aid gone from Niger overnight. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So
there's one thing you should tell. There's another thing that she instructively now are giving signal to the U.S. that they have contact, like so to say, an ally now that they can work on and they can work with. Probably the number 2 to that guy or the chief of staff. So this, but people should actually.
They'll be announcing the death of that guy before the end of the week.
They might. They might.
So look, when this kind of ladies, right? They are for what you call the covert operators and covert operation. So what he has done basically is to deliver American gesture to Niger, to the guy, which he missed. But he signaled to the guy and to the world that, well, they have an ally who works closely with him. What do you think America would do? All they need is just a loophole. And then within 2 hours of that visit, where he failed to...
Because when she's saying, let me bring up the article again. When she's saying that, where's that paragraph? So when she's saying that, she said that Bamoa was well acquainted with cooperation with the United States through his past involvement in special forces. So that is to tell you that they have a file on him.
Of course they do. I mean, that's why, so far again, I've not really settled on why this coup happened and will give the approval. The U.S. does not have a large military base in Niger, and they're sleeping on duty. All they do there is collect intelligence on Niger and all the other countries, including Nigeria, Tinubu, Obi, name every one of them. These guys are not sophisticated anyways. What does it matter if they declare no-fly zone over the airspace? Do they have any weapons to stop any encroachments? They don't have anything. These guys are jokers. I mean, we're just playing, again, I'm not for war, but I thought this guy should have been taken out like the first 1 or 2 days after they announced the coup. Now it's kind of dragged.
Do you think that is why he's hiding away? He knows full well that he's a marked man. Do you think that's why he's hiding away?
And that could be a reason. That could be an absolute reason why he's hiding away. Because again, well, that's a good example. This guy, they're soft. I can look at them. They're soft. They're all about getting paid all the money. Of course, they're going to use the rhetoric and the propaganda about, against colonialism and all this other stuff. It means nothing. Yeah, it means nothing. These guys, if the kitchen gets hot, these guys will run away. They'll be gone in like a few minutes. They'll be out of Niger, gone elsewhere. They're not going to stand for war. They're not going to. They don't have it in them. I look at them. They don't have it in them. They don't have the spirit. They're not like true freedom fighters. They are not. They're not like the standard.
There's no real ideological underpinning of this coup. It is essentially a money and power grab. That's all it is.
The only the ideological connection I would say is that, which I kind of learned today, that Bazoum is actually from the minority group connected to the Fulani, and this other people, perhaps the larger percentage of Nigerians are not. They're more like, I don't know, other groups. So
they're Hausas. They are 53% Hausas.
Okay, good. So Bazoum is like almost an anomaly to be the head. So that's a motivation for them to get rid of him. They can't have a Fulani person ruling over them. So that's the only thing I see why they want to get rid of him, actually, which kind of makes sense. They don't want a minority person imposed on them. So that's the gripe right now. But it just happens that a lot of interests are at play in that country, even though as poor as it is. The U.S. has interest. Of course, the French, they have interest in it. So that's what we're seeing right now. And of course, Tinubu also wants to maintain the democracy in Africa. We all know that. If anything, we know that's Tinubu's we call it ideology when it comes to politics. And we talk about, people talk about, well, how come Mali and Burkina Faso we did have concern about those two nations, but you have to pick your battles. But the Niger to Nigeria is kind of strategic in a lot of ways. I mean, I just looking at the landmass, looking at the map, it covers the entire pretty much the northern part of Nigeria from state to state. So, meaning, what does that mean? Nigeria is has a loose border control anyway. It's very porous, and somebody was saying yesterday also, all this Boko Haram people and all this, Al-Qaeda riders and all these people, they're Nigerians. They're not even Nigerians. So look at how lax the porous the border is. So it's so, so Tinubu being concerned is not just to invade another country, African country, and take him out, is to try to maintain and solidify Nigerians' territorial integrity, and there's nothing wrong with that. We cannot be passive in today's world. We cannot be passive.
What did you make, Prince, of Dati Baba Ahmed, his older brother? I think Yusuf Baba Ahmed. What did you make of his ethnic saber rattling on Arise TV, telling us that the population of Niger Republic, 53% Hausa, Fulani, and Kanuris, that's the population. And essentially, it was somewhat ethnicizing the narrative, which Abati tried to pull him back from. But what did you think he was trying to do there?
Well, Wama, are you sure that that's Baba Ahmed, or are you talking about the other guy?
No, that's Baba Ahmed.
No, that's not.
So he's sounding like he's answerable more to ECOWAS.
That's not
Baba Ahmed.
No. This guy is the former NHI, National Health Insurance Scheme.
Exactly.
Whatever chairman that was.
Sorry. Apologies.
So they have issues with Buhari government for a long time.
You see one man. So now you want to bring.
No. I thought it was Baba Ahmed's older brother. It still looks like a Mauritanian anyway. It's not believable. You and I, we are from the same country as this guy. We have more in common with a Chinaman, probably.
He's a Fulani man now.
Is he a Fulani? It doesn't look Fulani.
So he's sounding like he's answerable more to ECOWAS than to Nigeria.
I think there's an Arabian mix there.
I don't know about that. So that's the Baba Ahmed.
All right, apologies. Yeah.
Just a second, Big Daddy. This guy, he's an expert. He's a technocrat, very smart.
He's a medical doctor, isn't he? Is he not?
Yeah, just like Bosun, that Bosun Tijani, right? He had issues with a lot of people, and they brought him into government, and they humiliated him out of government.
Did he not used to be the PA to Saraki?
No, he was brought in as a technocrat, quote unquote, to revamp and to reform the NHIS more like the insurance medical system in America. He did everything within his power. He was on the right track, but they sabotaged his effort every turn of the way, and they never allowed him, because Buhari gave him the latitude to have to directly report to him, because he wanted to correct and then to basically reform that health insurance scheme in Nigeria. But they sabotaged him, and they never gave him any direct reporting link to Buhari until they booted him out for one corruption or the other. And after extensive investigation, they found out it was nothing. So it's just one of those things. So Bosun Tijani should be careful, like I said earlier.
All right, back to you, Prince.
I didn't watch the interview with the man, but just like I said earlier. So I think the Northerners, of course, and I guess the military people in Niger that took over, they are this ethnic component to what they are doing. So that'd be the only ideological reason why I would say they had this. The military junta is in place at this point in time. Yeah.
Have you been following the screening and the somewhat rough times that El Rufai and more to it Professor Keyamo got?
I saw a brief few seconds video about Professor Keyamo. It was non-responsive. It was just looking at the senators talking. Maybe they were bashing him or whatever, but it didn't seem to respond. I didn't see the entire session of what they did to him. But Festus Keyamo, I mean, is a team player. If they can allow this Tijani guy go through, why not on Festus Keyamo? That's what I would say.
I think they confirmed. I think they confirmed him subsequently after they made him apologize. It looks as though everybody goes to apologize there, but El Rufai will never apologize, though. That's for sure.
What is there to apologize for? In case of El Rufai, I mean, he speaks his mind. You may disagree with him. And looking at him, I heard something like a week or two ago. El Rufai is an equal opportunity offender. Really, he offends Christians and Muslims alike. It's not the sheikhs in the north that want to get rid of him or don't want him confirmed. So El Rufai, he speaks his mind. As for but again, at this point in time, we have to look past all this, sentimental reasons why he should not be nominated or whatever issues people may have with him. I think is a fine, smart man. I think is an asset to Nigeria. He has a lot to offer. So let's move on with him. I think so. Without Festus Keyamo, he's a feisty guy. He doesn't back down really. So let's get a mix of everything. As long as they can deliver, that's all that matters. Just like Wiki also. That's what I would say.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Still a few things more I want to run through. Yeah.
Before you proceed, just to correct something for the purpose of misinformation on your platform. So the point is, those three, Okotete, that Abdullahi guy, and El Rufai, they are not having issues with the Senate any longer. They are having issues with the security agencies, the DSS, and those security agencies who are supposed to clear them. They've not been cleared. So that was just to get the point straight.
Oh, yes. I think I actually have that as one of the headlines. It says, Senate fails to confirm El Rufai, Abubakar Danladi, Stella Okotete, waiting security report and checks. So the security report and checks, they have no meaning because, of course, we saw when Boso can scale through after all of the obedient things. It says, the Senate have failed to confirm the nomination of the immediate past governor of Kaduna State and ministerial nominee for Kaduna State, Madam Neso El Rufai, after its 7 days of screening of the 49 ministerial nominees sent in for screening by President Tinubu. The Senate did not also confirm the appointment of former Deputy Governor of Taraba State and ministerial nominee for the state. Senator Abubakar Danladi was not confirmed. Also not confirmed, Stella Okotete. According to the president of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, the Senate did not clear because the security reports must be cleared. So yeah, they are just awaiting. I suppose that's just a formality, isn't it? But there it is. Let's hear from Rational Mind. Rational Mind, you're up next. Same question, your response. What are you looking at in the news today? Rational Mind.
Yeah, woman. Because I was before you.
Rational Mind, I beg, apologize. Mama, I sent you something. You can share it with the platform. They can read
all right.
the reasons for those three guys.
All right.
Well, yes, a lot of things. It's just this whole thing with the war in the possible invasion of Niger. I've had some people here. They've said, I think it's their own point of view. They've just expressed. It's just sometimes, my people say, when you point the finger at other people, look at the rest. It's also pointing at you. I've often said it. It's just the sheer hypocrisy that some other people accuse other people of being. They are also, not even guilty more than the other people that they accuse them. The last time I checked, we already here one man. Where somebody said we're giving you 7 days ultimatum, and after that, all options are on the table, which is military invasion and all of that. And we start seeing that they start calling a security meeting of the chief of defense staffs of different West African nations after them. In fact, that same day, they had to call the defense ministers of different defense chief of staffs of defense, chief of defense of each ECOWAS nation. So, what does that tell you? This is not something that the obedient made up, or the people that you're accusing of as being obedient are making up. We heard him say it. That's what he said. Tribunal said it. And so why are you making it sound like it's obedient and make it like he's going to invade Niger? He's not going to invade Niger. Tinubu said it himself. So you see, when we want to criticize people, let's just criticize people based on whatever is factual, not just trying to invent things and make it spin it like as if. I mean, we heard this guy said he's invading. There are all many options on the table. 7 days of the ultimatum. After that, we're going to see what's going to happen. We're going to invade, and then we start seeing deployment of what's it called?
Did Tinubu say that, or was that read out in the communique from? I'm asking, did he say that?
Who read the communique? Who read the communique?
I'm not sure. Was it not a functionary of ECOWAS?
Oh, but then one man. Let's not start spinning things like this. Tinubu
did not utter those words, though. That's just it. Yeah.
It did not what?
It did not utter those words.
What word did it not utter, one man?
That he was giving them a 7-day ultimatum. It was a functionary of ECOWAS that said a closed door meeting was and these were the resolutions, and then she read it out.
So
one man.
What was it? Hold on, please. As far as enigmatic.
Yeah.
What did he read? What was one of those things that he read? What was it? What was it all about? Can you dig up that video and let us hear him read that communique after the.
What do you mean him? You mean okay?
Tinubu.
Rational mind.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So I think Tinubu, as the chairman of ECOWAS, convened a meeting in Abuja with other heads of state to communicate the position of ECOWAS to the world. And while he was directing the meeting, he called on maybe the Director General of ECOWAS or something. He directed that one to read the communique of what they have agreed upon. That one read it. But the fact of the matter is that as the president, he, with other heads of state, endorsed that communique. So he did not read it. They directed their Director General, or what is the name? Maybe I don't know what title that guy.
A functionary Tinubu, of the. Yeah,
a functionary. Yeah. So Tinubu instructed him to read the communique that all the heads of state have agreed to. So Tinubu is part of that decision. That is the truth. We cannot lie.
Yes, but it was an ECOWAS decision. Is the thing? It wasn't a Tinubu's decision. Yeah. Hold on, rational mind. Do you hold views to the contrary that it's not an ECOWAS decision but a Tinubu decision?
Okay, thank you very much. That's a good question.
Right.
I gotta go. Are you done talking?
Yeah, let me make this point, then you can talk. So Tinubu is part of the decision, and what makes it look so bad for him is that he is the president of ECOWAS at the moment. He's the one driving the ship. He's the one driving the affair. He is the face of ECOWAS at the moment. So we cannot separate him from that decision. We cannot just separate him from that communique and where ECOWAS stands today. We cannot separate Tinubu. So people should not be dribbling, twisting.
Can we separate the president? Hold on. Can we separate the president of Ghana from that decision?
No, you cannot separate him either. But
all right. Which of the hold on. Which of the presidents within the ECOWAS meeting can we separate from the decision?
We cannot separate any one of them. But Tinubu,
so it's a joint decision then, is what you're saying.
A joint decision. You are right. But Tinubu,
right,
the face of the organization now. That is why people are talking more of him as the president of ECOWAS, who is leading that economic. What do you call that?
Don't go too far. Let me just help you. Let me help you out.
All right. So pick it up from there. Rational mind. Can you separate the president of Ghana from the decision? Yeah, carry on.
You won't do that with me, please. You won't do that with me. But I will answer your question, please. This leading, you won't lead me, but I will tell you the answer. Yes, it's a joint statement by the ECOWAS. Like I've said in this about your platform and other platforms, that it is not a unilateral decision by Tinubu. Tinubu just all of you, we're going to invade Niger. I'm sure they did not say that. They must have deliberated. They must have talked about it, and maybe they all voted, and the majority carried the vote among them. And it's okay. Yeah, okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to give them 7 days, and then after that, if they don't respond, we're going to use military option. That is it. So it's a ECOWAS decision. But this is where I'm saying that this is where the angle I'm going to, saying that it is also part of his own decision, because after that we saw deployment of troops to the border. I mean, even before then, we saw the chief of defense staffs of each of these nations, who were there, who were present, who passed that unanimous vote, that they should use that, they should put that option on the table. We saw the chief of defense. In fact, I still saw it was this a few days ago. They all had meeting. This Musa guy, General Musa, was there. He himself was part of the chief of defense staff of this ECOWAS nation. That is on one side, and then he wrote to the Senate, where you read here, one man, and we all deliberated it here. Maybe I wasn't here for the past 2 days, but I know I must have heard it on your platform, that they said that we are denying you. You will not go. You're not going to invade. You're going to invade. What's it called? We're not going to send troops into into Niger. And we saw all the hula baloo that followed after that, when the senators from the north, and they were all saying, no, we will not allow this. Oh man, this is not the obedient making. That's just my point. We saw this news, just to say everywhere we saw this news, and we ran with it, because we're not just conjuring news out of the thin air. It's what we see in the news that we talk about, and being an opposition to the APC, we'll talking about this. But when people try to shut us down or trying to make it look as if it's our figment of our own imagination, or we're just cooking up news from the thin air, that's what I don't like. We need to stop this. We need to stop this dribbling and trying to like spin things and make it look like.
But Tinubu did not call for military deployment.
No, one man. I said his actions. Didn't you hear what I said?
No. I mean his letter to the Senate. It wasn't. Yeah.
One man. I don't know if we saw the content of that, or if it was ever read. I don't know what this guy read, because I have not been following the news space much. But what I saw on the news was that on the floor of the Senate, they debated it. The senators from the north said, no, we're not going to allow this. You're not going to invade them. You're not going to do this. And it's even like the Professor Yusuf or Yusuf Yosplay, all of them, they must have. So is he also an obedient? Is what's his name? The other senators, even some APC senators from the north, are they also obedient? So come on. They said it.
Let me give you this 8-point item. So this is resolution of the Senate in closed door session upon consideration of President Bola Tinubu's request in respect to the political situation in Niger Republic. So I won't give you the preambles. I'll just give you the bullet points. Number 1, condemn in totality the military coup that took place recently in Niger Republic. Number 2, commends President Tinubu and the authority of heads of state and government of ECOWAS for their prompt response and the positions taken on the unfortunate development in Niger. Number 3, recognize the fact that President Tinubu, by virtue of his correspondence, now listen to this. So recognize, this is number 3, and I'll forward it to you as well if you want it. Recognize the fact that President Tinubu, by virtue of his correspondence, had not asked for the approval of the Parliament or Senate to go to war, as has been erroneously suggested in some quarters. Rather, President Tinubu had expressed a desire to respectfully solicit the support of the National Assembly in support of the successful implementation of ECOWAS resolutions as outlined in the said communication. So it goes on and on, but that's the salient bit.
Woman. You see, this whole thing, okay, let me just go this way. What you just read to us is the decision reached by the Senate, right? What is the content of that letter that was sent to him that that elicited all this Bible that they wrote that you're just reading to us? And then in one of the paragraphs there, they said they were encouraging him to use diplomatic whatever. But then there was you same woman here. I think you were having one back and forth argument with Ajali Koko some days ago, where you read one of those things there that suggested that there was going to be an invasion, but they would say no, don't do that. We will not support you invading it. So what are we talking about? Woman, you see, the point I'm trying to make here is this. I ever want to spin this thing and dice it or whatever. The point is this: APC House Rep members who are not obedient, they were against invasion. They were saying it because they could deduce this from the statement that ECOWAS put out and the possible, the whole build-up after that, which is the chief of defense staff of each nation meeting, and then the deployment of military personnel to the border. These are all just signs that there's something going on in the air. So we also saw this thing the same way the APC senators and rep members were saying it, and other people who voted for him in the north. Mind you, there were so many APC people that voted for Tinubu in the north who were also saying that Tinubu should not go on this war. Are they? But my point is this: are they also obedient? Come on. Let us not vilify people because they just see things opposite, differently from you, and then you have to make them as if they are like just a mortal enemy for you because they don't just see anything with you and then they criticize your man or whatever. That's my point, woman, and let's just put that aside. So my point is this: that I've said it here, and I said it, that military invasion is not the way to go, because like somebody was saying, I heard in one of the news today, I never thought about that, and that was what the U.S. In all the three wars or invasion that America did, not even three, even many in the past, but let us talk about the recent ones: the one in Iraq, the one in Afghanistan, and the one in Libya. There was no exit strategy. They never had anyone exit strategy. Okay, if you put down Saddam or if you put down Gaddafi, what is the exit strategy? They never did. And then look at how it turned out for them. And look at who are paying the price. The people of those nations are paying the price. So do you want to go do something the same? Because you feel that they are a smaller nation, we can just invade them, and then we think we just usurp everything there, and then you usurp your power and give it back to Basun. No, you have to weigh everything. Already is having, I won't call them traitors, but let me use the word traitors among even Nigerians. Who are the people who say, like Yusuf, you had Yusuf and some other people say, oh, they are our brothers. They have the same religious affinity with them and the same cultural affinity with them. And that alone in itself is to tell you that you don't have loyalty from your own people. In the event
of rational mind, what you are trying to say now is that in the north, there's going to be sabotage.
That's what I'm saying.
Saboteur.
That's what I'm saying.
Sabotage all the effort.
That's what I'm looking for. Sabotage.
I mean, it happened to Jonathan now. We saw it. How the Boko Haram. Even Jonathan said it that Boko Haram are in his government. And we heard what the Commander Adewumi even said too. That Boko Haram are in Aso Rock. Boko Haram sympathizer as in Aso Rock with Buhari, working with Buhari. Commander Adewumi said it openly on TV.
So you see, with these kind of things he's facing. I mean, if I don't know if you heard somebody, maybe the same Yusuf, Professor Yusuf, or some other person says, "Oh, Adebin it is Yoruba people now that have share border with Niger. Will he go and do what he's doing?" Just imagine. Don't look at that. Just listen to that comment by a very prominent person from the north saying that. And which
it wasn't a prominent person from the north.
One man. He's prominent. If you don't know, he's prominent. He's a prominent person. Go on, look at the entire.
Hold on. Watch this.
This is Comrade Mohammed Ali Ranger. I want to say this very means to congratulate members of the Senate for denouncing the instruction needed by His Excellency, Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, seeking for Nigerian armed forces to invade Niger Republic. Nigeria and Niger, we are together. You, Mr. President, Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, able to say you share borders with Niger, the Yorubas, no western part of Nigeria, Lagos, Ondo, Ekiti, Oyo, Oshun. If they share the borders with the Niger Republic, can you?
So it was
Okay,
just
I take that. I take that.
a random
Maybe
malam.
nobody.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
It maybe it's nobody because I've been mixing people, but I've heard so many Northerners talk. I've been confusing some statement made by some people to some other person, just as you just did a while ago, saying that Dati Abben Baba was not. So maybe like you, but like at least you prove my point. That the point I'm making is that they already are saying that even though if you were to be in Yoruba people that borders, fine, it's a nobody. Yeah, it's a nobody. I agree with you, one man, but it's a Northerner. But he's saying that, which I'm sure is expressing the same sentiment of other Northerners in Nigeria, saying that if we're to be the Yoruba that are bordering Niger, and we know like we have Yoruba state bordering.
Everybody is somebody. Nobody is a nobody.
Hold on. I'm just going by what the woman is saying. I get you. Leave woman like to leave somebody to just using what I'll take that. That's my own word. Yeah. So my point is this: just like we border with Niger, with Benin Republic, and we have our Yoruba people in Benin who are also Ajashe people, Sakete, Bobe, and all those areas. And I imagine that we go in there and want to go and fight war. We will say no. These are our brothers. We cannot fight them. Yeah, I agree. That's the sentiment. Is so. The point I'm trying to make here is this: on one platform that I was talking about it, we need to understand there's a pattern to warfare we've seen since pre-2011. We've seen the kind of warfare that has been fought. May not be the kind of warfare we've seen for post 2011. The post 2011 kind of warfare we've seen is more of an ideological attached to religion. And when there is religion into something, one man, why is it that we've not been able to defeat Boko Haram? We saw how Burutai said it, that we cannot defeat Boko Haram because, not just even the religious aspect to it, because some people connected to them, like they feel like they are our brothers. We had Pantami, like Pantami, who was NCC, whatever, saying that they are our brothers in something. So the point is this: they feel that these guys from Niger are not just only their culturally brothers, but also religiously they are attached to them. And so if religion comes into it, it's another thing that he needs to consider. Is it why I'm doing all this analysis? So whoever is listening, maybe Tinubu people are listening.
There is even family ties.
That's what I'm saying. Cultural family, whatever.
Family,
So
blood related.
That sentiment alone, it will defeat that war, because these people will sabotage it. So the point is this: the best bet. Listen, I'm not for Tinubu invading or whatever people say, even though he's going to invade or not going to invade. I'm not for it. My kind of person who supported the other person to be the president instead of him is that I will give him my own advice, that I will do my own analysis just based on what I've seen, that do not invade. It's not because I feel you want to invade, because I'm going by your body language and what you've said, your pronouncement and the actions that are followed. And not just me, even your member of your own party also, they are warning you that do not do that. So, which is not obedient thing made up by obedient people. It's what we see. And that's what we're jumping on. And we're talking as an opposition. So my point is this, that he will find saboteurs in that war, as long as the Northerners have taken sides in this, saying that no, we cannot invade our people from Niger, or their brothers, so, and not just even the religious, not just the ethnic angle to it or the family attachment to it, but the religious aspect to it. And you being a Southerner, even though you're a Muslim, but they will still see you as Kafrini. They will still look at you, so you just see another Kafiri that is pretending to be a Muslim. So my point is this, one man: do not go there. Strangulate them if you can through whatever economic whatever. But
do you think the war will take place? Because it looks as though it has lost momentum somewhat.
Well, I can't put anything beyond anything. It can still, Tinubu will always do whatever he wants to do. Everybody can shout. He's the president, so he will just want to show himself that I'm a man of my word. Maybe that's. I fear him. I want to carry out that war, but I would implore him not to do that. Not because I don't agree with him in anything, but in this very one, because of the implication, the fallout from this. it will not end well. All these people that are pushing you now, they will back off. They will back off. They'll back out at some point because you have economic problem in your country. And then let me bring another angle to this discussion again, because you talk about some people on some platform we've argued, said, no, you cannot even do this war because economically you're not doing well. It's going to be like what we saw in the former Soviet Republic. They were militarily strong, but economically they were not strong. Look at how they collapsed. But economically, we're not doing well. Even security-wise, we're not doing well in our own country. Why don't you fix your own house? Let your country become prosperous economically. Be very. We talk about UAE today. We're talking about Qatar. We're talking about those big, those Middle East countries. Why are they like they are like a force to be reckoned with? If US wants to do anything right now, they just have to be on the same table with these UAE countries and the Qatar, because they feel these guys are economically, they are vibrant, and they've been able to bring in technology to their countries, and now they are kind of like superpower. I mean, they're kind of a power of their own. Why can't we replicate the same thing? Create a kind of like an economic prosperity in that country whereby our buying power is so strong that we can even influence other countries within West Africa and beyond without even having to even lift a gun. So my point is this, one man. You see, we just leave mosquito will be chasing cockroach, or I don't know how to say it. The point is that Tinubu needs to face his own problem. His problem is Nigeria that he said he's going to fix, that he promised the electorate that he's going to fix. If he wins the case in court, let him, even right now, even before he wins the case, let him fix it. Because even if they have to declare it wrong, whatever he does now might probably propel him to winning the election again. So, we're not going to say again, win the election eventually. I don't believe he ever won the election. So, he's going to win the election. So, the point is this, except when he wants to rig it like the way he's always rigger. So, whatever. So, my point is this, that he should fix his own problem. Create your economic prosperity in your country. Let your country be very, very sound economically. That is what will translate into your military and your foreign policy diplomacy that we use in just pulling that weight in international community. But when we are not strong economically, we'll be subservient to all these countries and they'll be manipulating us. So my point is this, woman, we don't have what it takes right now. Not as if we don't have militarily, might not have it, but the after effect, do we have exit strategy? How about if you go in there, you take out Bazoum? How about these people start forming insurgency and other neighboring countries like Burkina Faso and Mali? They started sending Tuaregs into them. Are you going to be going there to be protecting them, to be protecting Bazoum and his people? So right now they are not threat to Nigeria. I understand the concern that Tinubu might have because of this sweeping military, whatever that is going on in the Sahel. He's afraid maybe they might want to instigate Nigerian military to overthrow him or whatever. I understand that.
Russia, my quick question, if you don't mind.
For your people, if your people see that you're doing right, you've made their life better. I tell you, even though if the military overthrows him, everybody will protest.
Take a question from Prince Daddy.
Go on, please.
Yeah. So I heard your submission about the family ties of the Northerners to the Nigerians. So, but we know in the north, the Fulanis they tend to occupy powerful positions, and the person that was ousted in Niger is of Fulani extraction. If I'm going to put it that way.
As an Arab, a manager Arab.
Well, they call him Fulani. Well, Arab Fulani, whatever.
Probably an Arab, Shua, like more of the Shua Arabs. Go on.
Okay, so yeah, even though so do you think if the Fulanis in the north support Tinubu to go into Niger, would that still be a big problem for him in the north?
I just said to you, Prince Daddy, that already you have sentiments within your country. Let me give you an example of George Bush. You know, the sentiment in the United States was initially like, okay, yeah, go and invade Iraq, all of that. But when the United States people find out that there were more to that thing, what was the sentiment that they have back home here? People were like, no, just like the same thing with the Vietnam War. And look at how the Vietnam War turned out for what was that president that then. So Nixon. The point is that what?
Nixon.
I think Nixon, yeah, Nixon. I think Nixon, it was Nixon. So the point is this, that you must have an exit strategy. You can't just go invade a place and say you want to. After you do that, I mean, it seems like nobody has learned a lesson, because if they did that many years back and they still replicated that in what happened in what's it called, in Iraq when they removed Saddam Hussein, and what happened in Afghanistan, and what happened in Libya, and we saw that it's the first step. I mean, the same error they committed in the past. You've not learned. So what tells you a smaller regional power that is even struggling? How are you going to exit, knowing how fragile that area is? That there's a lot of criminality going there, and a lot of not even their neighbors upstairs. I mean, up north, the Libyans and the Algerians, they are dealing with the Salafists and the all those Al-Qaeda and Al-Qaeda in the Sahel there, in the desert there. So what's going to be the fallout from there? So these guys, they're not trying to run. We know they overthrew a democratically government, and they justify. I mean, this is you. I just remember this point now. This was you, Prince Daddy. You were praising this woman to high heavens. Oh, whenever he goes, it's after him. There's always the mayhem left after. But this is the same you. If truly he was an accessory to the deposition of using, what's the name of that former Ukrainian president that was removed, that ran to Russia. If she was instrumental, she was an accessory to it, what stops the Nigerians from doing their own? If the United States were part of the political coup or the civilian coup that led to what's the name of that former Ukrainian president that left, that ran away to Russia, when his people they started insurrection, I mean they started to protest and everything. What difference does that make with this? This was bloodless. There was no bloodletting in this school that would happen. It was just a palace school. But that one of this guy, there were a lot of beating. A lot of people were beaten, and if not even some people even died during the whole thing. These people that were pro-Russians for what's his name. That was what led to these breakaway republics within Ukraine. You see, so dude, we need to look at historical context when we're talking about things like this. Tinubu, I mean, you call him master strategist. I don't even see what strategies he has even know. The three blunders he has ever made, I've ever seen. It's making me feel like I'm always forgetting here. Like, imagine what is the next thing this guy is not going to do. The first thing, which I'm for, removal of subsidy. But the way Amana did it, maybe the way he said it, was not what triggers the whole thing. Look at the whole economic spiral now going on in that country. How people are suffering as a result of that. I'm not saying that you should not remove fuel subsidy, but maybe you could have looked for a better way to have done that. This is the same man I was gaffing during the election, and we come here, we'll talk about the people who say, no, there's nothing to it. You people are just making it up. We saw many things he said that it was like, it makes people like wonder, is this the guy that's going to be?
One man, is other people going to come in?
Okay, you can come in.
Yeah, I mean, can I take my floor?
It's not your floor, it's my floor, but I will allow you.
You've been too long. I want to go. Except you don't want me.
When Enigmatic was talking here now, nobody said it was too long ago.
I mean, rational mind. I'm looking at time and I have to go. If there's no space for me, that's fine. I can listen.
No, you're after Enigmatic, but let him land. Enigmatic, yeah, bring it home.
You mean
Enigmatic again?
No, not Enigmatic or rational mind. So I beg your pardon.
I could go on and on if you give me time, but let me just since our friend said he wants to go. But my point is this, that I fear, because like I said on one platform today, which I have to say, how Saturday will be. This is how we know from Sunday. Look at all this thing that is going on now. Look at all this gaff and goof and all
how
this.
Sunday will be, from Saturday.
Saturday, yeah. Be Sunday, Saturday, something like that. But the point I'm trying to make is that if we can be seeing this hardship and all this misdirection this guy is doing right now, why would you say this after 7 to give them ultimate? You see, woman, let me just, because I won't have time to flesh out what I'm about to say. But my point is this: I'm afraid, but I wish him the best. If he ever gets over with this court case and become legitimized through the court, I wish him the best. I hope he'll be able to use the legitimacy he gets to be able to act right, because I don't see this guy acting right. He's been making a lot of blunders that has been costing us a lot in that country. So I wonder what is the strategies you're calling this man for. I just leave it at that.
All right, stay steady. We'll really open up this space when Thomas comes in a moment. But yes, you're up next, Bishop. So the question, your response.
Okay. What's the question again?
Is what were you looking at in the news today? But I think everybody was looking at the same thing. But let's hear from you.
Okay. Basically, let me just start by saying, please, there's still plenty of space. If you want to click on the like button, that would be much appreciated.
Yes, get us to 100 likes. We need 100
So
likes
please,
today.
if you are listening, please kindly do click on the like button. That's the minimum you can do. Well, probably let me just start from there because there's nothing on the news on this topic. We kind of dwelt on it yesterday, and to a great extent, it's showing a pattern. I don't know what they will be able to rally around and speak with one voice, because I can see many of our opinions are tainted, are blurred by partisanship. Listening to National Mind has not helped to douse that now. He spent a lot of time just, everything that is wrong, that could be wrong with Nigeria's intervention and the rest, everything. He said nothing has been done right in Nigeria so far. We know where he stands, but there comes a time where
hold on. It's probably better if you set aside the commentaries of other commentators. Hold on. It's probably better if you set aside the commentaries of other commentators, because if you comment on their commentary, then they want the rights to reply.
And they reply. I will reply. Are we not having a conversation? Are we boxing? Are we gloves drawn?
No. Just give us your monologue.
Let me respond to other people now. Sometimes you make this thing. Look, I get tired very easily when you pick on me. I get tired very easily.
You're not being picked
every time
on.
you
Just
pick on me.
All right, thank
every
you.
Time you pick,
let's go to the next question. No. I'm just saying follow directions. Have I said anything unreasonable? I said leave aside the other commentators. Give us your monologue. What have I said that needs an argument around it? Just give us your monologue.
I didn't want him to let him just free flow. Let him free flow. I mean,
why would you always silence me?
Okay.
Why?
Just go on.
Am I fighting? Am I boxing? I'm spreading. I'm laying the foundation for my opinion. You are silencing me. That's not fair. And I've said this severally.
All right, Bishop, give us your opinion. So just give us that.
It is my opinion I'm giving you, and it's tainted that we cannot, as Nigerians, we cannot have an opportunity to come and speak with one voice without necessarily bringing partisanship into it, because I have listened to a lot of comments. It's tainted by partisanship. So if you don't want me to lay that foundation, if you don't want to hear my voice, so be it.
Every commentary.
No, people have spoken and people have interjected and people have made contributions of what other people have said. I'm not listening to you if you are not going to listen to me. You can mute me. It's a platform.
All right, thank you. No, this is unbelievable. I cannot abide this. Apologies, but that's too much. Just give us your commentaries, please. Just do that.
One man. If you silence me that way once again, honorably, humbly, I'm not fighting you. I will leave your platform and I will leave for good.
No,
if
that's
you
your
do that way. I'm not. It's not. It's not. I'm not doing. I've not said anything. Listen to me. Listen to me. You make people to listen to you. You don't want to listen to people when they say their own. If you are not going to listen to me, there is no point. If you want to be saying things to me alone, and you cannot listen to me too.
Everybody gave us their commentary. Just give us yours.
So why don't you leave me to give the commentary the way I want to give it? Am I fighting anybody?
Okay, do that. Do that.
Is that you said my commentary. Why don't you leave me to give my commentary?
Are you okay? No. This is too much for me. This is too much for me. ASAP, let's hear from you.
One man, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, carry on. What were you looking at in the news today?
Okay, well, first of all, good evening and good day to everyone wherever you're listening. And one man and Bishop, please don't be. I understand what's going on, so I appeal to everybody. One man, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate it. I'll go straight to the point and be very fast. First of all, what I'm about to say might run against some of the things that have been said. Please, I would appreciate if I'm given some chance to express some things. It's unfortunate that the coup happened, right? But I also observed that maybe I'm the one that is even wrong, because I remember that we were saying some things about President Tinubu being the president of ECOWAS. So I was wondering that at the last time I checked, I don't think he was the president. Maybe we meant to say he's the chairman of ECOWAS. So which means that he doesn't even still have presiding powers as we are ascribing to him, and
hold on. Rudolph, do you want to hop on? If you want to hop on, I'll send you the link, Rudolph. It's there anyway, but carry on.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. So this is my own take. I want to first state that I was a supporter of Tinubu in terms of him being how will I put this now, president of Nigeria. However, I remember one of the last interaction I had on this space, which I was a little bit I was surprised about the interactions I had that day. It was just after, that was in May. It was just after his swearing in, and he made that statement, which I'm surprised that I'm even going to agree with. Was a rational mind on an issue, but the truth has to be told. I remember that I called the attention of people here. Babalajeleko was there that day, and I said that statement was a bit surprising to me, and it was, to me, if you ask me, it was unpremeditated, and it was I would consider it as a knee-jerk reaction, as a mistake. Please, I know many of us are sympathetic to our wonderful president, but please let us put sentiment apart. Our president has been making a series of mistakes, which is quite uncharacteristic of him. If we go by his former antecedents in the way he managed Lagos State, and it is, to me, it is cause for concern. At this stage, I expect his advisors and people that are around him, even people that may be listening to us, I believe they should begin to come in and help the president. I want to believe that a lot of factors have contributed into his sporadic decisions that he has taken. Please don't get me wrong. That's why I had to start by saying I don't have anything against President Tinubu. But when the truth has to be told, we have to say it. And I'm trying to be very temperate and measured in the way I use my language, to let people not get across the wrong message to us. I like him and I support him. However, because I know the next thing people may say is maybe I've added sentiment. No, I'm talking from a point of view of a supporter. That subsidy removal, the manner in which he removed it, the statement he made actually led to the market forces reacting. Let us not lie. And it was a mistake, but he cannot just own up and say it's a mistake. So that's by the way. Now, as regards the issue, we can see another trend again regarding this issue of the Niger Republic stance. First of all, I believe that, the way my ideology towards life is that anytime something happens, the first question I usually ask myself is, why did this thing happen? What we can learn from, if you're trying to determine the cause of a failure, one of the things you first ask yourself is that, okay, root cause, the 5 whys. Why did this happen? What caused this? We ask ourselves those questions. So I began to ask, I said, okay, why is President Tinubu saying this? Now, one man, I know you said, yes, that he did not give the directives and the rest. Yes, that's true, one man. However, he also made threats. That is on record. For example, in the BBC, it was written there that he had already made threats of military invasion. That is on record. So yes, he might not have given a go-ahead. That's true. But they understand his body language also suggests. And then to buttress that point, we read where we saw how the Senate, so is the Senate or House of Rep, actually denied his request. So they cannot deny a request when he has not issued one. So I believe all of these things that he has made, right, is tending to show one possible thing, that, and I began to ask myself, why is he doing this? So I said, okay, is it that the Fulanis want, because that's their like somebody was saying, although one man, rational man, corrected and said maybe the guy is Arab. Okay, fine. Why is there something at stake here in this issue? What is at stake? Is a Yoruba man? What is there? Or is it President Buhari So then I started wondering, and now discover, okay, fine. And woman, rational mind actually hit, said some hints that perhaps the lingering attitude of, the Nadeko days is still what is still ingrained in him. The fear of maybe if this happens now, maybe this can also catapult and lead to a chain reaction. Maybe his own military too will take over. Yes, that is understandable. But in this kind of case, you cannot just take any decisions like that. First of all, this military coup is already even not the type that is, the one that is ideological that we have in the 1960s. That we have the so-called
It's a
military
money grab. It's a money and power grab.
It is even okay. For example, somebody was saying something about the Lady Victoria this thing. I don't see anything. Okay, I don't see anything serious in this military coup. It's something that if he takes his time, listens to counsel and hears from every side, it's not something that he should make a knee-jerk reaction. We don't enter into war with knee-jerk reaction. War is not something you just go into and you just go into a flipper. Even when Putin wanted to attack Ukraine, you saw that there was a build-up. It's not something you just take the armed forces and you just release. Apart from the historical ties, apart from the familiar ties that they have with the North, all those things are there. Yes, those things are there. So you don't just enter into a war and say, oh, okay, just make it. Even if it's based on, fine, I understand. Apart from another thing, let me also shed some light. Remember that in 1993, he was a senator in the First Republic. We all know what happened when Abacha took over, and then he had to go on exile. So maybe all of those things are coming back and haunting our president to maybe think that, this is the beginning of something. Let me quickly nip something in the bud. However, war is not something you enter into. There must be first diplomatic measures, diplomatic efforts must be made at all fronts.
Were you not looking forward to the war? I was looking forward to lighting up Niger Republic like a Christmas tree.
Number one, Niger Republic is, I think, one of the poorest nations in the world. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong. Niger Republic is not a threat to us. In fact, if it were another president,
all the more reason why we can just slap them around very quickly and assert our dominion over that sub-region.
But then posterity will not smile at that. One man. Posterity will remember that is what we did, and based on our position, we obliterated another nation. The posterity will smile at that.
I was only joking, by the way, but
I know you're joking. I know. Okay, sorry if I sounded serious, but I'm
no. It's for the audience. It's for the audience because they will start to slaughter me now in the comments. But carry on.
Yeah, man. So it's not something that you enter. Now let me say some things. You see, it's a pity that Niger found himself in this kind of scenario, and it's not surprising because it's typical of every nascent democracy. There's always teething problems, and Niger is experiencing its own right now. After a while, Niger will get itself. But we have to ask ourselves this question: we commentators, what is at stake here? First of all, we ask, what is why? Then I say, okay, why is president behaving like this? I say, okay, then what is the tie? Okay, that. Then what is now the issue at stake here? We have the United States also dragging matters here. We have the Russia, we have France, we have Germany. All of these countries, they are all in that same place. So you now begin to trace. Okay, like somebody used, like they always say in a espionage balance, or maybe.
Sorry. Do you think it's RIP for the leader of this coup before the end of the week?
Yes, I agree with you on that, because I won't give a timeline, but he has already taken a step on a point of no return. The moment he himself took that step, he himself knows that this is a point of no return. So, but I wouldn't say it is this week, but eventually, because it might span beyond this week.
Which step is that? Which step has he taken that taking him to a point of no return?
If the step of taking over the government from the
come on, we have Burkina Faso military junta and the Mali, they are still in place. What are you guys talking about?
Baba Jaleko, can I quickly push back, sir? Now
push back. Push forward or push back, push to
or even push to the center.
Or to the center. Which side to go?
Babajale Koko, sure, you know that he has already he has taken a step of the coup. he forever will be, if they are writing the history of that nation, he will be linked to a junta. That's what I mean. He cannot, there's no way they can ever write the history of that nation again, that they can write him as a democratic leader. That is a point of no return. So from that moment, right, he already knows that his stance. Now, here's the funny thing. I like that Baba Anteleku even interjected. Even among is it Tiechani? Abi, that's his name, Tiechani. Even among his own people that joined hands together and took over, one of his handyman or his right hand man. He's not Bamu, Brigadier General Bamu. He's also a US trained general, brigadier or colonel. He's US trained. So you begin to ask yourself the question, what is actually at stake here in this country? That's why I said it's unfortunate that Niger found itself in this situation. Okay, then I said, okay, let's begin to trace. Number one, security purposes. Now, the US, prior to 2017, the US did not really mind about Niger Republic, but until they lost 4 military personnel due to ISIS, that's when they began to say, okay, well, it's like this region is really a tough region. And to conquer the ISIS and Al-Qaeda, they had to come in, right? And they had to build what I think they even have a military a drone base in the northern part of the nation. So then again, they also trained. They also I think millions of dollars. They also invested millions of dollars in the security architecture of that nation. So you begin to wonder, okay, so people have their stake. They are stakeholders in this issue. Okay, what about Russia itself? Russia and the US, they also are interested. I will try to be using my words carefully. I want to use my words carefully. Niger Republic is, I think, the 7th or the 6th largest producer of uranium. So you now begin to wonder, it's not just by accident that these nations, it's not actually Niger that is you can begin to see all this connection. Anyway, I'm not going to put 2 and 2 together. People should be able to put 2 and 2 together from all these things. So when our president now decides, right, that is why that professor was saying that if president is not careful, the Western powers will use him to fight a war by proxy. So meanwhile, our president decided, let us go and fight. Now, in his mind, he's thinking that he's trying to abort or preempt a series of reaction of military coup within the region, but he doesn't know that he may actually be used by this nation to complete. Okay, yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Don't you think that Tinubu is trying to play a double card? I'll give you an example. I think just barely last week, Shetima was with Putin, was in Russia, right?
Okay. Yes.
And then, do you think he went there to play? You understand what I'm saying?
I get where you're going to. Now, in terms of Brisk and the rest, right? In terms of Brisk,
no, he was in Russia.
No, what I mean by Brisk is that Brazil, Russia,
I understand, but
India.
He was in Russia. Shetima was in Russia, meeting Russian leaders. Let's put that one side, just barely before the coup took place. And then Tinubu was they were in ECOWAS. And if you actually listen to his speech at that meeting, he said, whatever position you take, I will stand by you. That's what he said. It was like, whatever position you take, I will stand by you. We will not want to encourage this in West Africa. He said that with African Union too, when he had a meeting in African Union. Reference was made to the military coup that took place. If you look at his speech with African Union, and then with ECOWAS, he said, okay, whatever position you take, I'm going to stand by you. To the West now, he's like, oh, he's pro-democracy. He's known to be a Democrat, and he took that position. And in the spirit of democracy, he went to National Assembly. Tinubu knows in his mind that National Assembly will turn it down. Tinubu knows in his mind that Nigeria does not have money to fight any war. He knows. He knows we need money now. He knows in his mind that we don't even have enough military boots on ground, even during the campaign, enough military boots on ground to even maintain the internal stability that is required now, minus Niger threat now. Internal stability that we require, we don't have enough military on ground. They have plans to set up National Guard. They have plans to set up Forest Guard. They have plans. You understand? So he knows the implication of now withdrawing the scarce military resources to protect some international interests. At the same time, he knows the implication. I've said it on this platform.
Hello.
I think it was interrupted.
Can I respond to what he
Canadian chief phone?
Yeah, Canadian chief phone. Yes.
You understand? We now
made
have
in China.
We now have Niger very close by, and I don't want you to see it as the Northerners are not patriotic. No. They are the position of the northern speakers. Those people speaking the north is essentially position of most of Nigerians, even the southerners, even some APC.
I didn't actually say that. I'm
not talking about you. I've listened to everybody. I've listened to Rational myself. The northerners are not. They are patriotic. Where you will know where they are patriotic is if there is a threat to Nigeria from Niger. For example, let's say that Niger government is the one sponsoring Boko Haram. Then you will see the difference. Even though we be neighbors, even though they claim to have brothers there, then you will see how the northerners will fight it. You understand what I'm saying? So as it is, they might say, "Oh, we don't want it because it's really not."
Patrick.
No, that's I know that. Hold on, I know you study international. Let me finish now. Allow me to even speak 1 minute now. I've heard you speaking since for like how many minutes?
Yeah, you go now.
Rational mind, check your phone. Yeah, carry on, Patrick.
Let me land. So I say that if there's a threat from Niger to Nigeria, and it's established that that threat is to Nigeria and those people's position, the northern states that are neighboring them, their position, their situation is threatened. That's when you will see that there's a difference. Yoruba says they say when the father and the son owns a farm, there's usually a boundary. Even when a father and a son jointly say, "Oh, these are our farm," they usually draw a boundary. So that's when you will know that even though you are our siblings and you are this, there's a line you must not cross. So I don't think the northerners are not. It's not as if they are not patriotic. No, we might have some elements there, but it's not a problem. And I believe that inside Tinubu, he knows he's not going to fight that war. But you can't just play out like that and say, "No, we are not." That's him standing against the West. So I see him trying.
All right.
Patrick, you're breaking off. Yeah, back to your ASAP.
Yeah, well, Patrick raises a very, very, very important point. Now, if let's assume that what Patrick has said is truth, right? It will mean that Tinubu is playing a master card and a master game at this. That is true, and I hope that is actually true. That he is trying to be diplomatic and not wanting to reveal his hand. However, Patrick should understand that we cannot blame the people. That is we who are seeing from the outside, based on the body language of Tinubu, and number two, based on his antecedents of recent. This is a person that has already made an utterance that he later was more or less like an afterthought. Then he saw that, "Oh, I was wrong." So let's agree that what he's saying. But I like what Patrick put it. He said that I believe that Tinubu is doing certain things. So it's still based on an assumption that Tinubu is doing that. However, we can only work based on the facts. If Tinubu is doing what he is saying, then it's a smart move. But if Tinubu is not doing what he is saying, I believe that anybody telling Tinubu to go to war at this time will be an ill-advised and ill-timed decision that will be taken by Tinubu, which all go well. Number one, we don't have even the economy. Economically, we don't have the resources to embark on a war. So, but if what he's saying is true, which it will still be based on speculation, right? Then it is actually a master plan and master stroke of him to go to, because he knows that his own. Then in other words, he will pass the buck to the House of Rep and tell the ECOWAS that this is what they have said. Because actually, I think I read that even in our constitution, except maybe by veto power, he cannot deploy our military forces without seeking approval of the House of Rep and the Senate, as Senate as well. He cannot do that. So there is no way he wants to make any decision that he has to go behind, and then it is going to be completely ill-advised. In fact, if it were another leader, let me say it like this: I don't want to sound in a way maybe ominous or something, but another leader will rightly position the nation, especially based on our economic situation right now. We position our nation in such a way that we will benefit even if there's an onset of maybe a war in that nation. I don't want to go into details and respect because I don't want to be sound like a doomsday this thing. So you begin to position our nation that we can even benefit.
Hawkish. You don't want to sound hawkish like Prince Daddy.
I don't want
and
to sound
people
like that.
Oh,
I
yes.
don't want to sound. I don't want to sound that way. So I believe that that is what our president should be doing. So, but let's agree. Let's assume that what Patrick said is true. But another thing again that which Patrick mentioned is about the patriotism of. Well, I don't know, but I on my own, I believe that the northern part of Nigeria are patriotic. They are only just trying to tell us that they have ties, and it's actually true because before. What was it called? Is it not the Berlin Act or something like that, right? I was in the 19th century. Niger Republic was still just an extension of the northern part of Nigeria until the colonizers came and began to colonize. So we still have extensions there. We still have the Fulani there. We have the Kanuri there. We have the Hausas there. I think they are in the majority. So we cannot begin to take a
they are 53% of the country's population, the Hausas.
So you see now. So how Nigeria will, the only fear now, what is making everyone commentate on this, what is making one man commentate on this, is because we've seen in recent time how our president has responded to other issues, which is no longer something we can call as a maybe and say it is just a theoretical, or maybe we've seen how he has handled, and that's what is making people say, oh, hope is not going on another coalition course. So we can quickly bring back. I know that there are a lot of supporters of Tinubu here, but let us call a spade over this particular issue. That's my take, one man. Thank you for your time.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Moses, and then I'll bail out and hand over to Thomas. Moses, you're up next. Let's hear from you, Moses. Speak to the conversation, Moses.
Good morning.
Yeah, I know. Man must work, yes.
Just as it will be around my circumstances. So I just keep low.
Everything is good, sir.
No, everything is good. Not everything is good, but the situation on ground,
Are you back in Nigeria? Are you back in Nigeria?
I went to Nigeria last year. It's a year now. I went to Nigeria. I'm trying to go to Nigeria also this year, but just to keep myself low because I wanted to change my location. So I'm trying to change my location from here to somewhere else. I'm listening to everybody. I'm listening just to learn a little thing from you guys. It's been a while to be with my family, one man, and everybody. I miss you all.
We missed you too. If I had your number, I would have called you, but there it is. It's good to see you well.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. So for me...
Moses, it's nice to have you back.
Yes, sir. How is family, sir?
Everybody well, okay.
So just to learn a little thing from you guys and to contribute my own quota is the situation. Let me first go to the senator screening. About the screening, what I just view about the screening and my own expression about the screening concerning Keyamo, I can discover that if you are in position, whatever position you are or you hold today, you have to think of tomorrow, that maybe you are not going to be there. Someone is going to be there, and you don't need to be arrogant. You don't need to believe that whatever you are doing, nobody can challenge you. Nobody can ask you. Nobody can demand for accountability or your responsibility. But today I can see that no matter position you are, one day somebody will ask you for accountability, and you don't need to be arrogant because you are in position and you believe you can do whatever you like, or you can hold the power forever. It's not so. That's about the Keyamo. And then about the coup in Niger that concern Nigeria. From my own view about the war, concerning the war, about maybe the junta in Niger, is our Mr. President. Sorry to say, our Mr. President, he lacked the international relation idea or diplomatic idea. That is where you know who have the experience or who have the knowledge to rule a country. It's not by the age. It's not by maybe I've run a state before or I've held some position before. Because what Mr. President lack is that he don't have the people that have idea about how we relate internationally. You don't have those guys around him. For example, maybe you have you have some issue with Obasanjo. You cannot write Obasanjo off in this situation. You cannot write Obasanjo. People like Obasanjo, people like Jonathan, people like some other former diplomatic that we have. So you cannot write them off. You cannot say because you hold power today, you can do whatever you like. So no, it's not so. That's where Mr. President lacked idea. Okay, now you said you wanted to lead ECOWAS to go and fight Niger. If it is Benin Republic, will Yoruba people support any president to fight Benin Republic? It cannot possible. No Yoruba will support that. I'm sure of that. So anybody from the northern Nigeria will not support any president to fight Niger. It's not going to be happy. They will not be happy because the majority of northern people, they related to Niger. Majority of Niger, they related to northern Nigeria. So they will not happy for Tinubu to say, okay, he wanted to carry war to go and fight Niger. It cannot possible. Likewise, if it is Benin Republic, no Yoruba will allow such a thing to happen to Benin Republic because Benin Republic and Western Nigeria, they are family. They are one Oyo Kingdom. So apart from that, what the next thing I wanted to talk about is about El-Rufai. You know, and El-Rufai issue, people have been complaining, even though the Muslim, the cleric Muslim, they have been complaining about El-Rufai. Everybody have been complaining about El-Rufai. Now, before he said he don't want to be a minister. He have been aging. He have developed people that can take over from him. Okay, Mr. Tinubu begged him that he wants him to work with him, but now he was selected to be a minister, and people are complaining about him. They are writing such all mistakes he have been making in the past. They have been writing such and complaining about him that he cannot be a minister. That if Tinubu appointed El-Rufai as a minister, definitely it's going to ruin the government of Tinubu, because they have done that during the Obasanjo. That is the one that caused trouble between Atiku and Obasanjo then. Maybe it is true, maybe it is just ESA, but I don't know about that. But for now, I'm not sure it's going to be confirmed to be a minister unless something happened. So that's my own contribution. I just to listen to you guys, just to learn a lot of things from you guys.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Stay with us and don't make it so long the next time. Don't make it so long the next time because people will start asking where you are. So that's Moses. He's been all right. So he's just had to take time out to deal with life. So thank you, Moses. Let's go on from Moses to Folly, who hopefully has a good connection. I think he's joining us from Ekiti. Folly, Kilonshe, at this time of the morning, Folly B. Sure. All right. Let's go to Patrick. So Patrick, hopefully we have you and a better connection from you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfectly. So Patrick, you have the floor now. The opening question is what were you looking at in the news today? So you take that on, but before you take that on, let me use this window to bail out and hand over to Thomas. Prince Daddy, super chat, thank you. Solid super chat, thank you. You, of course, as tradition, thank you. So keep the super chats coming. There seems to be slowing down in that space. I wonder if and it's not even yes. Anyway, keep it coming. Let me just leave it at that. But also, so Thomas, you're up next.
Oh, thank you, everyone. It's winter here. I don't know you guys are enjoying your weather wherever you are. It's crazy freezing here in Melbourne. Patrick, were you there when the opera that happened between Woman and Bishop?
No. When was that? Today?
No. Just yeah. I've just employed everyone. One man and myself. Let's if you are trying to make the conversation go in some direction, let's just follow the flow and the moderator. We are not here to fight. I don't think that careful or what happened between them it's necessary. Let's just follow if the moderator say let's do it like this, let's do it like that. Bishop, I hope you will come back, so that we have a good conversation. Patrick, you have the floor. How are you, my brother?
Fine. Yeah, I've actually spoken on the Niger thing. The last thing we want is a war in that place, because myself. I'm even talking of in terms of money now, because you need money to fight, and this military junta, they are not alone. Except we are deceiving ourselves. They are not alone, and we cannot be fighting France's war. You understand? We can't be fighting France's war. Then we cannot enforce democracy on a people that don't want it. That's the mistake people are making. Democracy is the best form of government. But democracy promotes the will of the people. If the will of the people is that they want a military junta, then why it will be undemocratic to now do otherwise. Does democracy promote the invasion of another country? You understand? You need to see the rally that took place.
My brother Patrick, do you think people think Tinubu really wants to go to war? I don't think Tinubu is going to any war. I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what people think, but I also don't think so. But the challenge I have is that if Tinubu is trying to play a double card, if ordinary people like me can see that he's trying to play a double card, does he think people in the West, Western leaders, will not know that that's what he's trying to do? They will know now. You understand what I'm trying to say? Yesterday you were in Russia, the day before you went. You understand? They will know. If people like me who don't have military, we don't have a military intelligence gathering system, but just by reading newspaper and looking at the situation and body language, we're able to know now this is this. And then Biden and they will know that this guy is trying to play double camp. And so we can't afford to let that be the issue now, because I don't think there's any Western countries that really have the interest of Nigeria at heart that much. We are not important to them. That's just it. It's true.
Are you sure we are not important?
We are not. We are not. How much are they ready to put into Nigeria? What's the population of Nigeria? What's the population of Ukraine? Do you know how much America is investing in Ukraine even before this war? Ukraine has a bigger economy than Nigeria, yet America is putting all the resources into Ukraine. All along. We have more population than Ukraine. We are more strategically positioned in Africa than Ukraine is, and we are also equally well positioned in Africa, rather. But they are not interested. They don't even discuss it in their Congress. You understand? We don't come up except when there are some other issues like that. But Ukraine, those are major issues in Congress that they discuss regularly. You understand? They discuss
Most of the resources they are getting from Africa. What of the resources?
Which resources are they getting from you, Nigeria? Is America, how much of your oil is America buying? America, I don't know how much, whether they are even buying our oil now, sir. And America can decide not to buy our own oil. Nothing will happen. I think it's more of UK that is even buying our oil, sir.
The America has cut down the buying of our fuel.
Even before then, UK used to buy more. So what's the big deal? We are not as important to them now as in other countries. I'm telling you, America is going to be paying more attention to South Africa, to countries like Angola, than us. So what's our own problem? Look at, to even get weapons, look at how much we are paying for it. They gave it to Afghanistan free. They just left it in the military base and walked away. Afghanistan is more important to them. Look at how much they put in Afghanistan. Look at when we have
because they have a real war. We don't have a real war. Can you say that?
No, what led to the real war? They started the real war now. What led to the real war? You understand? It's their interest that even led to that real war. It's not the real war that led to their interest. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah. Why will you now, instead of you just be taking care of your family as a father, you are now trying to prognose them into what other people are doing in their home. You are not even, the excuse you would have given to ECOWAS is that, I just came in, I need to study the situation, and I have this issue. We have Boko Haram, we have all these issues, security problem in our country. What did ECOWAS do? When we were having military, is ECOWAS just imagine? When we were having military all over Nigeria, what did ECOWAS do? When we had Boko Haram invasion, what did ECOWAS do? Did we not organize ourselves? You understand? Did we not organize ourselves? So the idea of now, we will now be the ones spending all that money. If you think that the West is going to give you money, even if they give us money now, we should not take. Because when we need money to take care of our people, they didn't give us. If we now say we want to fight war, they will now give us money. To do what? To do what? They will not even give you money. They will give you weapon and say they are giving you money. Weapon that we will spend money to maintain. Weapon that if we are not careful, it will fall into the hands of bandits and Boko Harams. And then we will start having problem again. So we should maintain peace in that place. I tell you today, if there's a crisis in that place, and it might destabilize Nigeria, because when the West come into that place with their weapons, they will the East, let me not say the West, when they come into that place, those weapons will get into the hand of people in Nigeria, and they will create problems here with those weapons.
And if they are running away, Nigeria is the best way to run away to. Our borders are porous.
They will deliberately. It's not even the running away. When the civilians run away and come to us, it's not a problem now. We are okay. But when the rebels, other people, let me tell you, it's easy to overtrain when Nigeria is war than when we are at peace. Very easy to overtrain. You see military moving their armor car, moving their formations in the time of peace. It is easily seen. Why are they moving? But when there's war, if they are moving, they'll just say, "Oh, we need to deploy this. We need to." Before you know it, they are deployed around you as president, and they just even use cane to chase you out of that place. The Biafran cannot walk out very well. They will just carry him inside car. They will not maltreat him. They'll just say, "Baba, just go and stay in Bodino. We'll keep you there for now." So what are we saying? The only way to ensure that there's no coup is to lead, provide the right leadership, motivate your military, and then let them see that even under the civilian government, their careers are better off than under the military government. My brother in the military used to tell me that even when civilians are there, I think they are better off than when the military are there. You understand? But unfortunately, all these young boys, they don't know. They didn't know when the military were there, what we suffered. So they say, "One military, let them go." I just look at them and laugh. Look at this one.
Thomas, can we ask a question?
Yes, of course. Why not? Yeah.
Mr. Patrick.
Yes.
I agree to.
Yeah, my brother.
Yeah. So you were saying something about the other time, patriotism, when it comes to the people of the North, that I think they've all said this, like we haven't heard their elected members talk about saying Tinubu should not carry any warfare with Niger. And you said these people are not, they are patriotic.
Can I say something? I like how you pronounce Niger. I'll talk about it one day.
That's how it's said that's how they pronounce it in French, Niger.
Oh, that is the pronunciation.
Yeah.
So you always stand out when you pronounce it. It's not like we are the Paco. We don't know.
No, it's that's different. We say you want to say in English. I don't know. I think it should be Niger. I pronounce it in French way anyway. So I can't even remember how to pronounce it. So now, having said that, now looking at what you said, that it's not about patriotism here. If these people are Nigerian subjects, Nigerian citizens, and I can understand. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Tinubu is justified in anything he wants to do with that Niger invasion. What I'm saying is that tells you the problem we're dealing with in that country. Because if you have these people which patriotism should be to our country, Nigeria. In this matter of Tinubu, I'm not saying she come to play, but what you just said right there is the problem. Why the Boko Haram, the banditry cannot be defeated, and Tinubu wants to go and wage this warfare. What's going on?
I don't want to believe that.
I'm not done. So what my question is this. I'm trying to ask you this. Don't you think that's a problem, considering that Burutai said it, that for us to defeat Boko Haram and that it's going to take us like, is it 50 or 30 years, it says? Because it says the people themselves, they are complicit. The locals themselves are complicit into this. They are necessary into this whole banditry thing, and all because of the so-called religion that these people they profess to bring to them and say they are fighting the war of God or war of Allah. So don't you think that's a problem? And besides this Niger thing, don't you think it's a problem with patriotism? Do you think these people are real patriots?
Okay, you want me to respond to that?
Yeah. Yes.
Hello? Yeah, you see.
Yes, we can hear you.
Go on. Mr. Patrick, go on.
Than Nigeria, but simply because they know.
I think Patrick is breaking though.
Yes, I thought I'm the one breaking. Yeah, I think that's Patrick. I think I can feel like he's driving, like somebody in the car. So maybe it is the network over there. Hello, Patrick. Do you see now? Patrick is gone. Yeah, do you have Prince Daddy? Prince Daddy just came into the house.
Hey, what's up, Thomas?
Yeah, Prince Daddy. How are you, my brother? My brother with
Good, how you doing?
with the UK accent. You always intimidate me every time you speak, my brother.
Thomas. You know, Thomas.
You always intimidate, and maybe I will move to UK too, so I can have some accent. How are you, my brother?
I did. How far? I did. What's up?
Body day inside clothes. Thank God. Let's hear from you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you, Patrick. You went off for quite a long time.
No, I think I was muted or something.
Yes, we can hear you now.
That
yeah.
We don't have any interest.
Bishop, I'll come back. Please, Daddy, I'll come back to you, please. Yeah.
There's no economic interest in fighting that war. And so except maybe they promised him that, oh, if you fight this war for us, we're going to cancel your debt or something. Maybe, but I don't know. I don't know why. So those people are essentially not necessarily saying we are not patriotic. They are saying, look, it's not in the interest. That's the way I want to see it. That is not in the interest of Nigeria. Just like you are saying, rational mind. You are not in support of this war. It doesn't mean that you are not patriotic. It simply means that you have weighed it and said, look, this man wants to make a wrong decision, and we should not allow it to happen. You understand? We should use every means to make sure that we guide him right. You understand? And if it's either by condemning his action or by condemning him as a person, just to make sure that no Nigerian blood is lost as a result of that war. You understand? To stabilize democracy.
Patrick, I still maintain my position. Tinubu is not going to any war. He just wants to strike a deal. That's what I think. That is.
He just wants to do what?
Strike a deal. Strike a deal.
With who?
With the West or with the East, with anybody.
To strike? No, you don't have to do that. Use that to strike any deals. You don't. Those are lives, and those are very jugular issues. Now you don't play with. You don't use war to play. The point is that if Nigeria, for example, if we want to exert our dominance in Nigeria, if you look at the way war is being fought now, the war that is being fought is the war that China is fighting. It's the economic war. If, for example, what Buhari was trying to do, if we are the one controlling all the maritime industry of Niger, such that all their ship, all their vessels, all the containers for Niger are bettered in our port, we are the one controlling. If you are controlling maritime, the shipping and everything in Niger, it's like controlling almost 50% of the economy of the country. That's a very strong position. Those are the kind of things we should be doing. We should be funding their transportation systems. Nigerian transportation companies, like all these God is Good, all these big companies, they should go there. BRT should go there and invest. All those countries, they should go there and invest.
You see, Patrick, what you just said now brings another question to mind. What is the sanction they're talking about? Because you see, almost 70% of these people's importation, it is through Ghana, what's it called? Togo and Benin. The pipeline they built that China constructed for them. Guess who? Guess where they took it to Benin Republic. So you can imagine. So
why those ones not sanctioning them?
And again, another thing again is that among the threat they gave, the only West African nation they threatened, besides Nigeria, is Togo. They didn't threaten Benin. So it begs a lot of question that what is going on here. So I just think Tinubu being a Yoruba man, I mean,
why were they threatening Togo?
I think because Togo was a belligerent, kind of they were like pushing more for military sanctions, because I think Eyadema's son is under threat, I would say, because with what is going on in Mali and what is going on in especially Burkina Faso, there could be another, because you know that Yadema dynasty there has lasted for many years.
I think he has overstayed.
Yeah.
I get you. I get you. I think he has overstayed.
So I think he feels it's a threat because you see that young guy in Burkina. That guy he said he's going to go after. He's going to do this Sankara Thomas Sankara. So he's going to follow his and then they have this ideology of Africa first kind of ideology. They want to do away with this colonial mentality of where we have to pander to the West and to France. So I think what I'm saying is that among all the nations they threaten beside Nigeria, that's the only nation they threaten. Togo.
Rational mind. Let me say this. Rational mind. Patuski. Rational mind. I think the what do you call it, the Kenyans, I think they are happy for the unity junta. I saw many videos. They were jubilating. They were happy. If the citizens are happy, so what do you think? I saw many videos. They were jubilating that the military took over.
Yeah, mind you, these countries you mentioned, Mali, Guinea, they are all under military rule. They had a military takeover. Tinubu's that video of Tinubu in a helicopter with that former what's the name of that Guinean president that gave him citizenship. What's that guy's name? His bodyguard is what?
Okay. I forgot his name.
Yeah. So anyway, let's just go. These are forgetting a lot of names. So anyway, the guy was the one who overthrew him. That tall guy. That was U.S. trained. I think he's U.S. trained too. He's a U.S. trained military guy. He's the one. He's the one. He's the leader now in Guinea. So and also now in Mali, we saw the military there, and in Burkina. So the point is this: Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Benin. These are the two francophone countries remaining. Maybe possibly Senegal as remaining now that possibly there could be a military takeover of their countries. So that's why these countries are always they're just afraid. Benin, I don't think they want to have a military takeover of Benin. It can never happen in Benin for now. Ever since Kirikou has left there, Mathieu Kirikou. I think he has done it such a way whereby there could not be any military takeover in. I never say never, anyway, but in Benin.
That's what I want to say. That never say never.
Go on. Umbalen.
No, I said, I said I wanted to say that never say never. So you said it immediately. You said that never say never. So we can never say never.
It's just I used to live in Benin. I know that country very well, like back of my hand. But the way I see it, Kirikou, former president, he did a very good job. Whereby there's no way military could take over in that country. He has really broken their ranks like such. But never say never, like I said. But that's the only country. But the only country that I feel, because you see, one thing about Benin Republic is that they've been very, very progressive when it comes to democracy. They've had many years of power changing now from one person to another person. Even though we know that sometimes the election too is rigged, they rig the election, and France still impose whoever they want there for them. But it's relatively they've been calm, they've been peaceful. But you see that Cote d'Ivoire and what's it called, Togo, whereby Alassane Gbagbo was Laurent Gbagbo was the one who was the president, who was like a dictator there, and he will not give this guy that is there now, Alassane Ouattara. He will not give him time. So even every election, you have to find a way of skimming him out. Now look at the same Ouattara that was campaigning back. You see, these people are just a bunch of hypocrites. This is the same Ouattara that was saying, how could Gbagbo be there for many years? Now he has done 2 terms. Now the third time now, look at second time, third, he did the third time. He changed the constitution just so he could have third time. So you can imagine how these are our civilian dictators. They will transform into civilian. They will become another kind of dictator that is even worse off than a military dictator. So my point is this: that they are threatened. Cote d'Ivoire is under threat because they've had series of military takeover, coup, counter coup, and all of that, and rebellion. Togo, that one, we know that they've had several years of peaceful, one family ruling that country. So they also they are under threat with what is going on in these francophone countries now. So for me, I just believe that there's more to this thing that we know, and maybe that's why I don't know. Maybe that's why Tinubu is on the edge. I don't know how Nigeria is affected in this matter, but I just feel Tinubu needs to chill out. He needs to just get his heart together. For me, he should have come in first with two people. Two people among his cabinet should have entered that government with him first day. Minister of Foreign Affairs and his Attorney General, those two people should have come. These are the people that would have directed him and shaped his foreign policy for him. And maybe his legal issues within Nigeria.
But he still need the Senate.
He could have
do that.
I done with the old Senate now. The old Senate that were there before. He could have gotten the approval from them.
Can he do that?
He can do that because he did what was that? He sent what was it that he sent to the House after he became president? I think he sent something to them for them to approve, and they approve it now, right? So why can't they also approve his I think that's why the constitution makes it to lapse like that.
So far they are still sitting. It doesn't matter, maybe they are 8th assembly or 9th assembly.
Yeah, so they should be able to do it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Be able to do it, yeah.
Sorry, is Patosi there?
He's back, but I don't think he's gone again. He's gone again.
Okay. So Prince Daddy, over to you. It's just Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah,
Is that what you said the other time about this lady? It got me like, what are you talking about? You said this lady, wherever it goes, is a mayhem after it. You see, we sometimes have to like just I want you to talk about that lady. Talk a little bit about that lady. Let's hear.
See, Victoria Nuland. See, I'm not talking about her because I just found out about her today. I know about her and her record. Okay, trust me. I know about her, what she did in Ukraine many years ago. I'm not talking. This Ukraine issue is not just like, this is Zelensky time a couple years ago. I'm talking about 7, 8 years ago. And she was also in Libya, Benghazi issue. She was part of it also. So maybe you don't know about her, but obviously Benny knows about her when she came up on the screen, and she's the person that she works in the State Department. I mean, I don't know if you work there also, but she pulls the plug. She's like the final say. She's not the boss of the boss, but trust me, she's the person that sends to these places. Okay, if you remember, go check out the beginning of the war in Ukraine. She was there. She was there with Zelensky and the other people. So she's always been there. And just like it happened, I heard that $100 million was withdrawn from aid was withdrawn from Niger. She called the shot. If you see a picture like 10, 15, 20 years ago, she was a very nice and good looking woman. She's still a kid right now, but she's getting older. This lady, she's been through all the administrations in the past, 20 years in America. Victoria Nuland. Google her and read about her. She's that important. Very important for that matter.
During the Senate hearing, when Trump was being investigated for a quid pro quo matter that testified against Trump about the quid pro quo. Was it not the same lady? The ambassador, former ambassador to U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Russia, one of those countries between Russia, I think, or Ukraine. It was the ambassador that it was asked, it was recalled, and they recalled him back, and then the Senate were grilling her, and she testified against Trump and his activity in Ukraine.
Yeah, I think I know the lady you're talking about. It wasn't her. It wasn't Victoria Nuland. It was not her.
Please, Daddy, let's digress a bit. Not big discussion. I just want to hear from you. Are they going to jail Trump?
No, Trump is not going to jail. I mean, that's what they want people like rational mind to believe and have hope. But he's not going to go to jail. I know. Trust me. Everybody's beating the drum. Trump is going to jail because the whole purpose is to make people be afraid and wouldn't want to vote for him, thinking that there's no hope for him. But if you look at the polls, it's actually getting stronger. His support is getting stronger, and Trump is not going to go to jail. If anything, these cases are going to go all the way to the Supreme Court, and we know how the Supreme Court is right now. Well balanced. Let's put it that way. And all the shenanigans they're doing against him it's all garbage because everything they're accusing Trump of doing, guess what? everybody else has done it in the past, and they continue to do it. So, it's all a game, a dangerous game for that matter, but it's all a game.
Thomas, please let me counter this our friend here. You see, sometimes President Daddy, you say certain things that just make me like just wonder sometimes.
Okay.
do you sometimes now and listen back to what you say? Some of the things you say. Let me say all the things you say. Some of the things you say, and do you really give it a careful thought just to understand from one side to the other? The same thing we're talking about the lady. You are accusing. This is the same lady that went and talked about a regime change in Niger, when she was one of the people that you said was used in removing a democratically elected president in Ukraine.
Yeah, I heard it. Hold on, I heard it earlier, but guess what? I totally agree with you, but in what you said. But this is all about interest. They can kill us about if there's a coup in Niger or whatever. What is Americans' foreign policy interest? That's what matters. And I told you about Ukraine. Ukraine is a breeding ground for American politicians and all their cronies. And it's very important that and also that Ukraine is strategically next to Russia, and trying to it's all, and trying to get Ukraine into NATO and trying to kind of suffocate Russia. It's all part of the strategic plan of America and NATO. So it's all about interest. You're right. Everything that Nolan seemed to want to be doing in Niger, she herself, she's done it. You remember I said earlier, when she came to Nigeria right before the election, and Mokpe was asking her a question, and a response to the question was like, "Oh yeah, America." Oh, it was about Ukraine war, something like that, and she was like, "Oh yeah, maybe America is against what Russia did, going around the world, invading nation." And I was just chuckling because Mokpe did not even counter her by telling her that, hey, what about Americans quote unquote regime change around the world? She didn't even say nothing like that. I remember making a comment on the Chinese television to respond to that clip. So yeah, you can accuse her, but yeah, exactly what she does. So it's all about interest, rational mind. You know that.
I know it's about interest, but the point is this: when you paint one people like the devil, and the other people are the wicked devil of the devils. I mean, it just baffles me how we sometimes just paint other people as devil when they are the most worst of the whole of the devil, or even demon devil themselves. So if you, because of your national, I mean, it's their own interest. This cool leader thinks that it's in the interest of in their own interest that Niger should extricate himself from this Western influence, especially this hawkish exploitation of their country, whereby they get all this, just like what Nigeria is currently going through too, whereby all our resources is in the hands of a few people. They just milk it. They come and bring in ships and just go with loads of crude oil that were never accounted for, and some people become so rich from it. So why can't we also, in Niger, talking about the Nigerians now, why can't we just have control of our own resources and let them stop letting people call the shot for us? If you take one tons of our uranium, and it's supposed to be sold for like $400 in the world market, if you guys can give us $200 and you go with $200, that's okay, that's fine. But you people want to go with $300, $350 and give us $50 because we're SO of the country. Is that why you give us $50? We don't know how to deal with money. Only people know how to use money to develop your own country. So next, how would they $50 when they're giving them $550?
Right. You think you're breaking up?
Am I breaking up?
You're good now. You're good. Yeah.
Yeah. So why would they be taking our resources when we could also sell these resources to you directly, and you pay us that $200 that you're supposed to pay us, or even pay us $300, and if you like, go and sell it for $450, sell it for whatever. At least we are making more money from it. You see, the same thing that is going on in Congo.
But who do you blame, though? Who do you blame?
Yeah, you go. You see, this is a topic we should be talking about. This is what we should be discussing. Who do we blame? It's not as easy as you're saying. You cannot say look at let us use our country as a case reference. You cannot blame the people because the leaders the Nigerians get are not the leaders they voted for. Example, the one that is currently there. I tell you, he's not the one we voted for.
Rational man, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
Hold on. Fine. INEC declared him as a president. But how many people were allowed to vote? So you see, how did he even get the ticket of his party? Is it because he's so that good? Is that why they gave him that ticket? It's not because he bought his way. Was he not getting the money back?
Come on. Everybody bought their way.
Yeah.
Peter Obi bought his way. Isn't it?
So if you see, it's so complex.
Peter Obi bought his rational mind. Let me ask you.
Okay.
Did Peter Obi Gregory did he bought his way in Labour Party to get their ticket?
Yeah, you tell me that now. You tell me that.
Did he? I'm asking you. It's a question.
I don't think he did. Never did. He never did.
Yeah. Do they carry out primaries?
I ask you for evidence because I ask you you'll be throwing the same question.
Do they carry out primaries?
Somebody they all stand. They all step down on a post for him.
Is that democratic?
Yeah, because they did it in what's it called? In the case of what's it called? Labour Party, they all stood down for him. Nobody contested with him.
Is that democratic?
Yeah. It's the same thing because APC did the same thing too.
No, they did it. They
did. Okay, let me tell you. If you don't know, let me tell you. During the primaries, all the people that bought forms, your Ekiti State governor was one of them. Your other people, they were all one of them. They all stepped down for him. Even this woman that they denied the ministerial list now, she was also part of people that bought form and they stepped down. One Cross River guy, River State guy. What's that name? What's that boy? That guy, that young man.
Ayade.
No, Ayade. I think Ayade too. No, I'm talking about River State. One guy from River State like that. So a lot of them stepped down for him.
But Rational, you compare apple and oranges. This is not the same. It's not the same. You know that.
That's a question. He said, what is at the root of it? The root of it is that the people do not get the leaders they want. The Western people, some forces under the control of the Western influence, the money bags within Nigeria, they call the shots. They put whoever they want to put there. The right person doesn't get there. That's the point. Because the people are fighting against this behemoth of criminals organization in that country. The same thing in Niger. There are some people that are making money out of the poverty in Niger. Bazoum is one of them. And so if you can allow France to be coming and exploiting our resources and not asking them to pay the fair share amount of money they should be paying, not because at the end of the day they will give you some euro just to make you do okay so that you can look the other way and let them continue shipping out their stuff. Then they said no, we won't allow you. And also the mismanagement you handle, the way you handle the insecurity over there, especially in the northeast, in the northwest and northeast part of the country, is also a problem. They felt that this thing cannot, especially economically, Niger has no reason to be that poor. I'm not saying they should not be poor. They won't be poor. It's an African landlocked country, but they should not be that poor. The mass poverty we say that country should not be. There should be distribution of wealth. So at least 40% of that country should be at least okay, like in the middle class. If not only 60%, but at least 40%. But you see mass poverty in that country. And they have all these resources. They have gold, they have uranium. And then recently they discovered oil and they're laying down pipeline to Benin Republic. So they have no business in being that too poor. But because some people are puppets to this Western influence, and as long as they are puppet to them, they'll give them some euros in thousands of euros or millions of euros, and they look the other way, and they make policies that will favor them to continue exploiting their countries. Even this Bazoum, this election that brought Bazoum, it was contested. Look at how he jailed. They said he jailed his opposition. He jailed the guy. The same thing what this Maki in Senegal did, where he was jailing his own. I mean, these people they get there, they become a despot of their own. They are civilian dictators. Look at what Kagame is doing in Rwanda. This is the same guy that pursued that brought in war during the genocide, and they said they were fighting. What did they call their? They said they are liberation army then. Oh, the people, revolutionary army. People think, oh, revolution has come. We've seen a leader that will liberate us. But look at how, although he transformed, don't get me wrong, he has brought prosperity to Rwanda in some ways, but he became a leader that nobody can ever remove. Every election you do is not only him be the leader, with the boss make him be the leader. So you see all these
it never allow opposition to operate.
Exactly.
And he changed the constitution.
He changed the constitution
to let him stay for like everlasting. Yeah, everlasting president.
This was the same person that was pursuing the former president they had there before the genocide. They were the people that were like they went on exile because they felt. You see, our people, it's not as easy. We're fighting against a very huge criminal organization in the person of in the people of the Western influence and our own corrupt criminals within us that are using in that country, that continent. You know, but until we see a true revolution, a true one, not the kind of revolution that this one that they're doing in Niger. Who knows how it's going to turn out? The guy might say, okay, next tomorrow now, I want to become civilian.
Okay. It's a rational man. See, so Cuba, Cuba, right? Cuba, they don't have a lot of natural resources, just put it that way. So even though the communist Fidel Castro and his brother Raul have a strong grip on Cuba, but they were able to use intellectual, what do you call it, resource to develop their country, quote unquote, in terms of educating their doctors and having a more robust medical industry, whereby they do, you can say, export their doctors around the world. What is stopping many African countries from doing the same thing, like Niger, for example? Because like yesterday, right, I was making the point that, hey, what about Nigerians to use the uranium that they have in their country to produce electricity rather than depending on Nigeria? And people are like, oh, what do you mean? Niger, they pretty much saying the Nigerians are not that smart to be able to do that. So if that been the case, who's to be blamed? The Europeans, the French, they actually know what to do with the natural resources, just like most resources in Africa. Okay, so at the end of the day, as much as we like to point fingers at the white man and the Europeans and the Americans, we have a hand in it. It's our greed and selfishness that has kept us Africans in the state that we are. Not so much of this, so much natural resources. There are other ways to develop your country. Japan, for example, back in the days, Japan is not, up to now, they're not really well known for natural resources, but they built the economy and became the second largest economy in the world based on intellectual knowledge. They became the master of electronic miniaturization. They perfected it, that the rest of the world began to buy electronic from Japan. China was nowhere. But what was not Japan's number one natural resources? So we Africans, we are backwards in everything. We just like to point fingers and blame one person or the other for our problems. We are the selfish ones.
But Japanese never went through slavery like African people. So,
have you been through slavery yourself?
What did you say?
Have you been through slavery yourself?
Are we not?
No, I think not?
Hold on. Okay. What are we doing in a foreign land? What are you doing in America?
I don't remember coming by slave ship. I don't remember doing that.
What are you doing in America? What am I doing?
I don't remember. The plane ticket was really expensive. I tell you that. So I don't know all about that.
Long time slavery, man.
Yes.
Destroy us as African people. Japan never went through that part. Never been subjected to slavery. As a matter of fact, Japan colonized China at some point in history. So Japan was one of the greatest power in the world before America went to destroy them with atomic weapons.
But that's all excuses though. The state of Israel we're talking about here, it became a nation. They started gathering themselves in 1948.
You see this argument that Israel became this, Israel became that. It's America that is behind Israel. if African countries are giving reparation,
Reparation.
ourselves are giving, you think we'll not be better? Yeah. You think we'll not be better off today? You think we'll not be better off today?
Why do we need reparation when we have trillions of natural resources beneath our lands? Why do we need reparation?
That is not the issue. How many Jews were killed during the Second Republic? I mean, Second World War. They claim
Over 6 million.
6 million. How many Africans were killed during the slavery? Whatsoever. Go and get many Africans.
Agaleko, you're breaking. I don't know if it's me. Is it me that is breaking?
No, it's him. It's him.
Agaleko, you're breaking.
Oh.
Yeah, now we can see you. Now we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now, yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. So, look, let the Western world that gave given to them, let us be given, and let's see if we won't develop on our own. Let them give us all the support that we needed to be great. All those supports were given to Israel, including taking land for them. What are we talking about? We are not giving anything.
You know, there's truth in what you're saying, but let's.
But rather, we were not left alone. We were not left alone. They held us in bondage up to today. They never left us alone to develop on our own. You think we don't want to develop on our own? At any time that you see African countries have a great leader, patriotic leader, that want to take their country to the promised land, they will plan coup and destroy that person. So don't let us disparage ourselves or look at ourselves as, oh, we have too much problem, and that is why they are the one creating problem among us.
I gotta go. Let me help you with something. You see, guys. You see, the problem facing Africa is so humongous, it's so huge, that if we don't see them as a problem, it's very difficult for us to understand why we are where we are. You see, apart from the slavery, which maybe is also one of the things those things that is at the core of the problems in Africa. You see, this mentality of not embracing our own language. In Japan that you're talking about, they teach their kids in their language. School is done in their language. In Israel, it's in Hebrew, their modern Hebrew language or Jewish language. Go to Germany, all these countries that are advancing, even China, the mode of learning is in their own language. Now, you give birth to kids in like country like Nigeria, and very diverse too, whereby you see multi languages there. And then you decide to want to use English as a mode of instruction, whereby these kids, they go home, their parents speak to them, mostly like people like myself, and I'm not talking about now. When we're growing up, our parents taught us, they speak our local language to us, Yoruba.
Rexman, before you go further, do you believe that, as they say, that speaking multiple language actually helps improve IQ or makes you, I don't know, not?
I agree. But
okay,
you see,
so hold on. But if so what is wrong with people speaking their own native language, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, and learning English and French in addition? Why is that so bad?
Thank you. Because I'll just give you an example of models of countries that have done that and how they succeeded. Tell me a country that you know, apart from United States and Canada, whereby you have the English people coming here and dominating over them here. Besides this country, tell me other countries you know that, apart from their indigenous language, and they embrace a European language and they are prosperous. Tell me, give me an example. Give me an example. You hardly find any. You hardly find any. Because they use their own language, mode of instruction. I'm not saying you might not find, but I don't think there's any right now. So my point is this: you see, that is one of the things that are at the core of our problem, because we've been our mental mind, our mind has been so bastardized to make us feel inferior that we have to learn a foreign language for us to be successful, to learn, to understand. If our language has been promoted,
So if I'm not mistaken, in India, I think the method of instruction is English.
Tell me, where is India? How is India progressing? Tell me.
Well, India, in terms, come on, in terms of like software, in terms of
Go on, please. Go on, please.
in terms of software, India has nuclear weapons that they develop themselves. Okay. When it comes to software engineering, software in general, for the past 50 years or so, they are one of the top nations in the world. Perhaps they have the largest number of such professionals in the world.
Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Are you
Go
done?
ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. You're giving an example. Having a nuclear power is not example. Pakistan has a nuclear power, the nuclear power state. But look at how Pakistan is, just like Nigeria, if not even worse off than Nigeria, maybe like a little bit better than Nigeria. Even India that you are talking about, go to Mumbai, go to all those places, you see this slum, heavy slum, real heavy slum. People are still in poverty. Maybe you can say like, well, a lot of the population are doing better because a lot of them they travel abroad a lot, and maybe especially those people who travel abroad, they come back with wealth. They build the country, or they build more. They create wealth. Yeah, I'll give it to them for that. But India is not even a good example of what we're talking about here. We know they speak English. They use English in their mode of instruction in their schools there. But my point is this: that it's not even a good example of development. I agree that there's prosperity in some ways, but why is it that some of them have to go abroad before they can make it? Some of them. Why is it that some of them have to travel abroad? Indians are the most traveled single nation on earth. Anywhere you go, you see Indians. And whenever they go, like Nigerians, they prosper. They become big. They acquire wealth. You see them having big tall houses in Canada. Even here in America, you see them. They build homes. They own gas stations. They run a lot of hotels here. Most of the wealth is from within America here. They got it, and they were very good at it. Very thrifty. They were very wise. I mean, they know how to spend money, how to make money and spend money. So a lot of them that you're talking about, like Nigerians, they also acquire this money from outside. I'm not saying you don't see Indians that make money within India, but it's most of their billionaires and millionaires is from outside. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: you see, the problem with Africa is so much that I just don't see a way out of it. It's just so it's the more we just go, it just keeps getting worse and worse. And
even that India that you're talking about, do you know that it is adopted there that the language of teaching in school must be their local language? Hello, can somebody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. The Indian language, yes, they do. But
you know, in depending on the area, local government or the state, the dominant language is the language. Particularly, I mean, they even go down to local government. Any language that is peculiar to the people in that local government is what must be adopted as language of India school.
okay. So if you go on this conversation, 1 second, it's gonna go forever. So with you and Angelica, hold on, Angelica and Rashomon.
One voice. Hold on. Prince Daddy, let Angelica land. Angelica land it. Yeah.
So English is just a subject. They don't use English to teach them in school. It's the language in their community, in their locality, that is adopted as a language of teaching in their school. They have several languages, as we have in Nigeria. So it's language of their locality. Each locality that is adopted to teach in the school, and you can see them how they are progressing. They are waxing stronger every day. We are lagging behind. So language is very important. You know, when you don't adopt your language to your children in the school, they can't do better. They cannot.
But Ajale Koko,
Okay.
Ajale Koko,
Yes.
please, before you come in, let me push you back. But if they get out of India, if they come to the West, anywhere, they still have to learn English.
No, they
to
don't even
communicate
learn
to
English.
make that wealth.
No, they can even speak English because the English is one of the subjects, compulsory
in their curriculum.
subjects. Yes, in their curriculum. Yes, they can speak English, but in their school, it is their own local language that they use it to teach them in school. Their local language. So English is one of the compulsory subjects they have to do, but it's not the language of teaching in school. It's their local language.
There you go.
Yes.
There you go. Prince, yeah. Let's have one, Prince.
Yeah, you see, this argument that language is the problem of Black people or Africans why they can't progress in society, I can never buy into it. I can never buy into it because we go out of our ways to learn new languages all the time, and for that reason that we cannot be successful or do things by ourselves because we speak somebody else's language. But this argument, the premise of this argument is not entirely true because there are a lot of people in Nigeria that don't speak English. I mean, they speak their local languages in the rural areas and in the villages. I mean, at the end of the day, I see this as a big excuse. It doesn't serve anybody. The Black people I'm talking about, it doesn't serve as well. To think that because of a language that we can speak multiple languages is the reason why we can't think straight, and waiting for somebody to pay us reparation.
Let me come in.
Prince Daddy, what I'm telling you is that it created a barrier to some of our children that will have excelled well in school if they are taught.
I don't think it's basically our children that is the problem. When we are talking about language being a barrier, let's put it in the what will I say, like the age race of maybe 40 something above or maybe 30 something above. That is where we're going to put it at, because right now, I mean, almost everybody grow up learning English, so it shouldn't be a barrier because knowledge is basically knowledge. Yeah, but when you're talking about people that can't even understand English, which is almost 87 60 70% of Africans in that age bracket that can understand English, then you have to make it in such a way that you have to teach them in the language they can understand. And if you do that, that progresses the society. It's a simple thing. When
And
they go to,
who is
they
stopping
can't.
them from doing it?
We're just talking now. Is a barrier. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm not the government that is supposed to bring out a policy like that. It's none of my business. I'm just saying it's a barrier based on you can't. Those people that don't even know how to read or write English, they can't understand and they can't learn whatever you're saying. So it becomes a problem. Do you understand that?
Yes. Look, let me tell you this. Look, in many of our places, other than the city, other than the metropolitan city, if you go to rural area in our country, across the length and breadth of our country, they speak at home in their local languages, right? So when the children now go to school, elementary school, high school, they teach them everything in English. So some of these children that doesn't excel well academically in school, some of them, if it had been in their local languages that they are taught in school, maybe they would have been
Bajale, what percentage would you put on it? What percentage would you put on it?
percentage. Okay, I would say for those that are not doing well in school, I would put like 80%. If they have
But
adopted
if they
their
see,
local language, they would have been doing better than English language, because the parent doesn't speak English to them at home, right from the baby till 7 years old when they started elementary school.
let me answer quickly before you go, please. Sorry, 1 second. See, do you know people? Hold on.
You put those children in a state of confusion, they'll be struggling.
No.
They want to speak English because they know it's the gibberish that they'll be speaking. If they try to speak,
Ajande Koko, hold on.
Ajande Koko,
Ajande
do you know?
Hold on. Let Prince come back at you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you know that people travel to like China or Germany and learn the language first? Then when they learn the language, they go to school and get their degree. So learning a language is like learning any other subject, really. Is it be it math or chemistry or physics? It's just learning. If you have the capacity to learn, that is the brain power to learn and comprehend. What is the big deal about learning a language and using that language to work or do some other things? It's just learning. So the fact that you use learning a language to learn, if you have a native tongue as a crutch, why these people are not smart, to me is really troubling. That means you rather question the intelligence of the black people or the Africans that they can learn because they speak another language. That's why they're backward. That's why they can't progress, because they learn Yoruba at home. They go to school, they learn things in English, they become confused. I don't believe that, especially at a young age. Especially at the young age, especially at a young age, children have the ability to learn multiple languages, and they're quite the acumen at this point in time is really, really sharp. So you make an excuse for these kids. That I don't believe that's the reason why they can't learn.
Prince Daddy. Let me get, hold on. I gotta go. You continue. Let me give you an example of you, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, you on this platform, you've come once. There was a time, I think, when you newly started coming here. I'm sure it was you that made that comment. You said, I'm making. I've become a Badorian now.
You're not APC and you think that Bado, okay.
So you came here. You said before when you were like
Ashiriti too, so you are the secret closet Tinubu, you see.
Agbado man.
Language. Anyway, yeah. So you said here yourself, Prince Daddy, that before you moved to the United States, when you were like, I don't know, maybe teenager or a younger man or younger boy, a lad, that you never really understood things that were taught to you in Nigeria. But until when you came to the United States, it became so like, oh my goodness, like the mode of treating here was just so different. This was the same you that said that. Do you know why it was different? Because you were in a society where everybody around you speaks English. It's easy for you to understand. But when you live in a multilingual country like Nigeria, you'll become so confused. At home, your parents speak local dialects. You go on the street, the kids, they speak different languages. You try to adapt. You go to school, a different language. You'll be so confused. This is the same you that said it here. I'm sure you said it.
But point of correction, I don't think it wasn't me, but I said something similar to that, and when it came to the area of spirituality, that I understood it much better in the West than I did back home. But in terms of learning, it wasn't me.
Okay, maybe not you. Okay, I take it back then. But I know somebody said it here, which I'm sure it was you, but you said it not you, but no problem. We have recordings here. Guys, go and dig back, go and dig to, go and look, go and search Prince Daddy, whatever you have said. I know you said it.
Call him Pansat. Pansat will dig it up for you.
So, the point I'm trying to make is this. You see, when you teach kids in a language that is predominantly spoken around them, they do better. But when you, I'm not saying that kids are not smart when they learn many languages. I mean, people with many languages like me, I speak so many languages. So, but then that doesn't make me like I'm super smart. But then I'll say I'll consider myself as a little bit smart because I can think in different language, teach that language. But the point is this: when it comes to instruction, you can understand why are Germans doing better? Why are the Czechs, Czech people doing better? Why are the Latvians doing better? Why are the Russians doing better? It's because they teach their kids. When they're in the classroom, they think first, and you need to understand the process of language. How you process language you heard. If you're a bilingual person or a multilingual person like myself, you will know how to, understand what I'm trying to say, because you have to think in many languages. If I want to speak in French now, I have to think in French. I have to switch from my English or from my Yoruba to speaking in French. If I have to speak in English, I have to switch from French or from Yoruba to speaking English. You know how tasking that is. It makes you smart, yeah, but you know how tasking mentally that is. So you need to understand that there's a process to language. You have to think in that language. So if you live in an environment where a particular language is spoken, you try better because that's the language that is spoken. Not that you go home, you hear a confusing language, you get to school another confusing language, because you have to multitask in these different languages to be able to process what you're going to see, how you're going to say it, how you're going to reason, how you're going to write things out. It takes a lot.
I just, this because you speak a language doesn't mean you know the syntax or how to write the language itself.
I mean, that's say I know the syntax. I'm telling you the process. That's what I'm telling you.
No.
I'm not claiming to be an
But there are a lot of people that live in the villages, in the rural areas. They don't speak English. They speak their local languages, and there are a lot of people that live in the rural areas in Africa. They don't have access to the city. They speak their local languages and they do all these things, that they do there. But how much innovation comes out from those places since they're not exposed to English? Since English is such a bad language for them, so to speak, or French. They keep to their own community. They do their own things. They're not exposed to multiple languages. How much innovation has come out from from such places? That's my question.
That is where, hold on, Baba, Prince Daddy. That is where education will come in. Speaking language, a particular language is one thing. Educating the people to read and write and develop that language is another thing. So when you don't give education to your people, you cannot develop your language and you cannot develop well in every areas of life. So education is very important. So look, this issue of language that we are talking about, to teach in our own, local language against English or any other language, it has been experimented in Ibadan, and the result shows that teaching our children in Yoruba language or Igbo language can produce better results than teaching them in English language. It was experimented by Dr. Professor Fafunwa. He had a school in Ibadan, and some group of students started from Form 1, or maybe let's say GSS 1, as it's called today. Form 1, they were teaching them in Yoruba language, all the subjects, except English. English is just one of the subjects. It is not the language of teaching. It is Yoruba that they adopted to teach in that school. So geography were taught in Yoruba language, biology, chemistry, everything. They went from Form 1 to Form 5, like GSS 1 to GSS to SSS 3. And they sat WAEC. At the end, when the result of WAEC came out, 95% of them met the requirement of having 5 credits at a go.
But Jali Coco, how do the problem? Let me come first.
Let me land.
Okay, finish.
So about 90% or 95% of the students pass their WAEC. They make that required 5 credits at a go to have admission into university. Whereas their counterpart that were taught with English language all the way through from GSS 1 to GSS 3, only 40% of those one pass. Make made their 5 credits at a go. Only 40%. So that man experimented and proved to us that we are wasting our talent in Nigeria by not teaching our children using our local languages to teach in school.
What's the man name again?
Professor Babatunde Fafunwa.
Yeah, was former Minister of Education.
Former Minister of Education.
One man, can I come in a little to support what Angelico said?
Okay. Yes, come in.
Okay, you see, what Angelico said is actually truth. Just look at Bible. The Bible is the only language in Africa that is translated into every local language. And that is why you see, when you talk of the Bible, our people understand the Bible very, very well because it's taught in their mother tongue. It's taught in their own local language. Imagine where you teach children physics, chemistry, biology in their own local language. They will understand it more when you're teaching them in English. Because if you look at it...
But let me come in there, please. I don't know.
Okay.
It's more like it sounds so easy in the mouth. Because now if I'm processing it in my brain, it's telling me that how can you even start to think of, let's say, a Yoruba language and have a word like, let's say, photosynthesis. What is the word going to be? What is the word going to be?
Let me answer.
Can I come in? Can I answer that question? Can I answer that question, please?
Okay, answer it. You see, that is
one man. Just give me. Yeah, you see, the Japanese, they have word for photosynthesis. They developed that word for photosynthesis.
Why can't
Chinese
we?
too.
We can do the same.
The Germans too. Everybody did it. Why can't we do it?
Who is stopping us from developing those words?
Okay, excuse me. All the Bible languages all the words in the Bible, English words in the Bible, because the Bible was written by the English, by King James Version. But in our local language, you have words for all those English words in the Bible. Why can't we do the same in the science books? Why can't we do the same in the science books?
There's nothing stopping us. We're just not serious. That's all. We're not serious.
Exactly. That is what.
If we want to do it, we can do it.
We can do it.
You see, guys. You see, Professor Babatunde Fafunwa was one renowned educationist that I always respect. That guy brought in during those times. He brought in reforms. Many of his reforms never saw the light of the day. There is 366, or what was that method of education? Is it 366, whatever? If we had followed that process, I think we will not be where we are today. So that man brought a lot of reforms. I mean, this one that Adele was saying to me, and you're saying to us now, is new to me. I never knew about this research, but I know this guy is an educationist. He's a researcher. He does a lot of research, and because that was when he came up with that 3355 whatever system he brought that time. So my point is this: what has happened to our education in that country, whereby we used to have researchers that sit down, and they devise our curriculum for us. I don't even hear now. All you hear is, hey, they are striking, and they have to get paid. And lecturer is sending handout, And these handouts too are just have big kind of instruction that are not really in depth. So you just wonder, why would it not? Okay, I don't know if you guys have seen. Okay, let me. There's something I wanted to say initially. Thomas, I don't know if you can pull up that video for us. If one man can allow you. There's a picture. There's this video of a small boy in a little small lad. He was trying to express himself. They asked him in English. They asked me a question in English. I think it was in a school. Like this is the make house get peace. This small lesson school like that. That little child. They were asking him a question in English. He was having hard time expressing himself in English. But what did he do? He was now explaining in Yoruba language. That tells you a lot. If a child is having a trouble to express himself, I can tell you my little granddaughter here, as little as it is, if you start speaking English like this, mouth so sharp. You see,
I'm talking about your grandbaby.
So
when he speaks so fast.
He goes to school, he hears English, he comes home, the dad and mom, they speak English to her, and she's not confused. So this little boy could not express himself in English. He was even trying to mix English with. I hope one man could find that video.
Wait, so are you all saying that in a country like Nigeria as we are now, the three major tribes, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, are you saying that they should not learn how to speak English, or they should not be speaking English?
That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're
saying. Can I come in, please?
So what are you saying then?
Cool.
Let me just say something, please. Please. You see, the problem we had in Nigeria, the problem we had in Nigeria is this: we will have adopted a language, even if it's Hausa, even if it's Yoruba, even if it's Igbo. We just make it a national language, just one of the languages. That is just like what Ghana did, you know. Just make one language. If Hausa is widely spoken, we just pick one language, Hausa language. And if you look at this language will bind us together. It will kind of bond us. It will make us.
There's nothing wrong with the English, though. There's nothing wrong with
hold on. Let me interject real quick.
English is a universal language.
The person speaking.
I know it's a universal language, but at least when you teach our kids in their local language, they will understand more. They will understand more than when you teach them in English.
Quick question for you, sir. So look at this. So a Yoruba person is going to have to learn to speak Hausa, right? Okay. Is there a learning challenge or curve to learning Hausa as much as English, or there's no barrier? Is that what you're saying?
It shouldn't be like that.
What I'm saying, one who had independence in the 60s, if they had adopted a language, because you cannot, we have three major languages in Nigeria. You understand? We have so many languages anyway, but you cannot put these three languages in one language. You cannot do it. It's very difficult. Why not pick a language like the way the Ghanaians did? Other countries did it, and they picked a language.
I don't think that's a good.
That's just a fancy. Go ahead. Sorry.
We should have gone the Indian way, that adopted that. You know, your local language should be adopted as a language of teaching in school. You see, when
should people also be able to communicate in English as well?
And people can, yes, and they are taught in English too.
But
what about government?
I want to ask you something. I want to ask you a question. Like, if you look at the Indian president, when the Indian president wants to talk to the nation, he talks to the nation in one language. Just like the Chinese. You know, Chinese have different languages in China. They have different. They have Mandarin, they have Cantonese, they have this. But they adopted the Mandarin. The Mandarin is from the northern part of China. They adopted it and they are speaking it. Every country is just like that. You understand? So what I'm saying, it will be much easier, because if we're saying now that our president should talk to us in our local language, which language is he going to talk to us in?
One second. In America, for example, I'm not sure what percentage of the English people, the Midwestern people that came to America, compared to the rest of the American population, of course, which is composed of the Irish, the Italian, name them all, the Germans, they all too had to learn English language, to be part of America. That was not their native language. What is the problem? What is the problem you guys have so much about learning English or a different language? To me, it's just a subject, so to speak, to learn, especially if you learn from a younger age. I don't believe
It's
that
even an
because you.
asset. It's an asset
Can
in
I
the
answer
world.
your question? Can I answer
I
your
agree.
question?
I agree. Exactly. I
Let me
agree
say
that it's an
something.
asset. I agree.
If Nigeria was a francophone country, I would say that I will like this point that you're making, that some of us are making, will have a stronger point, because French compared to English, I mean, English is just way more spoken and way it's just accepted as the world's official lingua franca language. So if
A
Nigeria was
business
a
language, correct.
if Nigeria was a French francophone country, I would say what are we even doing with French? How many people in the world speak French? But I think as it is English, I think it's okay. But the local languages should not be taken for granted, because they're actually dying. All the studies from the universities are saying that all of our local languages across Africa, they're dying, to the point that they're even predicting that they will soon be extinct. So locally, from the local governments and everything, they should be taught in local language. But eventually, those children we're training should also learn how to speak English as just a general language. I think that's the better option we have now.
Can I answer Prince Daddy's question? You see, what you're saying is that the English were the people who colonized the United States. Hope you know that. You know that the English were the people who colonized the old British Empire. They colonized, yeah, they colonized. Hold on, they colonized the United States. You're aware of that, or are you aware of that?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah,
Go on,
the
you're right.
English, the
So
Queen, yeah,
anybody coming
the
in,
Queen.
hold on, anybody, the language of administration then was English. Let's forget that the Native Americans were here. They too were also forced to adopt English as the mode of. That's why you might know the story. You know where the Native Americans are today. How most of them are losing their languages. Their languages are dying. Most of their kids, they cannot even speak their native Native American language anymore. You know how that goes. Now, anybody coming in, the Irish, the Germans, the Swedes, the Norwegian that came after into America, they had to learn English. Mind you, a lot of those people who came in the 17th century, in the 18th century, in the 19th century, most of them were already skilled people who have already had training. People like Albert Einstein, all of them. They came into this country, they were already doing well in their respective countries as professionals. They understand language of instruction in their own local language, but they had to come here and learn it in English, or maybe they've already learned English before they arrived here. But the mode of instructions for most of them were their local language in Europe. They only just have to come in here and maybe learn English, but they already are excelling. So my point is this: you see, that argument you're talking about. If you go to like places like Switzerland, they have different cantons, they call them, and then these cantons, they have different places whereby you see the Germans speaks in one area, the Italians are in one area, the French are in one area, and mode of instruction is the language of these areas. We were doing that in the 50s. We were doing that in the 50s. A lot of our languages were being taught as mode of instruction. I can tell you for a fact, while growing up as a kid, my mom would read me storybook in Yoruba, and my imagination then was so I could think very well in Yoruba. I could imagine, I could write things in Yoruba, because that's the mode of instruction for my mom. When she taught me, she would read me storybooks. I would talk about Alawiye then and all of that, and Ejola, all those kind of things. We talk about them. I still have some memories of some of those storybooks that my mom would read to me back then. And my imagination was so sharp as a kid. So the point I'm trying to make, you might not understand this maybe until when you find yourself into education, you might understand. Myself as a teacher, I've come to realize that you need, for us to you see, I'm not saying that's the major problem we have in Africa, but it's at the very core of our problem in that country, which has also come as a result of the slave trade or the colonization of Africa by the Europeans, and the balkanization of Africa that has made us to think ourselves as inferior to the Europeans, because we feel that their language is more superior to us by adapting their own language so that we can learn their language before we can learn. No, we can do it.
We
can adopt 3 languages. We can start with 3 languages or 3, 4 major languages in areas where they are spoken, and we ask everybody to be taught in that language. Or we'll go to
rationalize.
we can still speak English. English can still be taught in school as a side subject. That's what I'm saying.
See, when it comes to language, I think the issue, I mean, you guys made earlier or prior, like Angelico, is that you lose your identity. Now, if you're talking about America, right? Yeah, all these different European people from Europe came to America, right? But they have to learn English. Now,
and
did they
excuse
have
me, can I interject? You
Go
know,
ahead,
in
sure.
America,
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Let me just interject because it wasn't only English that was spoken in America. It was French. French controlled some areas. They were speaking French there. German, many Dutch, many different languages they were speaking in America.
Sorry, Cyrus. You should have let him finish because he was in the middle of a thought. But you know, let him finish.
I just wanted some people. Go ahead there.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. So, just like to what you were saying also, initially, by the way, I heard, I think it's written also, I'm not a master in American history, but they talked about even before English was adopted as the official language in America, German was being considered also. I think just a few vote or 1 vote away, that's how they became an English speaking country, that's America. So, but a lot of these people too, like the Italians, they didn't speak a lick of English, many of these Eastern Europeans. But when they came here, they had to learn English with their little children, and they grew up and they adopted the English language and everything. Because in today America, you can learn in Spanish too. But in the beginning, it was strictly English. You had to learn English. Some people's name, when they even came to America, white people I'm talking about, their names had to be changed, like some Italian names, to a more better sounding, so to speak, English names. So, but they didn't really lose their identity, as it is a problem for a lot of people. Therefore, we don't have an identity. We can't learn properly. See, the mind, as I believe, the brain works like a computer. We have the ability to translate, what you learn in one language to another. I don't believe it's a barrier to learn something in another language. And by the way, the reason why it's easier for a child that speaks Yoruba, for example, to learn in school, because most things around that child is being illustrated in the language in which they understand. Like right, somebody said it was Des, I believe, said how do you translate photosynthesis in Yoruba, for example? How do you? See, even if you want to learn about such a word in Yoruba language, it's going to be so abstract to the learner because we didn't do the research or have the foundation of it. See, it has to be incorporated, like the Chinese or the Germans. These people didn't just show up. So, we have photosynthesis in our language, and this is what it means. Of course, it will mean nothing to the native speaker because that'd be a new word. It has to be their language has to be more robust to the point that that word becomes part of their language itself. So you're not going to go around and translate a bunch of long sounding biology words and this academic words into Yoruba, and you think the native speaker will understand. That's a joke and that's a lie, and we all know that.
Can I interject? Can I interject, please?
Right.
You see, when we talk about science books, translating science, the science book into our local languages, mind you, this science, all this, let me put it, science didn't start in Europe. Science started in Africa. If you look at science, everything about science, everything, science, geography, everything started in Kemet, which is now Egypt. And who built that civilization? It were the black people that built that civilization. It were people from the Yoruba, people from the Igbo, Ashanti, Ethiopia, you name it. In West Africa, they went to Egypt and built that civilization.
No, that's just fantasy talk, man. What is documentation? What is the historical record?
So the word photosynthesis didn't start in English. It didn't start in English. There were local words for it in Africa, in Egypt, before they now took it to Europe and translated it. So the thing is this: if let's look at it. if we translate these words, we can if the Chinese could do it, the Japanese could do it, the Germans could do it, the Irish could do it. Why can't we do it in Africa? Why can't we? After all, somebody was saying Professor Fafunwa was translating a lot of things. Then Fafunwa was also translating some science words into Yoruba, and these people could do well in their entrance exam. So we can actually do it. Sit down. We just feel. I think Africans are just being lazy to do anything. We are just being lazy to do anything.
Let me ask a general question. Do you all think that we are going to do it, or that we're just going to let everything scatter completely?
No. The thing is that we don't have the willpower to do it. If we want to do it, we can do it. It's just going to take some time. Then we'll get used to the word photosynthesis and local languages.
But does it look like we're going to focus on that area, or we're just going to leave everything to mess up completely? Because I don't see us focusing there.
Okay. I want to ask you. When Samuel Ajayi Crowder was translating the Bible into our local languages, you understand? He could do it. So there are people that can do it. You understand? If they can translate the Bible into our local language, they can also translate science books, political books into our local languages. You know? So we shouldn't say it's impossible. It's possible. It's just that we don't have the willpower to do it.
That means we won't do it then.
Well, but it's better for us. It's better for us to be African. We should do our thing. We should everything we do in Africa should be African, from the African prism, from the African concept, not from the European concept, because it's not going to work for us. If it works for them, it's not going to work for us.
The proposition. See, many times when Africans talk, in this area, you're thinking about these issues too rigid, because this so-called French language and the English language, even the Germans, they all borrowed language for different things, or words for different things from from themselves, from different languages, and some of the words were not organic to them. For example, the Germans, right? But they adopted that word in their own language because the illustration and the understanding, the essence of that word came from a different language. So now they have to teach that word to themselves or their own people and gain understanding. The point here is that we're not going to make Yoruba, for example, the language for everything that we do, because to many people it would be abstract. It's not. Many of the science word that we know today will be so much abstract from the understanding of the native speakers. So again, learning the language, be English or French, I think is a plus. And I think people, and I think it's just like learning any other thing. You can learn something and master it. Just like we know many Africans have mastered the English language and they are quite successful around the world. So it's not a bad thing to learn the language. I don't think it's a handicap that holds us back, our children, to learn, to be able to learn. And in regards to that research, I don't know much about that research that you talked about, but to learn chemistry in Yoruba, and because of that you are a better student. It's something I have to look into. I don't know all about it.
It's quick for you to understand.
I don't know why you're pushing back at this issue of speaking or teaching our students in our local language. I told you that and the research shows that our children did better teaching them in the local language than teaching them in English. So what they say, and I told you that all these subjects were taught in Yoruba language. If the man did it, that they wrote all those biology books, chemistry, physics. They wrote all of them in Yoruba language. Everything, geography, name it, except English. They have English as one of the curriculum, just one of the subjects taken in school, English. And they even pass.
that English in WAEC as one of the subjects, they pass it better than those that were even taught in English. Did you understand what I'm saying?
I hear you. I hear you, bro. I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
English as a course. In secondary school, when they search for English in WAEC, they greater percentage of them had credit in English than those that were taught with English language for all the subjects in the school.
And why do you think that was? Why do you think that was? So obviously, okay. My question is, so these people that learn all the other subjects in Yoruba, they even did very well in English. So what is the connection? What is the correlation there?
But the correlation.
Sorry, can Saki come into the conversation? He's been there. Saki, good to see you, Saki father.
Yeah, wonderful. I just came quite late. Good evening, good morning, good whatever to everybody here. I just came quite late. I came when all the talking points have been exhausted so far. But just to quickly ship into what you guys are saying, I dropped a message. I said even Prince Daddy reflects an apparent contradiction of his message in this case. You know, the Prince Daddy that you are that is talking about we Africans thinking in African perspective and trying to teach our children in our local languages. You know, even you know, the way you speak here is an apparent contradiction because if I'm not mistaken, I don't know how you try to, you know, adapt to another accent that is divergent from the African accent. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I feel it is, we should even start from there. There are some Africans, especially Nigerians, when they go abroad, either consciously or consciously, they try to adapt to fine tune their accent to the accent of the new place. You know, so I
Okay,
think.
Saki Fada, since you kind of asked a question, let me answer your question real quickly. So I don't know where you're going with that point because when I was in grad school learning Chinese, also Mandarin, one of the guys in the program is a Chinese guy, also a PhD in computer science. He was quite impressed with me. He said, "Wow, you're speaking Chinese with a Chinese accent." He was so impressed with me. So, what is your point? If you're learning a little new language, or if you're talking to people, they have to understand you. It's all about pronunciation. It's not so much about the damn accents. It's about pronunciation. Trust me. When I was learning Chinese, which I was pretty good. I mean, not anymore per se, but when I was learning Chinese, I was trying to learn Chinese, speaking with a Chinese accent, so people can understand me. That was the whole purpose. So you're maybe trying to make an argument. I mean, when I speak to most people around me, they have to understand what I'm trying to tell them or how I speak, how I pronounce my words to their own understanding. You just make conversation much easier. So you don't have an argument right there. If I was learning Igbo, I was also. By the way, I did learn Hausa also when I was little, when I was learning Hausa also, trust me, I was speaking Hausa with that Hausa pronunciation or tone, so to speak.
No, that is not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say, in effect, is that if you want to take the perspective of having the mentality of the Africanism, the African mentality in whatever you do, it then means that you should also try as much as possible to mainstream the African accent in whatever language you are learning, to show that you are trying to practice these preachings. Because it is very, very simple to start from there. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's very, very simple to start from there. Since you are able to learn English language in English accent style, so to say, it is also possible for you to mainstream the African tradition even while you are learning the English language. I'll give you an instance. Somebody like Chinua Achebe, when he was alive, or rather, there is somebody that is still alive today. You know, he's a very popular um, Catholic cardinal. His name is Cardinal Arenze. Arenze left Nigeria in 1965, you know, and came back in the late 2000s. So he lived abroad for more than, say, 40 something years, you know. But he even became a professor. He taught abroad, went to different universities and taught. And still, when you hear him speak, you know, he tried as much as possible to maintain that very African identity. He tells you that that accent is
No, no, it's not about. It's trying to. He was incapable of adjusting his accent.
no
That's the
no no no
difference.
no no
Trust
no
me.
no 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 no.
Okay, quick. Let me tell you. I have an uncle here also that he was talking about a friend of his. Right, the guy is brilliant. Is a Yoruba guy. He's a lawyer in America. He said the barrier to this guy was because his accent was so thick, people couldn't understand him. But the guy was so brilliant when he put things on paper. Is like magic. So some people don't think everybody's capable of doing it. Just like learning, not everybody's good at learning math or chemistry or physics. Not everybody has that acumen or that side of the brain. So if somebody's brilliant and they're not able to adjust the accent because they're incapable of doing it, I'll tell you that they were
Okay,
incapable.
can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Since you are capable of adapting to that very English accent, it also means that you still have the capacity to adapt the English language using the African accent. So why did you
And my point is that
why
why would I
didn't
want
you
to do
choose
that?
that option?
No,
Since you
see,
want to
okay.
speak
So you want
African,
me to speak English to white Americans with my Yoruba accent? Is that what you're telling me?
I want you to speak to us on this platform with that Yoruba accent. So we are the audience at this platform. So I want you to adapt to, you know, to mainstreaming this African tradition in this very platform. You know, because I even struggle to hear you very well, you know, at times because of that adaptation you have really made, you know, using the English.
Well, what you're talking about, this is what I call ad hominem. It's like a personal
No,
attack.
no,
I
no,
don't know the
no, no,
meaning of
it's
what you're
not
talking
like
about.
that. No, no, I don't
It's
want
to
you
me,
to.
it's totally relevant. See, you may not even hear my accent, right? But when I talk to Americans, they're like, "Oh, where you from?" You may not hear me, but they know that I have an accent. You may not know. So what you're talking about, who's to say that the way I speak right now was the way I spoke 20 years ago? See, this is what I'm telling you. It's about to me. It's not about an accent. If you actually hear me speak, actually clearly, it's about pronunciation, not accent. I try to pronounce the word to the best of my ability so people can understand me. So if you can, I mean, not everybody that speaks also, but I can hear you. I never complain about anybody on this platform, be it from Sierra Leone or Cameroon. I can hear everybody clearly. In fact, I'm actually good at it. I always tell people if a Chinese person speaks Vietnamese or Japanese, I can even hear them clearly. I don't have a problem with that. So maybe you have a problem in understanding. It doesn't
No, no,
mean
no.
that
It's not
I'm
like
trying to be something else.
no, no. It's
I'm
not like
not.
no. It's
I'm
not
not
like
trying to impress you.
no, no, no. It's
Just
not
to come
like
into your conversation a little bit, Saki. You know, when I first came to the UK, this go back several decades ago. When you speak to somebody in your maybe in your thick native accent, you're a good English speaker, of course. You are very conversant with the language and all of that. But there's this look of puzzlement on their face. Maybe you've made a witty joke, maybe you've made an intelligent remark, but there's this blank look, and then they say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention." Then you repeat yourself again, and then you see then that look of panic on their face. So then they start to tell you that, "Oh, I'm a bit deaf in one ear," and all that. So what they are really saying to you is that they couldn't really cut through your accent to really understand what you're saying, and then they really try and excuse themselves very very quickly from that conversation. So then you get to that point where you either have to start to continue to repeat yourself 3 4 times in order just to get the most mundane base level conversation going, or you make an adaptation in your speech pattern. Maybe you slow it down, maybe you inflect it in whatever manner, but really, you really have to make that leap in order to have that communication. So it's not so much people trying to affect as though they were not as they are, but it's really the reality of the circumstances you
No, no,
find
no, no,
yourself.
no, 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 no. You guys are just misunderstanding me. I don't want you to see it from perspective of ad hominem. I'm not trying to attack him.
No,
I'm
no, it's
not,
not an
I'm
ad
not trying to,
hominem. It's a general conversation beyond the
yes, yes.
personalities
And,
here. Yes,
yeah,
yeah.
and at the same time, I'm not trying to say that he formed to adapt to it. That's not what I'm trying to say. That's not what I'm trying to say. So what I'm trying to say is that it there, like you now, you have lived in the UK for a very long time, but I wouldn't say you are speaking like a pure English person. I wouldn't say that. I can see some sort of the influence of the Yoruba accent, that African accent, when you speak. Though it may not be so highly concentrated, but still, I can feel I can feel that this person is truly African. It's not the accent has not changed. So that's what I'm trying to say in effect. So I'm not like saying that. If you ask me somewhere like Prince Daddy, the first question I would have asked him is, "Were you born here?" Do you understand what I mean? I would have asked him, maybe you were born here, maybe that was why your accent has changed to this level, because ordinarily, if it was not a place you were born, when you speak, I will still like have that very flavor of that's our African accent. It might not be so concentrated or so deep, but you will still have some feel of it.
Okay, you dey hear English, you dey hear pidgin. So I speak with pidgin now. You dey hear pidgin. Yeah.
Uh,
General, you permit me to speak pidgin. Okay, next time I go speak pidgin.
Yeah.
For me, I just think, I think everybody has said it all. But for me, it's just Africa. What brought us to this question, Prince Daddy, was that you see, we talk about why we cannot develop in Africa, all this coup and counter coups and all of that. Why we keep blaming the West for our problem. I agree with you that we should stop blaming the West. But you see, we find ourselves in a situation whereby it's almost looking that these guys will not leave us alone. They will not leave us alone. As long as they don't leave us alone, it's like we're doomed to always criticizing them as the reason why we remain backward, we don't move forward. Because the things they need is in Africa. Everything they need, virtually everything they need. I mean, almost like, 60% of what they need to develop their economies is in Africa.
Yeah. Sorry.
Go on.
Rational mind. That reminds me. I wasn't here when you guys were talking about this issue of what is happening in Niger. What is happening in Niger, and I would like to actually comment a little bit on that. Like the position Nigeria is taking. I saw some people that are trying to rationalize the fact that Nigeria want to go to war, and some people that are against it. So I think in my view, if Nigeria goes to this kind of war, if Nigeria goes into this war with Niger Republic, I think Nigeria is going to lose a lot. Our military right now is quite overstretched, in my view. Our military are already doing the jobs they are not supposed to do. Almost all parts of Nigeria, almost all the regions in Nigeria are how do I call it? Are somewhat insecure that the military services are quite needed. The only region I will say, as of today, that is relatively somehow stable, that doesn't need this military presence now in Nigeria, is maybe the Southwest. So if you want to take our troop from Nigeria and say, let's send this troop to Niger to fight with Niger, most likely you're going to get such troops from the southwest, because other regions actually need this military presence. Something like the southeast, the northeast, the south, the northwest, and co. So I think our military at this point is quite overstretched. Number one. Then number two, again, I hear people that keep saying that this is issue of ECOWAS, that it is not issue of Nigeria. That yes, Nigeria has some influence in ECOWAS, but the primary thing you should think about is our national interest. It doesn't matter which organization Nigeria belongs to. The first principle is national interest. Is it in our national interest to go for this war? That is the first principle first. It doesn't matter whether ECOWAS is pushing you to go into this war. Is it in our national interest? And mind you, there was a soldier I was talking with the other day. The soldier was like telling me that the Nigerian military today, some of them are Nigerians, because not Niger and the North, they have things in common. Some of them have what do we call it? Some of them have a kind of relations from Niger. Some of the soldiers that are even currently Nigerian soldiers. So when you now send these kind of people to war, do you think that naturally they will have this kind of sort of kind of the sense of these are still our brothers, these are still our relatives, they won't. So my point is, I think Nigeria has every reasons to avoid this, going into this military intervention they want to go to Niger, in my view. In my view, rather than going there to create another problem, in the northern region that we might even not be able to solve for the next 10 years. So I think it is better to just avoid it and use diplomacy first, exhaust diplomatic options. That's my view. That's what I think.
Is everybody sleeping?
No, I can hear you.
Yeah. So, I mean, for me, I just say, I think I'll be leaving very soon to myself. So, for me, I just feel like our problem in that continent is so Herculean. It's just so huge that the only way forward is, it's just that sometimes this revolution that comes in the form of military takeover, some of them just don't really look at that one now in Guinea. So a few days ago, I saw this guy with his mixed race kids, and they were just walking down the street, and they become some kind of royals of their own, And then this is the same guy who came in and he was like saying he's the savior of the Guinea people. Well, look at how he has transformed himself now. We don't even know what they are trying to do. Is he going to pull off khaki and transform himself into a civilian? We don't even know. Or is he going to continue remaining as a military head of state? It's just, it's a mess of a continent. It's just so hard for me to see a way out of all this quagmire that we find ourselves in that continent. Because some of this, look at all Nigerian military coup. They all came with some promising of, oh yeah, Aguiyi Ironsi has taken over, Gowon has taken over, and then next thing we see, something else happens. Murtala has taken over. The next thing we see again, another thing happened. Obasanjo take over. But what has been the result of all these military takeovers in Africa? This is not the first time Niger is experiencing a coup. This is not the first time that Burkina Faso is experiencing a coup. This is not the first time that Mali is experiencing a coup. But all these coup and counter coups, what has it brought? What has it really transformed? Those people that even became finally, they even transformed themselves into like civilian, like the one we saw. Though that one, that one was, I mean, that wasn't the military. What's his name? Alassane Ouattara in Cote d'Ivoire. Even though he was not a military guy, but he became. Look at how they touted him like, oh, Ivory Coast would have moved forward if Alassane, I think who was what's it called? Who was minister of prime minister then, or kind of like a sort of a minister of finance then under Ofubanye, and then look at what happened after many years after Ofubanye died. He came there. Look at how he transformed. I mean, you just wonder. Africa is in a
So, Rashama, why do you think people are touting this Niger coup as a new phenomenon? Like, oh yeah,
what a new phenomenon now. It's just about resource. It's just about the resources there that they're all fighting for. It's not. Okay, why didn't
I'm talking about the perception. Why do you think people are touting it as a new phenomenon? Because the truth, so a lot of people think, I mean, if you go online, that they've come to drive away the colonial masters and do great things. Why do you think so?
Prince Daddy, I don't get me wrong. I'm not saying these guys are taking over in. That's what I just said. Now I just said, well, if you listened to me a while ago, I said I don't believe in all these military takeovers. I just believe that if that's a way of realizing whatever they want to realize, well, let it be. I don't see anything promising from it, anything coming out of it. It's not going to be another military dictator, taking over from another dictator who will later transform himself into a civilian, and later his own family too. They will start getting contracts and getting here and there, and his own cronies too. It's going to be the same old stories that we hear, So I don't have any belief that anything is going to come out of it. As in, even though they are led to be, they invade them, they continue. I don't see anything coming out of it. They're going to replace another European war power, another European exploiter with another European exploiter in the person of maybe Russians or maybe Chinese too. So it's just it's so bleak for me when I look at the future in Africa. It's just so bleak that for me it's just if you're just able to, if you're just fortunate, your short time here on Earth in that continent, you're able to just enjoy it in any way you can enjoy it. Just enjoy it.
Rational mind. I want to ask a question to everybody. Like everybody can answer it. Why is it difficult for African leaders, especially in West Africa, to develop their country? Why is it difficult for us as Africans to develop our place? How is it difficult?
Let me answer that question.
Okay, go on.
The reason why it's very difficult for the Africans leaders to develop their place. One, the human tools that they need, it's lacking. You understand? Not 100%, but highly lacking. You understand? Like if you look at United States, for example, the United States government say, okay, we have this vision, we want to advance in this area. They can look into the society and see a company or individuals that goes to work to figure the solution to the problem or figure out to develop the material or whatever it is that they need to make it happen. Like United States companies say, okay, we want to advance our military. They look into the society. They say a company called Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin, we say, okay, what do you want? The government say, okay, we want to design an aircraft that can do this, do that. Lockheed Martin goes into research. They goes into research. They bring all their scientists together. They come up with a solution, develop the weapon. The government say, okay, you want to develop this maybe in a IT sector or whatever sector. They go to Silicon Valley. They look at the companies there. They say, hey, we the government want to advance this area. The companies there in Silicon Valley, no, they go to work. They do it. If Nigerian government today say want to build something, want to advance, if they look into the population, who the hell will they look to? Oftentimes, everything will build. We have to go outside to bring people. It's like if Nigerian government wants to build highways every day, they have to go to Julius Berger. Why can't they look into population and say, oh, this is not a group of Nigerian engineers that put their brains together and figure out how to do these things? So Nigerian government can go to them and say, okay, guys, want to build highways across this thing. Oh, this company here, this group of Nigerians here can do it. It's not the case. So a lot of our issue is really we, the population. We have to learn how to be very productive and be very creative and innovative. So that way we can partner with our government and begin to build our country. You can't expect the president that only knows accounting to go and figure all this, to go and, that's not their job. Politicians don't build. They just do policies. They can just say, okay, we want something. You have to understand. So we, the people, have to step up our game And we have a lot of talented Nigerians who fled the country. Some of us that have developed the capacity to start making things. We don't want to go back there. We just want to stay in Europe and America. So that's the solution to that. I mean, that's the answer to that question.
I agree with you. I also disagree with you. The thing is this, you see, there are even while a lot of Nigerian talented people are leaving, we still have a bunch of talented people in Nigeria, a lot of them there in Nigeria, that wants to help and build. Just look at, I was listening to a Senate hearing one time. They were asking one guy in charge of innovation and whatever. Nigeria has pumped so much money in that ministry. And what they could produce, what the guy was saying on national TV, that they have created the technology to produce kilinchi. Imagine on national TV, you are saying you are making such things, and the federal government has pumped so much money in that ministry.
Now you're having my case. Yeah, you won't strengthen my argument. That's my case. So the federal government is even investing in the population can't invent anything. So
no. You don't understand where you don't get where I'm coming from. The thing is this is that we have pool of talent in Nigeria. You understand? The government, it's just corruption. They are not, see, if you bring any innovation to the government, they're going to throw it under the carpet. They don't need it. The thing is that we have had.
They don't need it.
I'm telling you. See, Mike, I want to just tell you this: Nigerian politicians, the crop of politicians we have today, they do not have the mindset. They do not have the capacity to develop Nigeria. And I can say it and say it again.
I don't think development
do anything in Nigeria. You understand?
Listen, my brother, let's get one thing straight. I think it's high time we start to tell ourselves the truth. It's not government that develops society, it's the people. Government just look at what the people can do and they put a policy in place to make it to back you. That's what it is. That's all it is. Government don't develop society. Until Nigeria will start to get that thinking in our head, we'll never develop. Government don't develop society. I can agree with you that we don't have serious government, but some smart government, someone like me, for example, if I become a politician in Nigeria leader, what I would do is start taking upon myself to start letting people know, and also trying to let people know that we have to work together, and it's all on you. Like, for example, John F. Kennedy, when he became president of the United States, they look at the American population and listen, don't ask what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. And I will partner with you. So I think that's one area I would say the politicians are stupid, because they're now looking at the people and saying, listen, we have this money here. If you have talent, if you have gift, come, this is avenue, let's work together. You have to be the one to make to
Mike, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but let me just put this to you now. You see, Otedola has the capacity to do a lot of things in Nigeria. Otedola once said that they wanted Port Harcourt or Warri refinery, both of them, they wanted to buy it up and fix it so that it could be refining oil. The federal government took it, said no. You see individuals that want to pave federal roads. Government says no. It's not their jurisdiction.
You can't. You're talking about matter of legal issue. Like, for example, let's say you have the ability to fix road. What you do is start your own company, road fixing company, and go and take the contract from the government to fix it. But you can't it's illegal for you to step on the federal road and start fixing it yourself. Like, it's just a matter of legal issue. Even in America here, if the road, let's say road is bad, you as a civilian individual cannot get on that road and start pouring something there. You're tampering with government property, you understand? They will go against you. But if you want to fix it, what you can do is start your own road construction company and approach government like, okay, listen, I'm a road construction company and I want to fix this road. I want contract to fix this road or whatever. You work with them, you negotiate with them. So I think that's where you're misconstruing the issue there. You understand? So,
even let me tell you, even the federal the politicians or the federal government or the state government, whatever, they don't even patronize what is Nigerian. They don't. If you get a contractor let me give you one instance. If a contractor submits his his program that, oh, I can do this road, and Julius Berger comes around, and maybe we'll have a Chinese company or we'll have other foreign companies. You know that they would even pick that Nigerian company to try him. they'll pick other established industries or construction companies. That's what they will do.
Let me say this. Let me say that I hear that a lot. And when I look deep into it, first of all, I say it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. First of all, if let's say you are capable of doing what Julius Berger is able to do, right? First of all, it's even more cheaper to use you than use Julius Berger because you are there local. Julius Berger have to charge more because they have to factor in the cost of them coming in, bringing equipment in, and everything. So which government will know that you can do it and they can do it, and then they will neglect you and pick them? That argument doesn't make sense. The one, two, you have to understand that when people bid for contract or bid for work, the government wants to look at the best bidder in the sense that, okay, this guy is coming in and he's willing to do the work with his own money, with all his money, finish the work, and I inspect the work, make sure they see that the work is completely done before I pay him. Now, a bigger company just wait.
Contracts in Nigeria. I don't think so.
But wait, now I'm telling you how bidding. When you bid for contract, that's how it works. And also, the person who want to put his money down is looking at the risk and things like that. Like, okay, now history has told us that whenever Nigerian government give contract to individual Nigerians or things like that, a lot of time that guy, the people will tell the government, okay, give us the money first because we don't have the money to fund it. And a lot of time when the government give people money, Nigerians run away with that money. Some of them, when they do the work, they do very terrible work, and they figure a way where they disappear with the money.
I want to ask you a question. If you are the president of Nigeria, you give someone and you want to build Nigeria, you want to develop Nigeria, you give a Nigerian construction company a job to do, and he refuses to do it. What will you do to the person?
If I'm a president of Nigeria, I give.
If you're the president of Nigeria, you give a contract to a Nigerian construction company, and the person takes the money and run away. What will you do to that construction company? What will you do?
If I can find the person, I'll prosecute him. But in many cases, many of them are jackpots who run away with the money to another country. They disappear with the money. That's why I'm telling you here. They disappear, they run away with the money. Go and look at how many. You don't know your history when they say the budget for this thing in the 90s, especially so many small scale projects. Nigeria don't go hire big company to come and do small scale projects in Nigeria. Now. It's the Nigerian local company that the government are hiring now. Most of the contracts given out in Nigeria give it to Nigerians. Trust me. People approach ministers for contract now all the time. Governors, they give contracts, especially to their relatives and friends and people, cronies and all those people. But most of it, the Nigerians don't do it. Listen, that's what I'm telling you. So, even some of them, when they do it, they just do fake work, cheap work or something, and they disappear with the money, like, so it's corruption, it's things like that. So what I think solution to that is a group of us can form a reputable company and make it a reputable company that's reliable, there's this, and government know that company over there, this Nigerian company there, they've done this and this and this, they do quality work, they've never stolen money. It's kind of way of building credit, right? Where you say, okay, you have built credit, you build reputation. Now government can know that, okay, this company here can compete with Julius Berger for, known for doing quality work and, all those kind of, so it's competition. So, so that's what I'm saying. But when you have a reputation of just disappearing with money, and people like Julius Berger have a reputation of coming in, they do the work, boom, they complete it, and they call government, come and inspect it, and then after that, they ask for their check. Government can easily say, okay, me as a politician, hey, I want this done within 4 years so I can get re-elected, and I have this 2 billion to build this flyover. I can't build a flyover or someone will disappear the money or that will collapse, and people will say, see what government wicked did. So I'd rather go and hire a company that I know that has a reputation of doing the complete work. Okay, who is the company? It's a foreign company. Okay, hey, come and do the work for me. So that's what the situation is. So a lot of this problem is just weak. Yeah.
Mike, the problem with Nigeria, the problem with us in Nigeria or our government in Nigeria is this: there are no consequences for wrongdoing in Nigeria. Wrongdoings are rewarded in Nigeria. That is the problem we have. If people are persecuted for doing wrongdoings, everybody will sit up. Everybody will sit up. If contractors eat the money, you jail them, you mess them up, If politicians steal money, you jail them. Our prison, this thing will be full by now. My brother, we reward wrongdoing. That is why the country is where it is today. If we start penalizing them, if we start throwing them into jails, if we start punishing wrongdoings in Nigeria, you see that everybody will sit up. Everybody will sit up. If if the laws in order, if the way they treat our government is treating corrupt politicians and corrupt people in Nigeria,
And I agree with you. And we have different kind of we have some government that are putting that kind of effort in place to say, okay, we're strict. Example would be the Chagari Buhari government in the 80s, where they say, okay, we are coming in to be strict. You break the law, we'll prosecute you quick and things like that. Actually, so the rest of you can stand straight. And when you get that kind of government, you still get people going against that government. Like, he's weak, they'll turn against you, trying to overtake you. And then when you get a government that comes in soft, the people will be extremely corrupt. So it's still, it's not that easy, man. But to me, I agree with you, definitely. We all have to come to that agreement and listen, hey, we have to be serious. We have to, both the people and the government have to get to the point where we say, hey, we have to get serious. And one thing I will tell you that make it difficult is when we have a multi-ethnic nation, it's very difficult for one individual to come and say, okay, I'm stepping my foot on the ground and I want to start prosecuting. I want to be serious, because the moment you start doing that, they will start saying, oh, you're prosecuting people from other tribe. Maybe you become president as an Igbo man. The first people you arrest, the catch, you happen to be Yoruba or not, and I say, see, tribalism, so they want you. So are you going to start only going after your tribe people? I'll be only prosecuting Igbos. So it's difficult. That's why when you get multi-ethnic nation, it's very difficult to say you want to do the right thing, because some people will blackmail you, like, look at him, you're attacking, yeah.
Mike, the thing is that if we get a sincere president or a sincere leader, even if he's a governor, sincere, the people see, oh, this man is ready to work. This man wants to help the people. You understand? All these things, people wouldn't have all this. They
are wicked people. They don't. They are some. Listen, no. Yeah, the good Nigerians, good people will not do that. Even when you don't. But there are some wicked human beings, and there are many of them are Nigerians. They will, no matter how good you are, the fact that they don't like your ethnic group, they'll go after you. I'm telling you, you can be angel all you want. If you come from one ethnic group, another ethnic group that don't like you, they will come after you all day. That's just where Nigerians are. All humans, I won't say, let me not say Nigerians alone, people, but Nigerians particularly, we are like that. We have this ethnic vendetta, against ourselves, where if the right man come in, he has to come from one ethnic group, and you have people from other ethnic group, they will hate him, they will not like him, and they will try to do the right thing. They will frustrate you, where you yourself be like, why am I trying to do the right thing, sir? These people. So most of the problem is just, see, the solution is this. Good people of Nigeria from all ethnic groups need to come together and, work. That's the solution. And just deal with the negative people. Deal with them. So that way.
Mike, another thing that is going to help us in Nigeria is this. If the federal government, because all this spoon feeding the governors, when you spoon feed these governors, it does not get the best out of the people. Bad people, you see, most of our governors are lazy today because, one, they get allocations from the center. When they get allocation from the center, they go and sleep. The next month, they come and get another allocation, they go and sleep. But assuming you have this situation where you control your resources, you look for investors. If your resources are just natural resources, you go out there, look for the resources, sit in a table with a Chinese, with a Japanese, with an American, and negotiate. You see, that is the problem. Negotiate your stand for that contract. You see that when you have our leaders, our governors controlling their resources, you see, we will have less corrupt people coming into governance. Because if you don't know what to do, you can just, like you see in developed countries, when their leaders come on board and they don't know what to do, they just resign. They said, come on, I'm giving up, and they will leave. That will happen in Nigeria if we have them control their resources.
You see, my brother, Nigeria right now, we're probably the luckiest country in Africa to be in the position we're in right now. We are like the only country in Africa that have the means to do a revolution without shooting gun or even violence. With the kind of democracy we are, where you've mentioned governors, right? Nigeria has developed a system where we've taken a lot of power away from center and given to local states. And you can't sit there and deny that it's very easy to replace a governor. The population of a state in Nigeria today, find it very easy to replace a governor than it is to replace maybe a president or a whatever, those in the center, right? And you can also agree with me that states in Nigeria, the most important person that can really transform a state or do anything is the governor, not the president. So we are so lucky to the point where we have a political system where governors, every state in Nigeria have fantastic governors, like most brilliant set of governors and local government personnel. Dude, we don't need a president. President can sit on be sleeping all day. Nigeria will transform. You can agree with me on that. So I'm telling you that when it comes to development right now, our political system, we are so lucky that each state, if the good people you don't even need good people of Nigeria to come together, just need good people of each state come together and figure a way to take over their state governments. Like, okay, we the people of Bayelsa states, all the intellectual in Bayelsa state, all the good people, they rally themselves. They decide from now on, this state here, we will no longer have anyone that doesn't have this qualification, this attribute, or this acumen, this level, and we scream. We, the people of this state, will come together. From now on, to be a governor in this state, you must be this kind of this qualification. It's so easy. It's so easy, and we'll see it played out. Look at when Edo people came on the street to make sure Obaseki wins. It's so easy, man. Look at the way governors are the easy. Governors, and I'm glad it's growing. Like people are beginning to know that the governors will become governor in some state, not all state too. Look at it. Look at the crazy. Even someone the guy almost shit on his pants. Like Mama loses election. That local election, the governorship election is like you can't just easily become governor now because people are very conscious. It's easy. So if everyone in every state say, now from now on, no, let me focus on my state, leave this Nigeria alone. I want to develop my state. We the people of this state, particularly those states there's no multi-ethnic states like just it's easy, very easy, man. I'm telling you. So we have to understand that we need to understand we have to get the best of the people to be on top. But we are not doing that. It's usually the worst people that will vote for. The worst people we all support.
Mike, you see, I quite agree with you. But the thing is this. You see, I feel why a lot of people are coming on board to become governors is because, one, you don't have to think out of the box. Just think in the box there, and the allocation is coming to you.
My brother, the Nigerians stay from the beginning.
If we have governors, excuse me,
go ahead.
If we have governors going out there looking for investors to come to their states to invest so that they can get internal generated revenue, then you see that a lot of states will develop, and a lot of will now, you see, people that have something upstairs will come now and be governing a state. Just look at, for example, I'm from Imo State. My governor in Imo State, he just waits at the end of the month, he goes and gets his allocation. He pays, sometimes they don't even pay salaries, sometimes they pay, if they're in a good mood, they pay salaries, they go back, no development. If you ask them, they say that they paid salaries, you see. So you see that governors you elect in states, most states in Nigeria, their primary duties is just to pay salaries, and they have to pay salaries.
So you agree with me? You agree with me that our problem is bad governance within states? You agree? Like terrible governance.
It is a system. It is a system. You see, if we can give at least
what do you mean? System is
the resources.
Are you saying the system is the system is the reason why that governor made it there, or is the people that allow the governor to make it there?
Like this sharing formula is not good
it
for us.
Still doesn't matter. Listen, if you're a productive person, whether they share, give you money or they don't, you'll be productive. You'll be creative and productive. The people, man. Okay, if you become governor today, they give you that money. You want to do something. You do something you want to get done now. So we can't keep saying because they're giving them money. If they are useless, they're useless. We just give excuses to our problems.
Mike.
I understand with you that the sharing formula can make you lazy, but if you're a determined person that have a vision for your state, the sharing formula shouldn't be your excuse why you can't perform. If you're a determined person, you want to listen. If you are determined to transform your state, and you have that, that determination in your mind. If you become governor, whether they give you the money or you have to earn the money, you will, as long as the resources there in your hand, you will get it done. So let's stop this capping and excusing why you go. It's like you're excusing governor. You are excusing the governors why they are not performing. You're saying, oh, it's not his
I'm
fault.
not
It's because they're
excusing the
giving him
governors.
money.
What I'm trying to say is that you see, this sharing formula is just like a man that has children. Maybe you have like 12 children. And what you do every time is you give them money to go and buy food, buy clothes, do their, your food, you food their bills. Even when they get to 30 years old, you are still doing the same thing. 40, you are still doing the same thing. So you spoil these kids. What I'm trying to say is this: let's allow states to control at least 40% of their resources. Those that don't have resources, they have lands to farm. You could see that all this banditry in the north will stop. You see,
so why are they not doing it now? Why are they not doing it?
Because of this, this sharing formula is producing lazy governors. They are producing lazy.
No. The people are the one producing lazy governor. It's not sharing formula. It's producing lazy governor. Because I know that if you make me a governor today, I'm not going to go there and be lazy because they're giving me money. I understand it. Listen, I've always been the one that advocate that say that same thing. Oh, they're producing lazy governor. I agree with you. Wait. Give me a second. I do agree that that things give them reason to be lazy, but let's still not give it an excuse why they are lazy. I understand some things can make you lazy, even in your personal life. There's some situations that can make you lazy, but at the end of the day, you still can excuse why you're lazy. So what I'm saying is, we understand. If they don't stop giving them that sharing allocation, they'll find a reason to look for other ways to make their money. But we agree with that. But the fact of the matter is, we can't excuse why a governor is lazy. Why you electing lazy governors? That's we can't do that.
Okay, can I?
Already, 1 year.
Okay.
Somebody's making background noise. Can you mute yourself?
I've been listening to you guys.
You can have that.
Prince Daddy, pẹ̀lú ìyàwó ẹ̀ ló ń ṣeré.
I've muted him. Ajale Koko, go on. One time you get here, I want Larambe.
Okay, so the question that we should ask ourselves, with all the enormous power and control that the governor in Nigeria have, why haven't they transformed their state? Why do we still have a lot of their people living in poverty in their state? And the reason for this is very, very, very simple. The good governance for the people does not even lie with the governor. It lies with the local government. And the reason why you don't have good governance in Nigeria, and the reason why you don't have development in Nigeria, is because your local government does not function as expected. The governors have taken over the responsibility of the local government. They amass all the power that the local government should have been used to develop and carry out, deliver good governance at their local level, because they are the one closer to the people. It is not the governor. The governor is not closer to the people at all.
Why? Why are they doing this?
Because
why?
Yes, you know why? Why is because they don't want competitors. They don't want any good performing local government chairman to rise up to challenge them for the position of governorship. And that is why they never allow them to function, so that you cannot see anything good coming out from the local government in terms of politicians that is capable to contest for the position of governor.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes.
Okay, Patrick and I came to an agreement that we are suffering from lazy governors, right? So now, do you think if you end up electing lazy local government chairmen too, will anything also change?
If we end up, or what's the question again?
Okay, Patrick and I agree that we are suffering from lazy governors, right? Because they are lazy, so they are not performing. If we also we elected them, if we also begin to elect, you say we should put in local government in place, right? If we also put in the local government system in place, and we begin to elect lazy local government chairmen, will the problem still change?
No. Look,
so laziness is a problem.
No. Hold on. You see, if the governors if they had not strangulated the local government not to function, you would have seen the brightest of the brightest running their local government. If the federal government have allowed the autonomy of the local government, taking away giving the total independence of operation and running of government at that local government, so the local government totally away from the control of the governors, you will see competition between local governments. You will see local governments shadowing each other, looking at what this one is doing good, and try to do the same in their own. If, for example, if Ikeja local government is giving free health services or free education, free books and free health services in its own local government to the citizen in that local government.
I'll tell you I agree with you, and I'll tell you I disagree. I'll tell you I agree with you, and I'll tell you I disagree with you. I agree with you that when you give local government power to get busy and work, things will work. But where I disagree is when you say they should take their hands off it and just leave them alone. What you're going to have is gang warfare in neighborhoods, in every local government, because gangs will be competing for that. The most criminals, toughest gangsters will be the one competing for all the local government positions. If everyone take their hand off that place, if the governor, the state take their hand off that local government, because in every local, in Oshodi, BMC, Lomos boys, gangs that be rolling that place. I'm telling you, the intellectual say suit and tie. You want to come here and start competing.
What do you want? What do you want?
No. I do. I agree. I agree with having local government system, because then they can govern themselves well. But you can't say the governorship or the presidency take your hand off it and let them do it themselves. Because if the state government still have to have hand in it, money part of the process. But if you give complete autonomy, say no hand in it, my brother, you turn that Nigeria, you turn everywhere to gangster world. Because the gangsters of that community will be the one going for that position.
What if I ask you that why would you like federal government to have control of the state as well?
No. And state. No. State.
You got Mike.
He didn't get me. He didn't get me. Statewide, it's statewide. You understand? It's very difficult to have gang warfare within a state. You understand? But when you talk about neighborhoods, like small communities, local governments, where everybody know each other, they see each other's face, you pretty much know every guy in your community now, your local government. You know who the toughest guy is. You know so long there. So those guys, but statewide, it's hard for one guy to say, I'm from this local government, I want to take over a whole state, or I want to start gang warfare even within the governorship. We still having gang warfare within states. Look at those states. Look at Osun, PDP and APC are war with each other. Just governorship level. Imagine local government level. You understand? So what I'm saying is, if you have the best governors, the best quality governors, we go into the local government and have the best people within our local government be the local government chairmen. So make the vision of that state carry on. You
But
understand?
Mike, if I could come in, please. I don't know how it works in your US. Is our local government, they call them council here, that is doing most of all things in the community. It's not even the state. It's the local government. We call them council here, ticketing, making
Remember I said I don't disagree
food.
with you. Remember I
Yeah,
told you I don't disagree with you that
yeah,
you
I
have to
know.
have
Yeah,
local
I know.
government. But
Yeah.
the part where I'm disagreeing is leaving your hands off it, where they do take care of the election and everything themselves. That's where I disagree. That's what I'm telling you. Now you can't
But
compare Australia.
the state will still conduct the election.
Hmm?
The state will still conduct the election.
That's what I'm saying. I will agree. But what Janiko says that the state should take hands away from it and let the local.
Yeah, I don't think
Oh my,
saying
the
that.
country like Nigeria, everybody, gangster neighbor community, take over. They will kill themselves for that power because they already know each other. You will know the guy that if in your local government now, you will know you all know each other because many local governments are so small that everybody know everybody. So Obama Dijani,
So
they will killing themselves.
Hold on. What is the state doing different now? That the local government, if they are in full control, that they cannot.
No. The local government should be in full control of the governance. But what I'm saying is the process of the election or the process of who becomes local government chairman and things. You can't leave it alone to that local government to determine among themselves. The state have to have hand in it.
Hold on.
The governor
Hold on. We have INEC that will conduct election. State must not have control over them at all because we have 3 tiers of government: federal, state, local government. Nobody should interfere with the activity of the others. And under democracy, we have supremacy of law, we have separation of power, we have everything that operates in such a way that are put every tiers of government and every organ of government in their own position, not to interfere with others. But you see in Nigeria, where you see everything being modular, that is where the problem of misgovernance set in. Look, let me tell you, if we are expecting Tinubu to perform magic, to turn Nigeria to Mecca
or New York, without the local government ourselves,
without local government functioning, look, Tinubu counts million hour one lyric. Because look, the federal government does not govern Nigeria at all. Federal government have specific role they play in terms of defense, monetary, management of the economy, distribution of revenue, owó tó bá gbà, kó share sí state, kó share sí this thing, kó dẹ̀ wà ní border, kó dẹ̀ control immigration. You see, but the time federal government does not, kó dẹ̀ wà in charge of security and police.
I hope you agree that I agree with you that federal local government system is the best. It's just the process of having, putting them in place what I disagree. You know that, right?
Look, you see, federal government from Obasanjo, Buhari, everything, they have done their job well. They take that revenue, they collect that taxes, they sell that
and
oil.
they share it equally as it's supposed to be there.
They share the money. Okay, go and use that money to develop your state and to develop local government. But the problem with Nigeria is that the money for local government have to go through the state. That is where Nigeria got it wrong. And then the state government will now take the money and say,
owó ètí pọ̀ jù. Oh my God.
And we just give him anything. And the federally could to láti fi ṣe nǹkan. Òun náà kò wo nǹkan tó náà máa fi ṣe wò.
The local governor wa fẹ́ jalè, ó máa jí ogún ẹ̀ at the end now. So it's the same thing, there's no difference. But so you see the quality leaders in the local government and the state. Quality leader is the key.
It's different. Let me tell you, Mike.
They won't steal the local government. I mean, they won't steal.
No. Hold on. If the local government is getting their funding directly,
they won't steal it.
The eyes will be on them to work. Because the state will be telling the people the state will be telling the people that go and meet your local government. We've given them so money.
And when them are transparent, federal government must publish it. Look, to this local government, it is 500
billion.
So MC Olo, because the local government chairman in Oshodi, you go and you live in Oshodi, you open your mouth and disrespect him. You will send an assassin to your house, man. They know your address there. They will be saying that the gangsters will be the ones sharing money among themselves. And if you speak, open your mouth and talk, they'll come and beat you, target your family and be beat. You guys don't know Nigeria they are talking about. You work in Australia, you give them that kind of complete autonomy. In Nigeria, there where most people they are this. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Where most of those butouts are the ones running communities.
Okay.
So if you are saying we should make traditional leaders or the balance, all those people in charge of the local government system, but we say just anybody leave the autonomy. The most notorious criminals will be the one running. The most courtesy guy will be the one running the local governments in Edo. Guy, in Nigeria, are you talking about Nigeria? Hey, the process, I agree with you, it's just the process, is what I'm saying. You can't give complete autonomy to the process.
Everybody will contest for election.
You can't contest against them so long when you should. You are not gang, you are not tough. Hey.
MC Obliomo, if he's popular among his people, he will win the election.
Yeah, the toughest people in local government are the gangsters. That's what I'm telling you. And they are the most popular. Those are criminals, man.
Look, no, that is not true. It is these politicians, the state governors that make it look like that to you. So that they need to control. So that they will be in control in reality. Look, if they are given own autonomy, total independence from the state, no control by the state, good people in that locality, in that local government, will come out that they want to be governor of, they want to be chairman of their local government. Because we see some other local government that voted in a competent person transforming that local government. And because you cannot go to your state to ask for anything, everything will be done by your local government for you in terms of maybe refuse collection, education for your children, building of roads, and so many other things. Healthcare center is under the local government. So you can't go to the state. So why do you want thug to govern you that cannot manage your resources? No. Everybody will come out to say, this is the person they want, and they will vote in that person, because the next neighbor, local government, to them, they have a competent person running that place well, education is going well, everything is running well in that local government. Why would you want thug? Because they are making their thug to come and govern you. It's not going to be possible. People will stand up. You don't know that people's power is stronger than the power of Bugba Garagara, MC Oliama, election. They defeat election. They defeated them now.
In their locality.
In their locality. They were defeated.
Really, no should people won in Oshodi.
Yeah,
they beat from the diverse from Olu in Oshodi.
They won. No, I'm not talking about Sanwo-Olu.
The presidential, nobody really came out to. But we are talking.
What are we talking about? So
When they woke up, after Tinubu, when they woke up, what happened next?
Oh, yeah, but thought it double wet. It tribal where police have.
Exactly now. So Nigeria is a warfare. To me, I think we both agree that local government system is the best. Where everything should come, policy should be local. The only thing I'm saying, where I'm telling you, is the process of making the leadership is what we have to work on.
Which process? Okay, what is your own option? What kind of process you
No, the option is they have to first, first of all, even within to the governorship or even the presidential level, we have to have structure policy in place or process of becoming that person in place. Whereas the screening of who is going to become all those things has to be in place. And unfortunately,
ANEC is responsible for that now.
Okay. So yeah, we probably can do it. And the screening, the other, yeah, that's true. Okay.
ANEC is responsible for that.
So we both agree that the process is what needs to be worked on. Is what something has to be done about the process. Because if they don't do that, if they just leave it alone, where anybody can come and run. Hey, you agree with me that if they just say anybody can come and run, it's the talks that we're taking over.
Oh, no, the process, and there must be a process in place.
Okay, so we agree then. So back on the break, if you want to, okay, if that wants to, anybody can come and run. The moment you open your mouth, they want to run. They'll be burning the thugs that will be surrounding your house. They will probably be kidnapping because they don't know where you stay now. You live in that community. They will just be kidnapping your relatives. Say, okay, for ransom pay, you must not run. They will threaten you. Say, if you run, we take you out. So it will be a disaster. But the process has to be in place where they make sure those things don't happen. Where it's only the best of the best that can even come and apply. So they screen you, they screen who you are in that community. That okay. And that's what they do in Australia and all these other countries now. You can't just be anybody if you want to go and run for local any kind of governorship or political place or anything else to do with government. It can't be anybody. But in Nigeria, we just leave it open.
No. Hold on.
Mike, can I make contribution?
Mike, don't mix it up. Anybody can contest for election. But the process you are talking about, number one, the party have their own process of screening. That is number one. Then electoral body have their own process of screening. So process here is a problem. You see what I'm talking about? That independent of the local government, under the Babangida administration, they practice it. Local government function at its best. The military administrator does not interfere with local government, civilian local government.
They will develop.
And they perform very well.
Really?
Let me ask you a question.
In Lagos,
let me quickly, Ajale Koko. Yes, I be the question. So during military era, they didn't dissolve the local government.
No.
They didn't. They had it going on, but unfortunately, they were not monitoring it. Just left it alone for the people. That's why there were so many political assassinations in local government during that, and that's one of the reasons why they cancelled it, because they were so. And that's another reason I'm pointing it out, because back then during Babangida time, they left it to the local government, and the money goes and everything. But a lot of violence, political assassination, they were not even doing anything because the military government didn't have time to even be monitoring. They just left it alone. So a lot of political assassination. It was violent. It was crazy. And that's what I'm pointing out. Like, okay, if we have to do it now, we have to make sure the process is
okay. Let me tell you what I experienced during the military administrator when they were in control. What military did, they have civilian administrator in each local government, civil servant or anybody. I mean, they just choose people to run local government. But when they are trying to when they now agree for political activity to operate, and they allow political parties to contest for local government chairmanship. You understand what I'm saying? So civilian under the platform of political party contested for the position of local government chairman. So during that time, we had so many civilian through a political platform. What are these parties? Okay. Let's go. Let's make example of during the time of FDP and NRC. When Babangida registered those parties, they started the election from the local government. So SDP won some, NRC won some. It was civilian political party before the state election. So there was for local government election first. We had local government chairman in place. So then after then we had the state election. Governors were elected. It was when it got to the federal. Babangida Dabugberu, play what do you call it? Abiola won the election and he now annulled the election. But during that time, as I was telling you, during that time, the local government functioned independently from the control of the state.
So were there development?
And there was development.
Really?
Oh,
in
yes.
Nigeria?
The first time, maybe, I don't know how old you were then, so maybe you didn't know. I'm telling you what I participated.
Mike, you see they wear Pampers that time now.
In Babangida time,
Mike still on Pampers.
in Babangida time, Nigeria was functioning. Nigeria was functioning during Babangida time. Okay. I don't know why people always try to convince us that things were so good in the past. And
Mike, you are still wearing Pampers that time.
So
10 years from now, they will say we're enjoying life during Buhari. Life was so sweet. Nigerians, I don't even understand. I remember during Obasanjo times that they used to swear for everybody was frustrated. Now people will tell me during Obasanjo time we're enjoying. We're enjoying. Come on now.
Let me tell you, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, we had local government running transportation system. Lagos Island local government started it under Adeniji Adele, the then local government chairman, Lagos Island local government chairman. Kilo bere fun. Other local governments in Lagos State started. Etiosa local government. Before you know it, Ikeja local government. Before you know it, Mushin local government. Shomolu local government. Every local government now had transport system. You see Lagos Island local government transport system. Etiosa local government transport system. It was, before then, it was only Lagos State Transport Corporation that we knew. But you see, but look at what these people brought. And before we knew, then you see, what do you call it? Lagos Island local government introduced free health service in Lagos Island, and it spread. Other local governments started. They started free books. Given to, this is local government. This is not state. Local government. So what we learned in that is that, look, if our local government were not held on their neck by the state and anchored by the state, look, Nigeria would have been better off for these 23 years that we practiced democracy. Because
can I say we lack governance and leaders?
That is it now.
Can we say we lack governance and leaders?
Both. So you can't have good governance in Nigeria if local government does not operate freely from the control of the state government. another part of the world come and need progress, can come and perambulate lójú kan. This state government are the worst. It is not federal government. Federal government need little problem in this thing, but the state, they are the worst enemy of democracy. They don't allow local government to operate. They impoverish local government. The presence of government is absent in many local government in Nigeria. Many, and they are recognized local government. So they need chairman, but it's the state that control the chairman. The chairman does not have any power to award contract to fix the road or to build the road or do anything. Back then, under the military,
when you're done, I want to introduce one idea. Maybe you guys would think it might work, in Nigeria.
Listen, one can't go to introduce Kenya. Local government were building roads in Lagos and across the western state, Lagos and Ogun, Timoyusmo. Local government were building roads. In Bolotudi, local government don't build the road, you see.
Even small gather, small drainage, they can't even do.
Local government didn't build the road. Won't build the street light. Won't build the drainage. Won't build the bridge. They were doing all these things. Look.
Okay.
Tinubu bá fẹ́ kí ìjọba, but mo doubt nítorí nǹkan tó náà ṣe tó fi gòkè nìyẹn ká tẹ àwọn local ká tẹ wọ́n.
ẹja wa náà sọ̀rọ̀.
Okay, Simba, go ahead. Simba.
Ó yá sọ̀rọ̀ Simba.
Gbóhùn sókè. Lulu fún wa Simba. Lulu. Sọ̀rọ̀ sókè.
Good morning, everybody.
Simba is a sọ̀rọ̀ sókè generation. Simba, sọ̀rọ̀ sókè.
But you'll be surprised that today I'm on your side. Because everything that everything that Baba Jeliku said about local government is something that I've experienced in both Old Oyo State and Old Oyo State. During that time, I remember that most of the roads in interlands, all the roads within the community were being constructed by local government. Not to grade though, they will tar road to farms, to settlements and all those things. They were doing it. In fact, as he said, the only thing that can bring governance to the people is the local government. And they were functioning very well. That one that you are referring to, Thomas, as Gada, we call it culvert. That the one that used to call, culvert. They construct a lot of culvert. Because that time, my father was also in politics. So, and they used to give them small contracts to do all those things. Farmers doesn't even have difficulty in bringing their goods, their farm produce from farm, because they will grade the farm roads. They will construct all these culverts on those small streams along the farms, and they make so the farmers they can go to their farm with vehicle. They have tractors that they also supply to help farmers to grade their farm.
Wow, mechanized.
Yes.
Wow.
Even fertilizer at that time was subsidized for farmers, and so things were working very well during, and it was during military. It was during military that I was talking about. And then it was actually Obasanjo. Actually, I'm very sorry to say this, that actually Dabaru changed everything, because it was when he came in as president that they now changed the rule, that the local government now lost their autonomy. And what I want to even say is that you remember when he stifled the Lagos State with local government allocations and everything. That was even when Tinubu actually even created the what is it they call it now?
SDA.
to even break it down,
We all
because he
can agree
discovered
that
that some of
Obasanjo will have hand in destroying Nigeria in many ways, man.
it was the one. It was the one. It was the one, because even we cannot blame, because Tinubu even knew that they have to break some big local government in Lagos State down to further bring the governance down to the people, and that was
closer
why.
to the people.
So yes, so that was why he created all those local government development authority. And so, to me, the best thing to do, but Buhari also discovered that we need to give them autonomy. But the only thing that I think we need to be talking about is how can we get the legislatures in the states, because they are the one that actually made it difficult for that bill to,
To be passed. I
yes.
remember. Yes. Simba, you are right.
So if the local government legislatures also, if they are not, because they are puppets of the state governors, whatever the state governors wanted, those are the ones that those one we agree with. If if there is a way we can make them, all of them, to assent to that bill, then the local government will have their autonomy. And if they have their autonomy, they will get their allocation directly from the federal government. Then the people can hold their local government chairman responsible for some of these little things that they needed, because Tinubu will not be the one that will go and construct the road between my own village and another village in Osun State.
I have a question. I have a question. You guys know, like in the Southwest, if you look at our structure, our governance structure prior to colonial time or prior to the modern time, we had all this structure in place, like from the king, and then every local government had like sub king, I want like a council, maybe ballads or things like that. We have that governance to the people. That's how it was structured. So do you guys think if Nigeria like incorporate those traditional institutions, those into the governance, do you think that may uh accelerate development in a sense? You understand? Because one thing is that those chiefs or king or boss, they are there forever. They are not people that will be in place where they want to loot money for 4 years and move away, go and live in England or America. Like Oba of Lagos cannot say, Omo, let me loot money because next 4 years I want to go and stay in England. They are there. So when somebody is going to be living in a place forever, it will have a reason to want that place to develop or advance. Or you understand? We have that vision, long-term visions, and even those like tradition, the ballets, those ones too. There's the traditional ties to where you are holding forever. So those people are not people that.
But Mike, the problem with that one is that one will not make the people will not have a sense of belonging, because you know that our traditional
are you saying the foreigners?
Our traditional system is it follows a family system. So people, it's just like what is happening in the monarchical system that you are just trying to. We have something that has worked for us.
No, I just think now it work better. You work better because
no, I don't think so. That one will cause because even you can see what is even happening now. Even when they don't have much, you see some towns now in Nigeria. It will take them years before they can even restore their obas. So and we have so many families that will be fighting over this thing, because it's not only one single family that rules. You know that. So I think there's nothing you can use to replace a democratically elected leader. Let us be electing our leaders democratically. What they used to do that time is that whenever they are conducting the state governorship and national assembly election, that at the same time that they will conduct the local government election. What I think they should do is that they should remove this state electoral SIEC, they call it SIEC, State Independent Electoral Commission. They should put everything under INEC, so that by the time INEC is conducting state election, the local government election should also be conducted at the same time, so that they will have like the three that they used to have at the national level, the Senate, the rep.
Simba, don't you think the federal government is just trying to give states a sense of belonging so that they can hold the state's local government election?
The reason why I'm proposing that is that so it will make it free and fair. It will not be that is the state governors that will go and be putting their puppet. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so I have a question for you guys. So all our traditional institutions, what is their relevance now? So they're just there for what?
They are not relevant again. Believe me, they are not relevant
And you're
again.
okay
Isn't
with
it
that?
when they want?
They'll
Hello,
be
can I
relegated.
interject?
So our
They'll be
culture is
Can I
dying.
relegated.
interject?
And that's why Nigeria is dying because you have the owners of the land, owners of the. You guys will call yourself I'm Omokini, Omokini. Your very soon, 100 years from now, your Egba land will turn to. We all become. I don't even know what we become. All these our ethnic traditional. We all be
Mike,
dead. And I don't know what
do
we
we, do
become.
we
That's how
feel that?
our youth. We are all. I don't even know where Nigeria is becoming. Like we're just becoming identity-less people. We are becoming whether we are becoming British. I don't know. Americans. I don't even know because we have abandoned who we are. Most of our children don't even speak our language anymore because we abandoned our. And that's why now I'm having ethnic clashes in territory where some people will come to your territory and tell you that it's no man's land anymore because what happened to our traditional institution? I mean, and the reason why Simba told you that if you maybe incorporate into the governance because these people they are the owners of the land, so they will wish their land to develop to look like London.
And
You understand?
they know their people. They
They
know
know their
their
people
people.
exactly how they can
Yeah.
put in the culture. This thing they can restore. They can they are the custodian of the culture and tradition and everything. They can keep it alive, and also.
But no, okay, how do you?
Mike,
Sorry, Mike.
Mike,
How do you
Mike,
want
can I
an
come in? Can
Oba?
I come in?
How do you want an
Can I come
Oba
in?
to become a local government chairman to work as a local
Yeah.
government chairman?
No,
Hold
no,
on. Yeah.
no. I didn't
Yeah.
say local government chairman system. I'm saying they will be the local. The same system of governance we had, where we have the Oba, we have the Bales, we have the. Because there's no inch of Yoruba land that doesn't have a
But
leadership, that doesn't
Mike,
have
as
a
at
form of
that
leadership.
time,
No,
there is nothing like president. Everybody
no,
they
no.
are in just their micro environment and they are just surviving.
No. We still have president, we still have governor, but then within the state, the locality, the old locality system, leadership system we have. I'm not saying the whole country has to be the same way. The way they do the Igbo land, let them do their own way. The way Yorubas do it, the way it was before the colonial time, we should still have those systems in place and it should be part of the governance. But we'll still have president and
Don't you
governors.
think we are more civilized than that now?
What do you mean?
Because if you
Are
are
you saying
saying
that wasn't a
no,
civilized?
okay,
Are you saying
okay,
wait? Are you saying that was
wait,
not a
Mike,
civilized system?
okay,
That was not a civilized system. I don't know
no,
why you guys
okay,
always
let me
think everything
ask
in Africa
you,
is not civilized.
wait. What I'm saying now, okay, can you give us an idea how you think? Because you just made example of the Oba of Lagos. Oba of Lagos, if you are talking about Lagos, that means you'll be the governor of Lagos.
No,
That's
no,
what
no,
you are saying.
no. The role of Oba is the local all the local leadership in Lagos. They are under the Oba. You understand the process of. You understand? They're Oba, they're
So
under the
the
Oba.
Are you
Oba
talking
will
of
In
the
choose
fact, wait,
ballets?
whoever
listen.
The
the Oba
ballets.
will not choose.
The ballet, but no. The Oba won't really have. I don't think the Oba involvement in probably he have little role in the governance, to be honest. But I think this traditional institution, we all know the role of Oba is like okay, the ballets have to go through the Oba's system, through the Oba palace to become ballets and things like that. They do their rituals and everything.
But
But
Mike, let me ask you this: what is the role of Oba now? What are they doing?
they
They are
are not
just
doing
waking
anything.
up
They're just
sleeping.
celebrated. Now that's all it is. They don't even. They don't give them power. Just give them staff of office,
Yeah,
and They're not in they're not in the constitution. They're not in governance, and that's why everything about us.
they are the custodian of our tradition. So
That's what
they
it
have
is.
the
They're
traditional
just people
roles
to
to
keep
play.
exactly, and that's very terrible. That's very terrible.
So I quite
A whole Alafi, a whole Oba Bini doesn't even have any role in governance in Edo State. Can you imagine? Emperor, that's an emperor. I cannot finish, man. I don't take power from them. The British just turned. I mean, what the British did. You guys need to understand the big picture. What the Europeans did when they came to Africa, they want Africa to be part of their empire, the British Empire. So now what they did is train some Africans to understand what the interest of the British, right? And then put them in charge and take away the power from the actual owners of the Africa, which are the emperors, the kings, the traditional people. So they want they want us to be British and be doing system of British where everything will be extracted and we're going straight to
Hello,
England.
sister.
That was all the intention. And we
How
keep
are
it
you?
going. We keep it going because our politicians, when they come in, they just want to lose money and go to England, and that's what it is. Everybody in Nigeria have dreams to go and live in England and America. So at the end of the day, politicians they loot, and the first thing the governor wants to do is look at Emefiele. The first thing he wants to do is jackpot. Look at where are they going? They're going straight to England. They look their money, they're transferring everything to England and America. So that's how it's designed. But But our traditional ruler, let me say the last statement. Like Oba Obini, for example, is he going to loot his people's money and go and live in England? No, he can't leave that place now. Go ahead.
Mike, the thing is, what's the solution to this problem? What's the solution? I think the solution is this. That's my own personal opinion. I feel the solution should be, let's sit down, draft a constitution that has our traditional, our cultural input in it.
Exactly, everything involved, yeah.
So that when we do it that way, everybody will have its own role. Like I quite agree with what Simbad said. If the INEC can conduct elections for local government chairmen and councillors, it will be very, very good for us too. Because from what Janle Koko and Simbad narrated what the functions of local government and what they've done in the past, then if I know why they have not been able to do anything now because of the state governor. The state governor has hijacked their allocation too. Since Buhari there is a law that says the local government can have their own separate allocation now. Then, if they can conduct an election where the INEC will conduct while we're having like state governor election and all this, they can conduct the state election on that particular day. So now they are now independent from the state governors. So it's going to be helpful to us too. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
We can hear you. Go on. We can hear you.
So I feel that is going to be a very, very perfect solution to our problems, because if the local governments are functioning, the dividends of democracy is going to trickle down to the people. And
my brother, my biggest fear of the local government thing, when election season comes, and all this, Nigeria governorship election alone is violence. Imagine once your local government in Nigeria doing the kind of violence that will be taking place then. And that's what I'm thinking. Like, I think it's the ballot system, the Oba and all those things system is better, because that one we know that it's the ballot that's in charge of this community, this local government, or this, we already had that system in place where there's no need for election, that kind of thing. And then the governor
Mike, they still conduct local government election now. But it's just that yes, Joe.
The ballot, they don't do it. The Oba is not appoint the ballot. And the ballot crosses line, the Oba will remove him and put another ballot there. You understand?
Let me listen to what they want to say.
Simba, okay. I have this question for you, because Simba, from what you've narrated, about the local government and all those stuff, I want to ask you a question. If it's going to really work in the Nigerian concept, if we allow like what I was saying, if we allow all these people, like the governors, to like give them a little autonomy on their resources, like for example, like River State governor, okay, you have your oil, you have this, you have that, okay, we are allocating 40% of your resources. You take care of your resources 40% and get the center, which is the federal government, gets 60%. Same thing with the local government chairmen too. Don't you think it's going to reduce corruption in governance? Don't you think so?
Okay, and the way I will answer the question is that, if somebody that cannot manage a small resources that he has, usually by the time he gets a bigger one, will be able to manage it.
Because
what we need, Joe. Yes, I've been listening to your arguments before this time. You are talking along the resource control. But I agree with you totally that we need some form of a resource control. But what now, if you cannot hold them accountable now with what they have now, because it's like nobody is focusing on them. That is the problem. Do you think that as at the time we give them more resources, they will be able to perform?
I think okay.
No, I want to listen to your answer.
Okay, what I feel, you see, to my own from my own point of view is this: if they source for their, like, if they are given the power to control their resources and go look for investors to drill them, if it's natural resources.
Baba, let me give you this. Let me give you this. Baba Jale Kuku is there to testify to what I'm saying. Even during Shagari regime, I don't know what happened in the southeast, but in the southwest, people still, even with under this kind of dispensation, people still enjoy the state government. Because I remember in 1879, when Bola Ige became the governor of Oyo State that time, in my village that time, we had only one secondary school. He established additional 2 and made post-primary and secondary education free. And I remember that time, most of the people that were not going to school before, they are not young though. People that are maybe 18, 19 years old, they came back to secondary school to come and start all over again. Because they were abandoned school before, maybe they could not afford the little money that they are paying that time, but immediately made it free.
It was not a small money. Oh. What are you talking about?
No, I just use that one as an analogy.
School fees.
But most of them, who are going to learn carpentry, bricklaying, and all those things, they came back, and with that, some of them came back, joined the secondary school, and they were able to finish secondary school. And I remember that time, we don't buy anything in school. Everything is given. The only thing they don't give us is food and uniform. Everything that you needed as a student, ruler, pencil, crayon, everything we were being given free. And it's the same resources, you understand? Okay.
Simbad, you see,
go ahead.
Said this thing now. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that benefits from Lagos State because I was born and bred in Lagos. I schooled in Lagos at that time when Jakonde was giving us pencils, rulers, this free. Jakonde gave us the only thing Jakonde did not give us was school uniform and school bag. Jakonde gave us every other thing: books, textbooks, notebooks, pen, pencil. So I'm asking, why was these people with that little resources they had then could be able to do this thing? Free education. Jakonde built schools all over the place. Jakonde built housing estates all over the place. But these people, when you talk to these people now, they say resources. This, as of today, Lagos State is getting more allocation, more money than what Jakonde had those days. And Jakonde was able to accomplish all these things. What was the reason? That's what I don't
mind. You want them to say no, the reason. Which reason? You know? I've been waiting to talk. When we talk, you will see some of their people, their supporters, will come after us. They will defend them. The population has increased. There are too much pressure. And Lagos, they are this, they are that. They be lying and telling lies to defend them. It is corruption.
Corruption,
corruption at the highest, absolute corruption. How do they say it? Absolute corruption, corrupt absolutely, or something like that. That is
power, absolute power,
absolute power,
absolutely.
Yes. Absolute power, corrupt absolutely. Imagine people in the position of governorship have, what do you call it? What do they call this thing that you cannot try them? You can't sue them to court. What is
this is immunity?
Immunity.
Where have you seen that? That they will have immunity for 8 years, they can loot the whole of the state dry. And they
Baba Jareko, you know why? We know why they give them that. It's just to avoid distraction in governance.
No,
because
it is part of the corruption. It is
I think because the way people are behaving, somebody can just go. You know the way people are abusing the judicial process now in Nigeria. People can take governor to court for all those frivolities and it's because distraction to governance.
In America,
if your governor is going to,
Simbad, I do not agree with you. I do not agree with you, Simbad. I do not agree.
Before you take somebody to court, the judge themselves should be able to see what you are presenting before them, to know, they should be able to see the veracity of what you are bringing before them, before they can go ahead.
You can't just...
But you know, if you are in a kind of our own society where corruption prevail, you cannot, you know, there are so many things. We cannot actually look at what is happening in America and then
Simba, don't let us
transpose
buy,
it
don't let
on
us,
our own
during
like that. No.
during the Second Republic, there was no immunity for the governors. Although Jacote and the rest, there was no immunity for them.
But people are more matured. People are more matured.
Not mature. It is a packaging of corruption so that they can, everything can favor them. Only them and their family alone. It is part of the packaging in that constitution, that fraudulent constitution. It is that fraudulent constitution itself that give the state that control over the local government. It's a way to bribe them so that, you know, they can submit totally to that system that empower them with that to loot and be so corrupt.
But Baba Jaleko, this same constitution that we are talking about was drafted by the military.
That is what I'm saying. Look, you see that constitution was
1999 constitution.
Yes, that constitution was drafted by the military. It was actually Abacha that drafted that constitution in anticipation that when it
transformation to civilian government.
When it transitioned to civilian government, others that are going to work with him, the governors and
we enjoy such things.
They will enjoy corruption too, and they will be loyal to him. So when Obasanjo came in, I see you guys blaming Obasanjo. When Obasanjo came in, you know the system that the military were operating then, where the local government have autonomy from the state. That was the system that Obasanjo people started. They were giving the money direct to the local government.
But that's not what Simba just told us. Simba, that's contrary to what you told us.
I'm listening.
Simba said local government. He was there. Obasanjo just want to handle the local government in his place.
Can you listen now? You don't want to. When you listen, let me learn. Then you can kick against me if you want to. What I'm telling you is that when Obasanjo regime started, they were giving money directly to local government. Local government was autonomous from the state control. It was later that the state governors discovered that the new constitution gave them power to control the local government. And then they went to Atiku that you people cannot send money to local government except through us.
So they went to Atiku, they didn't go to Obasanjo.
Atiku was the one, hold on. Atiku was the one in charge of the you know, Obasanjo, when he started, he gave so much power to Atiku when he started.
You know why he gave so much power? Because of his own ambition. It's because of his own ambition. Let us say the way it was. It was because of his own ambition. You remember that this same Obasanjo frustrated for Atiku because of second term.
Hold on.
Because of his own agenda, that was why he gave him a lot of power, and that was what made them to fall out at the end of the day. So we cannot say it's the fault of Atiku. Obasanjo was the president, and so he should take the blame. Don't exonerate him from this.
I'm not exonerating. Hold on. I'm not exonerating Obasanjo. What I'm saying is that, look, Atiku's office handles the local government affairs and everything. So then the governors, Atiku normally have this meeting with the governors and local government affairs. So the governors now went to Atiku and say, you can't keep sending money to these people now.
This money must come to us. They fought over it. They disagree. They said no. They brought out some provision of the constitution that clearly stated that, and then that was how the governors.
No, the constitution, they actually did it through the National Assembly. That was when they now created this joint, they call it JAC, joint accounts, the state and local government joint accounts. So even up till now,
I think you are right. I think you are right.
So even up till now, we know how much each of the local government is getting. The only problem is that the money doesn't get to them because they will put it in the same account.
Yes.
So we know how much they allocate to each local government up till now, but it doesn't get to them. That's the problem because it's the states that will now disburse whatever it likes to whoever they want to do.
Yeah. So that is how the what do you call it? The state governors were able to corner the federal government, and they have the local government under their control, and that is why democracy never works. Democracy cannot deliver good governance in Nigeria if local government does not function, and local government today in Nigeria does not function. So we will continue to parabolate. There won't be good governance.
But you should look at it. The only way now is there a way we can get the local legislatures, the local government, the state legislators to actually assent to this bill.
No. Let me tell you, if the president develop a very, political will to do it and push for it, it will be done.
How?
Because what
it was none other Buhari now. Buhari pushed the something. It got to state, and some state assented to it. The majority did not. So how can president influence the legislators in the states?
If the president can have the control of his own party, now the president party control majority of the state, right? They control more states than they control more states than other parties. So if majority of the state, if it can rally around all his party to back him in that effort for local government to...
How many states is APC controlling now?
I think
it's just about, let's say, just above half.
Yeah, I think they're controlling 20-something states.
And we don't even know how many states need to assent to it before it can be actually signed.
It has to be 2/3.
So they don't have 2/3 now.
You think so? You think they don't have 2/3?
I don't think they don't.
But I feel what the president should do is this: force the National Assembly to remove this immunity. If immunity is removed, you understand, the president can now, EFCC can go after all these governors who has refused to give their money to the
those thieves.
If they refuse to remove the immunity.
The state governors go carry money, go spoil their head.
You have forgotten that majority of them are former governors also.
Former governor. Look, Nigeria, they don't corner us. Those politicians don't corner us. Those people don't corner us. Hey, maybe not lie. Look, but if the president is not corrupt, if the president really want to work, president can use his political capital to push for so many things that will make you. If the president
I agree with you. I agree with you, Adele. If there is political will, if he is interested, he can call all of them for meeting, and let's say and ask them that this is one of the things that we have to achieve. Let us give this autonomy, and I'm very sure the governors can go back and ask their legislators to assent to it if they also wish.
You see those governors, they are not as powerful as that. Look, we just need to, if the president, the president's statement carry a lot of weight. So when presidents speak, Nigerian listen. And Nigeria can raise a loud noise after it if Nigeria knows that, oh, this thing is good for us. Nigerians all over the internet will make noise. Nigeria everywhere.
Which Nigerians? The obedient Nigerians or the ratified Nigerians? And they're never on the same page, man. Forget that thing. It will no matter. See, Nigeria.
No, we are talking. Look, if the president is pushing for local government autonomy, a lot of Nigerians will jump into it and make a loud noise about it.
If the president, you're telling me that Tinubu start pushing for that, the obedience is like, oh yeah, we support Tinubu. They will still go against you, man. They will still go against him. So the thing in Nigeria will never be on the same page. And I keep telling you guys, the best way. Listen,
okay, Mike, what is the solution? What is the solution?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The solution, we need to put power back in the hands.
A lot of political actors in the East, we jump into it. Forget about the obedient. Who are those? Those ones are just
political actors. Yeah. Whose voice is louder, the political actor or the people? But anyway,
people
let me
that cannot win. Once they are not, they can't win any local government. They can't win any governorship. They just make noise and carry tribalism into presidential. Those ones are the ones that you say.
You undermine the obedience that gave Obi 6 million votes. Anyway, to me, honestly, I know Simba will call it uncivilized, primitive. This is your so-called civilized system today, but it's not working. Go back, give power back to the hands of the traditional rulers and the local chiefs. Give power back, put back in their hands, and their society will advance, will develop. That's my own, to me, the best way to go, to be honest. Give back to the traditional institution. Give governance, involve them in governance.
If you give power back to the traditional rulers, what will be their function in the like, for example, a state governor? How will a traditional like Oba of Lagos operate where governor of Lagos is? How will all these ballets operate where all these councillors is? So you have to be specific.
No, the governor will be the governor, right? The governor, like every state is different. You understand? Like some states, they have one king, that's the king of the entire state. Like I mean, in fact, I don't think there's any state that has one king. They are usually traditional ruler in different states. The governor will be the governor, the head of the state, right? In terms of a political head. Now, the locality, the traditional governance, every society is different. Every court, like in the East, where you guys do your own traditional ways is different, but you always have traditional leadership way of leading in the past. We all had a structure because every inch of Nigeria has it. So the way it was, the leadership, how it was back then, the governor just had to administer it and put them in charge of their own development, what they want, the vision, and just work with them. So to me, that's the way to go, to be honest, because now this idea of politicians coming in and going, everybody just want to ride on this Nigerian thing and just steal money and go and take care of themselves, go to England, go and enjoy their. Everybody that going to governance in Nigeria today, in this political, they are all there to just go and steal and run away. So the governor will share power with the traditional rulers. They will share power. The same way the president sharing power with the Senate and the House. So there will be check and balances. Check and balances.
Look, Mike, I think that one is impossible now. And why I say it is impossible, do you know how many traditional leaders we have now? Do you know there are thousands? Look.
But if you're going to have local government chairman, wouldn't they be in their thousands too?
No, hold on now. Local government chairman, their own role is well specified. And
the traditional role will be well specified too.
Now, is clear under the constitution.
No, what you're saying is
hold on now.
Okay,
hold on. Let us this thing. The constitution does not give any role for the traditional rulers to play.
That's what I'm saying. We need to change the constitution. That's my argument now.
Hold on. What I'm saying now is that
to my own argument too.
I understand your passion, and at the same time, I want some constitutional role for them as well. But you know what these politicians have done in terms of, destabilization and destruction of the traditional institution? Do you know what these politicians have done to destroy our traditional institution, to render them useless?
It's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate, man.
And the British,
Unfortunate.
the British deliberately did that.
No. Even under the British recognize the role of the.
They recognize it, but when they were translating, they started putting people like. Remember when Bode Thomas that was insulting Alafia for you? They started putting those guys in charge, and then when they were doing independent, they called Zikwe, all these politicians to hand the country over to them. When the country had traditional rulers, So I mean, why would you come to a country where they had kings? You work with the kings, traditional ruler, and then when you were living, you handed the country over to some politicians. It just didn't make sense. You didn't hand it back to the people that you met. You hand it to people. What do you think that was about? They hand it over to people that know that will do their bidding for them while they are gone. So we all need to.
These politicians have destroyed the traditional institution. Do you know how many thugs they have as over today? Just for political. Do you know how many? Don't let me even say that. Let me just say, do you know how many political kings that we have in place today, all over that Yoruba land? Just because to expand their political empire, political king.
Adelekoko, you are even going too far. You know that a state governor can remove a king.
Can you imagine?
Just
1
like
minute.
What they did
1 minute.
Sanusi.
1 minute.
The governors are so powerful. They can remove a king.
In a second, and nothing will happen. So you have them putting their political thugs in position of power in so many places. Many that should not be called over that we used to know as Baale. They have promoted them to Oba just because they are, in effort to expand their political empire. That is where they look. There are so many things that we used to do freely, easily, with the palaces back in the day. It's not free today. It's not free. To even see Oba, when we were growing up, that we enter palace and we will see Oba, it's not the way it used to be today. Even. Where are you coming from? Is it easy? Except in some, but some. Look, these politicians
they corrupt everything. They
don't corrupt. That is the right word.
Girls to Olosho, they turn to the boys. They corrupt the society.
I feel
this was the British. This was the British envision. That was their plan, just to destroy our society, morally corrupt.
Mike.
No, we can't blame British.
You can't blame them.
You can't blame British.
But they designed to create our system now. We are owners of the land.
Parliamentary system of government respects the traditional rulers. But this one we are practicing now, this democracy we are practicing from the one we got from the US. US don't have anything like monarch system of anything. They don't have any monarch in their place. So everybody is a free for all game, But if in parliamentary system of government, the obas were carried along, the traditional rulers were carried along. But now I don't think, because of the system we're practicing, the traditional rulers are irrelevant now. That's how I see it.
Communities have turned to bandits have taken over communities because I mean, traditional ruler, they have control of who comes into their environment and what and what. How will the president know the movement? I mean, you put the security of society in the hand of police. When the traditional ruler have no say. Like someone can just walk into a town, people can just populate a town. Traditional ruler doesn't know who's coming into his town, who's going out, because he has no political role. He has nothing. So now you have bandits all over the place. The kings don't even know. They have to now call the government, like, come on, bandits are here, or we don't know what's going on. Come on,
Mike,
it's terrible.
Mike, even to support what you're saying, Mike, even right now we are ravaged with all manner of insecurity in Nigeria. Still, these people have not deemed it fit to say, okay, let's have a state police. Let's have this. Let's have, even if it's the traditional rulers are going to come up with those traditional whatever. Let's have people to protect the society. They've not come
That's
up
what
with
I'm
that.
saying. Because think about it. Think about it. Traditional rulers,
they will say the politicians will use it, the governors will use it to fight it. It is, man, these people are just so horrible.
Back in the day, traditional rulers know every inch of their domain, and they have their community. People report their literally everything that happened within the community is reported to the traditional rulers. Like, okay, this is what's going on in our town. We have strangers coming in, or we have this happening here, or this family, this thing's going on. So they always get that information of what's going on in their locality, in their kingdom. You understand? But today, they are no longer relevant. They can't even say anything. They are no longer governing the environment. What we have is we just have a guy who just he may not even grow up there. Maybe he spent most of his time in Europe, America, or maybe grew up in another state. Doesn't really know doesn't get information of what's going on. He's a governor, and then you have presidents, and then you have a country. So
because they've taken
now,
over the role of the Oba.
Yeah, they take over the role of the Oba. So now in that Oba's domain now, if something criminals start migrating there, or some foreigners, some bandits can start coming in, he can't say anything or do anything. He can't even challenge those bandits. If those bandits start coming in with a suspicious activity because they become bandits, maybe they're beginning to develop their activity slowly. The king cannot do anything. He cannot even engage them. He cannot even approach them and say, "Excuse me, who are you?" He can't question them. Because what you tell the king is, who are you? Like if you now, yesterday you move from one state, now you're going to another place in Nigeria to go and set up banditry business. And the kings there realize that, okay, this stranger here, he's having suspicious activity. If we approach you, say, young man, you are going to look at him like, who are you? Are you the governor? Who are you? What's all the king is nobody to you. You understand? Here in Nigeria, you have the right to be anywhere you like, right? So you can't the king cannot question you because he doesn't have any political power, any kind of power to say anything to you. So the bandits will just be setting up their camp there, doing whatever they like, and the police so-called it's just a terrible thing, man. So that's why everything has been taken over. And then when the bandit become a problem, the president was now saying, okay, I'll send the army there. What the hell is the army going to? Come on, man. It's just stupid, man. It's bad. It's bad. I mean, our cultural values are dying because the people that used to keep everything, the traditional institution where they promote the cultural value, they no longer have power. Even, the youth now can tell you, who the hell are you? No one can talk to anybody anymore. So I don't know where we are going, Sha. I just feel sorry. The next 50 years, hey, with this generation has grown up now, they don't even know anything again. They don't know their cultural value anymore. Everybody's becoming Americanized and Westernized, individualistic mindset. Hey, and that's what I see in America here. Thank God, the lucky thing about America is they have a sophisticated police system. They have high technology. It reconciles this society, the way people are individually thinking. Go to all these poor communities, gangsterism, criminality, drug. Now I heard drug is coming into Nigeria now, so I don't know how far we are going now. I don't know.
We are in deep shit in our country. We are in deep shit.
If drug addiction begin to flood all over the place, now is it police that will stop it? let's say communities now start flooding the place. All this kind of, I don't know what kind of drug they have in Europe. I don't know if you live in America here. The kind of drugs that drug addiction is growing among youth. Luckily, it's a very rich country. They're able to do rehabilitation, do all kinds of things. Our police if people start to flood Nigerian communities with drugs now, who will challenge them? Is it governor that will be going to communities to be challenging them? But we have traditional institutions. Traditional people know whatever is happening within their environment. They know they can quickly, tackle it. So I don't know where we are going, man. We don't like, they created Nigeria and we don't know. We just said, oh, Nigeria. But nothing has been working, man. Forget it. It's not working. People are saying back. When I say saying back, we need to take a step back. We don't know what this thing the British came to create for us. We don't even know where we are going as a people. We don't even know what identity is anymore. Now, the children born now, at least when we were growing up, we know ourselves as okay. They can say you're a Yoruba man, you're an Ijaw man, the Ijaw culture, your what your norms and tradition, whatever, and what to do, what not to do, how to behave. But these children growing up as Nigerians today, they don't. What is Nigerian norms? There's no norm now. What is Nigerian tradition? What is Nigerians moral behavior? It doesn't exist. You're just a Nigerian. What our Nigerians want to be is, and they want to emulate the Americans and the Europeans. And next 200 years, the next about 2 generations now, the children that will be born by these ones, those ones won't even know anything about traditional norms and tradition. Now, if you look at Nigeria, the growing single motherhood, it's out of control. Like every time I go to Nigeria, I'm like, but this is not the way it was when I was growing up. When I interact with you these days, I'm like, oh, what's it not happen to this Nigerian youth? Yeah, Thomas, Thomas on Jack. You try to come out.
ọmọ Tinubu ìpàdé lọ́dọ̀ báwo la bí lùdì báwo la bí lùdì ìpàdé lọ́dọ̀ àtẹ̀lù kíní àtẹ̀lù méjì àtẹ̀lù mẹ́ta àtẹ̀lù mẹ́rin àtẹ̀lù márùn àtẹ̀lù mẹ́ta àtẹ̀lù méje àtẹ̀lù mẹ́jọ àtẹ̀lù mẹ́sàn àtẹ̀lù mẹ́wàá wàhálà wúwúwúwú ẹlẹ́yìí ò tọ́ àbẹ̀bẹ̀bọ̀bọ̀ ẹlẹ́yìí ò tọ́ àtẹ̀lù sílẹ̀ àbúrò ní àtẹ̀lù aláàbàrà dábìlà ohun bẹ́ẹ̀ tó yóò fún yín lára ìwà ẹ̀rù ló ń ta yín lẹ́rù àrùnìsì wí àrùnìsì tọ́.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Biafra. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.